Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ecchi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Forget the mistakes you've made, and not do anything rash that could drag me down. These words particularly concerned Uchiha. What do you mean by forgetting things that have already gone wrong? What did I do wrong? You said you did something wrong. Airi glanced at Uchiha, her eyes wide with concern. What do you think is the ultimate reason why Chisato was able to meet that girl? Uchiha reacted slightly to this reminder. It was obviously the first time Chisato had met the girl named Iroha today, otherwise, he wouldn't have shown such a reaction. Looking back, if they hadn't gone downstairs to buy groceries earlier, or if they hadn't chosen this apartment at the beginning, Chisato might not have encountered that girl by chance in the vast sea of people. As for who first proposed the move? Uchiha searched through her memories. Oh, it turns out it was me. She had initiated the complaint about Chisato's small apartment, citing the lack of soundproofing and mold spots in the corners. It was she who had hinted to Airi, leading to the final decision to move. So, was she the culprit responsible for today's troublesome situation? As she noticed Uchiha's expression slowly darkening, Airi smirked, pushed her away, and poured the chopped vegetables into the pot. In the room, Chisato took out his mobile phone. It wasn't the smartphone he usually used, but a cheap resistive screen phone with a vintage feel that he had bought online. What are the characteristics of resistive screen mobile phones? They operate through pressure. Human nails or toothpicks can be used effectively, and the same goes for the crow's hard beak. At this moment, Chisato placed a second-hand resistive screen phone on the table, while Darkwing stood in front of it, lowering his head and pecking at the screen occasionally. After a moment, Darkwing jumped back 2 steps, and Chisato picked up the phone, which now displayed some new words. Black, eavesdropping and angry. Yellow, calm and composed. This response matched his thoughts. Chisato asked a second question: what topic were the two of them discussing just now? The Darkwings mimicked his action, and after a moment, Chisato took the phone again. The plan has not been decided yet. I will bypass you and go find that girl. It was actually already planned to this extent. However, Chisato and Iroha had nothing to do with each other in reality, so he wasn't particularly panicked. He stroked the bird's head, already knowing in his heart. As I mentioned before, continue to help me keep an eye on their actions and thoughts. But you must act normally in front of them, especially in front of Airi. You cannot let her discover that you are different from a normal crow. The crow screeched, signaling that it understood. At that moment, Chisato's cell phone rang. He pulled it out to check and saw a message from Kazusa, indicating where they would meet for lunch tomorrow with her mother. Chapter 227, Iroha's request. After Iroha came back from next door, she always looked a little absent-minded. During lunch, she would suddenly stop using her chopsticks and focus her gaze on one point, as if she had thought of something wonderful, and she couldn't help but chuckle. The same thing happened when she started studying again after eating. She would often do well on her assignments and then start to daydream. However, it didn't seem like she was completely emptying her mind. After all, her face was always smiling, which didn't fit the expression of someone who was truly dazed. Anyone with a discerning eye could detect this situation. The reason for Iroha's behavior must have a lot to do with the boy she just met at the supermarket. Even so, after hearing what Yukino said, Yui was a little concerned but still suppressed her curiosity and didn't ask again. This situation changed around 2 o'clock in the afternoon during a break in their studies. Iroha, holding the black tea that Yukino had brought to the table, took the initiative to ask Uegahama-senpai, "Have you ever been in love?" Such a question startled Yu and also made Yukino, who was sitting next to her and browsing cat wallpapers on her mobile phone, look up. "What? Why do you ask that all of a sudden?" "Ah, it doesn't mean anything special, it's just a sudden whim." Putting down the slightly hot black tea, Iroha placed her hands on her knees with a smile, narrowed her eyes slightly, and leaned closer to Yui. "Because, senpai, you have such a great personality, a wonderful figure, and you're so cute. You must have many love experiences." "What? No. That's not true. This statement makes me feel like I'm some kind of loose woman. I'm sorry, I misspoke, but it's true that senpai is definitely popular with boys." This statement was easier for Yui to accept than before. Facing Iroha's expectant eyes, she turned to look the other way. "If you want to discuss the topic of popularity with boys, I think it would be better for you to ask Yukino-chan." In Sobu High School, Yukino was indeed one of the few beautiful girls, which was a consensus among the girls, although a considerable number of people would not admit it openly. "Why do you suddenly ask such a question?" Yukino placed the lock screen of her phone on the coffee table. The soft gaze she had while looking at the cute cat wallpaper disappeared, replaced by her usual serious attitude when dealing with matters in the service department. Iroha's earlier actions in the supermarket and her behavior after returning indicated an answer. Yukino could draw her own conclusions, but she still wanted to hear Iroha's answer to ensure the correctness of her guess. "I don't have any special thoughts. I'm just curious. Since I haven't had a similar experience, I want to know more about it." Facing Yukino, Iroha was obviously more reserved. This wasn't her fault, after all. This senior often presented an awe-inspiring and unapproachable demeanor. "Ishiki-kun, do you want to become popular with the opposite sex?" These words were quite tactful, even a bit sharp. However, since they had been getting along for a while, Iroha understood that this was Yukino's way of dealing with people. She wouldn't speak in a roundabout way like most girls but would be straightforward. This straightforwardness could actually be seen as an advantage from another perspective. If one is honest, they avoid unnecessary intrigue. It's something one can get used to. "If I can, just a little bit," Iroha said, using her index finger and thumb to indicate a small gap. Through her conversation with Uegahama-senpai, Iroha was able to draw Yukino Shita-senpai into the discussion. From that point on, things went according to Iroha's expectations. In fact, she wasn't the type of girl who liked to rely on others. She could handle many things on her own will and should be considered a proactive person among girls. Just like when she first entered high school, she was attracted to a senior. After that, she quickly learned specific information about him from others, joined his football club, and became the manager. She relied on her abilities to forge connections with the person she admired. But now, Iroha was facing a situation that was difficult for her to resolve alone. She felt that her relationship with Chisato was too weak because of that strange dream, and she worried that the lack of follow-up progress would widen the distance between them, which was not what she wanted to see. After the initial joy of meeting in the vast sea of people, she couldn't think of any way to meet Chisato frequently. Therefore, she turned to outside help, hoping to get some advice from others. Yukino may or may not have noticed Iroha's thoughts, but in any case, she acted very calmly, just as she usually did in the club. "Ishiki-san wants to become popular with the opposite sex. Is this a request to me and Yui-san from the service club?" When Yui heard this, she unconsciously smiled and looked at Iroha with anticipation. Iroha blinked her big, cute eyes. She had only wanted to hear Yukino's thoughts but didn't expect the situation to turn into this so quickly. If she gave a positive answer, the seniors, who were the clients, would definitely ask her to explain all the circumstances. However, it seemed that it didn't matter since they were all girls, and Yukino Shita-senpai and Uegahama-senpai were not the type to gossip. Besides, Iroha could be vague about some important things. She just needed to give them a general understanding of the situation and seek their opinions on her circumstances. After considering this for a moment, Iroha made up her mind and nodded timidly. "Can I trouble you?" "There's no problem at all. The service department was established to help others." Yui took Iroha's hand and shook it up and down for a moment. However, after 2 or 3 seconds, She suddenly remembered something and turned around with an apologetic smile. That's right, Yukino-chan. Yukino seemed to be in a good mood. She smiled softly and said, yes, but today's study progress is a bit slow. It's best to finish the exercises before discussing your request. Good. Iroha nodded in agreement. She thought the same. Chapter 228, Strange Uchiha. Iroha wanted to use the next few hours to clarify her thoughts about Chisato and how she should explain her situation to the two seniors in the future. As for the senior she had admired at the beginning of school, to be honest, when she saw Chisato up close, the figure and face she had imagined instantly shattered. How should she put it? She didn't know if it was due to the impression from that dream, but Iroha seemed to have vaguely inserted herself into it. In short, when she looked at Chisato, whether it was her overall temperament, eyes, or facial features, she undoubtedly felt disdain for her senior. The difference between the two was akin to country idols and world-class idols. They were not on the same dimension at all. Reason told her that there was no justification for letting this opportunity slip away. Even though she noticed that the girl next to Chisato was somewhat hostile towards her, Iroha's thoughts remained unchanged. It wasn't certain that they were already dating, and besides. Moreover, when they spoke alone in the living room of the apartment opposite, she always felt something was off about the way Chisato looked at her. Every time their eyes met, his beautiful gaze seemed to spark, as if hinting at something. It felt as though he was quite fond of her. Perhaps there was just one more opportunity left for the two of them. After the short break, the three of them sat back down and began working on exercises or reading reference books. Iroha kept reflecting on all the moments she had shared with Chisato, and the more she thought about it, the brighter her mood became. Yui was also excited at the thought of starting a love conversation with her schoolmates and Yukino. As for Yukino, she breathed a sigh of relief. Regarding the commission that teacher Hiratsuka had entrusted to her, she had a hunch that there might be progress after their study session ended. Sister Sayaka, I may be a little late tomorrow. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, in the starry show hall, Chisato was wiping the drink cups at the bar. Sayaka lay in front of the bar, moaning meaninglessly from her throat for the past 10 minutes. It was not an expression of seduction but rather the kind of daydreaming that conveyed her discomfort. She had drunk too much with her friends the night before, and the pain of her hangover was still affecting her that day. After hearing Chisato's words, she held her forehead and forced herself to raise her head. Well, if you have something to do, just ask for a leave. I can get those guys to help. They occupy my recording studio all day long, and I need them to contribute something in return. Chisato smiled. I'm going to have dinner with friends at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Theoretically, I shouldn't be delayed in coming over in the evening, but I'm just afraid that I might be late due to some unforeseen circumstances, so I wanted to let you know in advance. Eating at 4 in the afternoon? That's neither afternoon tea nor dinner. What are you planning to eat? Who knows? It was arranged by the other party. Looking at you so happy, are you going to dinner with a girl? I'm not that happy. Forget it, don't even think about lying to me. I'll tell Bachi-chan. Please feel free to do so. Confident, are we? After muttering softly, Sayaka nodded to show she understood. After work in the evening, Chisato escorted Hitori to the tram stop. During this time, he thought for a long while but still didn't tell her about his encounter with Iroha earlier that day. Anyway, the two of them couldn't meet for the time being, and maybe they wouldn't have a chance to meet in the future. There really was no need to share this uneasy matter with her now. After returning to her apartment that night, he stared at the sign with the surname Yukino-shiten on the door of the apartment next to his. He was silent for a while before inserting the key and opening the door. Welcome home. The moment he entered the entrance hall, something unexpected happened. Uchiha seemed to have been waiting there the whole time. She stood on the wooden floor with a smile and bowed slightly in the direction of the open door. Uchiha. What's wrong? You look scared. Didn't you go out with Ariri in the afternoon? That's right. I just went back to get some things and then came back. Is there a problem? The problem is not really a problem. Chisato's stunned gaze softened as he took a step forward to close the door. But is the thing you're talking about the kimono you're wearing now? Well, that's right. Uchiha maintained that beautiful smile that was so enchanting. Wearing a gorgeous kimono, she turned gracefully to show off her figure. My mother bought it for me last year. I haven't worn it in a long time. I tried it on today, and it still fits perfectly. How do you feel? It's beautiful and suits you very well. Thanks for the compliment. Such a response seemed to be what Uchiha expected. After raising the corners of her mouth, she naturally knelt down to take off the slippers. At the same time, she reached forward and stretched her hands towards Chisato's feet. Wait a minute, Uchiha, what are you doing? Chisato took a step back and pressed his back against the door. If his mood upon entering had been surprise, he now felt frightened. He had seen Uchiha's behavior in various films and television shows, but if it were applied to her, it would indeed feel quite uncomfortable. However, Uchiha showed no sign of retreating. Without answering, her outstretched hand continued to hover in the air, representing her strong will. Chisato felt there was clearly something different about Uchiha now compared to before. With the other party's insistence, he finally relented and took a step forward, allowing her to take off his shoes in an almost humble manner. "Do you want to take a shower first? Or should you eat fewer midnight snacks?" "I'm going to take a shower first. I've squeezed some juice for you. Let's relax here in the living room for a while, and I'll fill the tub for you." From beginning to end, Uchiha's demeanor was quite natural. But the more this happened, the more Chisato felt a sense of violation. What had happened to her after they parted ways in the afternoon? Chapter 229, Their Differences. It is necessary to briefly discuss Uchiha's experiences in those two dreams. Compared to Airi, her life was not as smooth. It can be seen from the ending that her story concluded without any major issues. However, she was once overshadowed by Airi, becoming a hidden lover behind the scenes. Although, later on, as the relationship among the three of them deepened, and she gained the recognition of each other's parents, Uchiha slowly emerged from behind the scenes and became the second Mrs. Suzumiya, who could finally be in the spotlight, but the label from her past still lingered in her heart. It wasn't easily erased. Uchiha had a somewhat strong personality. Even in those two dreams, Chisato had the ability to earn enough money to support the entire family. After marriage, she was not satisfied with merely being a housewife, caring for her husband and raising children. She invested all her time and energy into her family, husband, and children. But like many independent women of the new era, she always desired to have her own career. In the first simulation, she followed her talent and later became a novelist. In the second simulation, while managing the company for Chisato, she continued to write her novel in private. Independence is undoubtedly a valuable and rare quality. However, sometimes, differences in lifestyle and achievements can be highlighted through comparison. At this point, it's important to mention Airi. In fact, she was quite similar to Uchiha in the beginning. Airi loved drawing, especially intricate character illustrations. Since middle school, she had been determined to become a professional original painter or illustrator, working in fields related to the two-dimensional world. Both of them had planned early and set the direction for their future endeavors. The only difference was that after meeting the person they loved, the two acted completely differently. Uchiha insisted on her original aspirations, wanting to balance her employment dreams with her family life. In contrast, Airi made some compromises. She did not abandon her original dream, but the focus of her life began to gradually shift, and the direction of that shift was quite clear. In summary, one person divided her energy equally between family and work, while the other gradually reduced her working hours until she confirmed her pregnancy. After discussing it with her loved ones, she settled into the role of a full-time wife. Compared to Uchiha, Airi thus had more free time. During this time, the people she interacted with almost daily included, aside from her lover, her mother. Whether to call it bridal training or simply Mrs. Sawamura's interest in it, from that moment on, Airi began to frequently meet her mother and follow her teachings. She also started to learn tea ceremony, flower arrangement, and other skills she had previously been uninterested in. These activities could significantly improve one's character, alleviate internal hostility, and were incredibly relaxing, enhancing a wife's strengths. It was through this experience that Airi transformed. From someone who seemed extremely immature regarding marriage and love, she evolved into a somewhat naive but already developing Yamato Negishi. In the first dream, Chisato's parents were ranchers, making a lot of money through hard work. To alleviate her in-laws' burdens, Airi rarely accepted money from them. When she had no choice but to accept, she would save it so her husband could return it in other ways later. Intentionally or unintentionally, when she occasionally went home, she would playfully ask her father, who doted on her, for some money to help support the family. After all, her father was wealthy, so this small amount was insignificant to him. Besides, he only had one daughter, so if he didn't love her, whom should he love? That was roughly the situation. In the second dream, Chisato's family was wealthy enough that Airi no longer needed to worry about financial issues. She turned her original goals into hobbies and no longer considered pursuing her career. As long as her career developed in the right direction, her life would be happy. Thus, as a rich wife enjoying peace of mind, she expanded her interests to include calligraphy, yoga, classical music appreciation, and various other pursuits that enhanced her femininity. In comparison, Uchiha had not changed much. From a bystander's perspective, it was evident who was doing better between the two of them. Both made the right choices, but if their performances were aligned more with Chisato's preferences, it would undoubtedly be Airi. Then, Time turned back to the afternoon in reality. The two of them went out together and said goodbye to Chisato, who was heading to work at the Stars. There were no words exchanged until they reached the tram stop and were about to part ways. "Hey, are you just leaving and not staying at Chisato's place tonight?" Ariri's sudden words caused Uchiha to stop as she stepped onto the downward stairs, turning around to look up at her. "What's wrong? Isn't this what you want? Don't you also dislike me spending time with Chisato behind your back?" Ariri sighed lightly, taking 2 steps down so her eyes were level with Uchiha's. "Usually, it's just you and me, of course I think that way, but now the situation has changed. My family is too strict, and I can't help it. You, on the other hand, are different. The situation with Chisato is still uncertain. Can you really rest easy letting him live there alone? Who said you believed in him before? One rule equals one rule. This is double insurance. Don't be angry with me right now. I'm not mad at you, don't worry. I'll go back later, but I have to return now to get some things. What do you want to do?" "Of course, I want to please him. It's just about adopting an obedient and lovable demeanor, like you do. It's not difficult. During this period, I'll make sure Chisato only has eyes for me, keeping him mentally and physically occupied with me." The corners of Uchiha's mouth turned up slightly, and her smile brought an unexplainable sense of reassurance. "That's better." Ariri smiled back. Uchiha's calmness was reassuring. She finally understood what was most important at that moment. In this case, she could feel at ease and go home. "What do you need me to do?" "Just don't call me late at night and cause trouble." "You're planning to." "It won't be so hasty, but that doesn't prevent me from using other methods." The two started walking again, side by side, toward the bottom of the stairs. Chapter 230, Uchiha's turn. The alliance between Uchiha and Ariri often leads to quarrels over various disputes when they lack a common enemy. However, once someone appears who may threaten their interests, their alliance becomes unbreakable, and they instantly share a mutual hatred. Occasional small fights without resolution are normal and don't have a significant impact. As long as they don't become overly focused on fighting among themselves during serious situations, it's manageable. They have a tacit understanding about this and cooperate very well. After Chisato returned home, he saw Uchiha wearing a gorgeous kimono that showcased the gentle and charming temperament of Yamato Nageshiko, giving him the sense that he had truly married her and started a family. This effect was exactly what Uchiha had hoped to achieve. The gaffe she made earlier when seeing Iroha had been completely restrained. Due to the strict access control at home, Ariri could not be with Chisato at all times. Therefore, the responsibility of supervision fell solely on her. Of course, the true intention behind this could not be expressed so obviously, as it might make Chisato unhappy. Thus, Uchiha's little trick would not cause him any disgust. "Chisato, let me rub your back," she said. As the bathroom door opened, Uchiha stepped into the foggy space. She had removed her kimono, tied her hair up, and wrapped a large towel around her body. After closing the bathroom door, she approached Chisato, whose Adam's apple bobbed unconsciously. The direct gaze from him caused the temperature of her entire body to rise, and her cheeks turned bright red. Although she could roughly guess his reaction, but witnessing the effect under the steam of the bathroom was so immediate that it made Uchiha feel an uncontrollable rush of springtime warmth in her heart. She thought about what Ariri had said to her earlier that day and still didn't quite believe it. 7 times? How could that be possible? Yet, considering his current state of mind, it seemed she wasn't lying. While she felt happy about her future life, Uchiha was also a little flustered. The time to deepen their relationship was not now. However, if Chisato really wanted to pursue that, she lacked the confidence to refuse him. There was a high probability that she would comply half-heartedly and even suspect that she would instinctively respond to her body's urges. After all, attraction is a two-way street. Despite her worries, Uchiha was clearly overthinking. Chisato first dropped the towel from his shoulders, covering himself with it as he shook his head in response. "No, I can wash it myself." Uchiha felt somewhat relieved, but at the same time, she also felt a twinge of resentment. Nevertheless, she stood at the entrance to greet him like before, showing no signs of hesitation. She placed a stool under the shower head and patted it gently with her palm. Chisato met her stubborn gaze and couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He wrapped the towel around his waist, reluctantly stepping out of the bathtub to sit on the stool with his back to her. "Please tell me if the pressure is too low." After Uchiha said this, she officially began to rub his back. Chisato felt a subtle mood shift as her delicate hands glided over his back. The dots that had previously surfaced lingered in his mind again. Uchiha was indeed a bit different than before. The most significant change was her newfound humility. Based on Chisato's understanding of her, this was quite strange. Unless she wanted something, She typically would not allow herself to exhibit such a side. Even when she did, it was only during moments of intimacy when she was compelled to reveal this vulnerability. But now, she didn't seem to be asking for anything, she was simply willing to serve him. Chisato reasoned that this change must be due to Iroha. Perhaps she felt a sense of crisis and sought to increase her favorability through a warm-hearted approach. After some contemplation, he gradually confirmed this guess and began to feel a bit worried. Just showing up in Uchiha's presence had caused such a significant change in Iroha. If she learned that he had confirmed his relationship with Kazusa and had kissed Ariri multiple times, wouldn't her reaction be even more violent and unpredictable? Chisato felt a headache brewing as he considered these complex issues. Figuring out how to make the girls around him accept one another had always been a challenge. His original plan was to open a dialogue with Uchiha and Ariri, persuading them to accept the situation before addressing Kazusa's involvement. However, given the current circumstances, things didn't seem very optimistic. Not to mention Ariri, Uchiha's rejection was quite apparent. "Chisato," she called softly. "What is it, Uchiha?" He replied. "After you finish your shower, go to the room and wait for me. Just like yesterday, I want to be held by you as I sleep." Chisato felt another headache coming on. He was in his adolescent years, capable of great strength, yet he found himself being held to sleep by Uchiha, unable to make any unnecessary movements. The experience was more painful than pleasurable. As if sensing Chisato's emotions, Uchiha paused her massage and reached forward to embrace him. "Unlike last night, we can take our time today." Her words excited Chisato. Before he could contemplate the implications, Uchiha leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "You can look forward to it. Later, I can do something that Ariri could never do. Something that Ariri absolutely cannot do." Chisato felt the softness of her body against his back and instantly grasped the implication of Uchiha's words. His breathing quickened. Originally worried about how the relationships among the girls around him would unfold, he now found himself looking forward to the evening with great anticipation. After emerging from the bathroom, Chisato obediently leaned against the bedside, waiting for her to finish washing up, just as Uchiha had instructed. About 20 minutes later, she opened the door and walked in, turning off the main light in the room and leaving only a dim nightlight on. She approached Chisato on all fours, like a cat creeping forward. As she removed the hairpin securing her hair, her dark locks cascaded down, adding an irresistible charm to her presence. The two embraced and kissed, causing the temperature in the room to rise. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kazusa held her chin with her left hand, staring at her wardrobe, worrying about what outfit she should wear for tomorrow's dinner with Chisato. Chapter 231, Uchiha's Advantage. This woman, Uchiha, is incredibly sexy. No, she's amazing. It is undeniable that this woman not only has an incredible compatibility with black stockings, but she also possesses a wealth of various skills. What impressed Chisato last night was indeed something Ariri couldn't achieve no matter how hard she tried. Maybe when she was pregnant, her figure was a little plump, and if it had also grown in other areas, it might have been possible, but that was just a possibility. In this aspect, it can only be said that Ariri is completely outmatched. This is an innate genetic trait that cannot be changed through effort. While money can compensate for or even equalize some things, neither Chisato nor Ariri is interested in unnatural methods that may harm the body, so they will not consider that direction at all. Therefore, Uchiha's unique advantage becomes evident. Although Kazusa and Hitori share similar advantages, Chisato's relationship with them has not progressed as quickly, so he cannot enjoy such services from them in the short term. Ultimately, the current Uchiha still possesses a special irreplaceability. On Sunday morning, Chisato woke up very early and began preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Uchiha, on the other hand, snoozed until he woke her up. As a literary girl who seldom exercised, physical stamina was not her strong point. Even so, she persevered through sore arms from last night and made it to the end. When she lazily opened her eyes and asked in a playful tone to be carried to wash up, Chisato didn't feel the slightest impatience. He did as she wished, picking her up and walking into the bathroom. After that, he carried her into the living room. The two were as close as a newlywed couple, even feeding each other breakfast. During part of the meal, the Darkwings felt unable to watch the two annoying people and flew out from the balcony to relax. After breakfast, they cuddled on the sofa and enjoyed a quiet moment together. "I have to go to the editorial department this afternoon to discuss the general plot direction of the next volume of the novel with the editor." "That's right." Chisato reached out to adjust the color of Uchiha's pajamas, as it always made him uneasy otherwise. "Will you come over again tonight? Do you want me to come?" Uchiha reached out to touch his belly and teased him gently. "It mainly depends on your own schedule." Chisato shrugged. Hypocritical guy. Uchiha ultimately did not answer Chisato's question. But looking at her expression, He knew she would definitely come over tonight instead of avoiding him. It didn't matter, he had no plans for the evening, and the afternoon's timing happened to work out. However, it was likely to become a norm for Uchiha to spend the night here frequently in the future, and he needed to think carefully about various aspects moving forward. After all, there was no guarantee that Kazusa wouldn't send a message or call after a while, and it was also possible that Uchiha might happen to run into her. The situation changed too quickly, forcing Chisato to constantly consider what to do next. Forget it, thinking too much is pointless. He would showcase his skills, meet with Kazusa and her mother in the afternoon, and confess to Uchiha directly after returning from work in the evening. He had already experienced the consequences of concealment in the first simulation, leading to a very depressing and unfavorable ending. There's something I've always been curious about. Uchiha placed her hand on Chisato's forehead and ran her slender fingers through his hair. Well, what's the problem? Chisato looked at her intently. Forget it, it's nothing. After a long silence, Uchiha finally backed down. Ariri's previous words had an effect after all, she now felt it was better not to push too hard on certain matters. Chisato leaned over and gently brushed his lips against hers, smiling. I probably understand what you want to ask. When I come back tonight, I will confess everything to you. Uchiha's face brightened for a moment, but she still pretended not to understand. I have no idea what you're talking about. You'll find out tonight. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yukino received a call from her sister. Mom is shopping nearby with me, and we're going to have dinner together later. You should come too. The moment she answered the phone, her sister, Yukino Shitaharuno, spoke in an overly cheerful voice. Yukino frowned slightly. I won't be going. Sister, why don't you just stay with Mom? I have other plans for the afternoon. What plans could you possibly have? You either read books or watch documentaries about cute cats. What's wrong with staying at home all day? Anyway, I'll reserve a table for 3 later, so just come over then. Don't make Mom unhappy, that's all. A rapid-fire barrage of words left Yukino with no chance to refute or resist, and her sister simply hung up the phone. This was typical of her behavior. Yukino glanced at the message containing the specific address that appeared on her phone, pinched the bridge of her nose tiredly, and finally got up helplessly to return to her room to pick out clothes for going out. Ever since she was little, she had never been able to refuse her sister, and today was no different. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Uchiha changed her clothes and prepared to go out. She rarely wore a mature style, long-waisted skirt paired with refreshing sandals. Suddenly, she turned in a circle at the entrance, causing the hem of her skirt to swirl like a flower. With a sly smile, she looked at Chisato, who was gently smiling back at her, pride shimmering in her eyes. I want to have dinner with you tonight. Tell me what you want to eat. I'll wait for you to come back after your part-time job. It will be almost 10 o'clock by the time I get back. Uchiha tilted her head cutely and poked her cheek with her index finger. What does that matter? Chisato reminded her, you usually resist eating very late, saying it will make you gain weight. It doesn't matter if you eat dinner late once in a while. Then, let's have some spicy food for a change. Spicy food is a problem for me. I think I'll need to go to the supermarket after I come back from the editorial office. It doesn't have to be complicated to prepare just 2 dishes. Okay, don't worry about that, just be excited for what's to come when you get home tonight. Understood. Chisato walked over and couldn't resist leaning down to kiss her against the door again. He didn't stop until Uchiha felt weak and couldn't stand. He took her hand, interlocking their fingers tightly, and they walked out of the house together. Chapter 232, Dinner with Itma Family. I see that you've never been this nervous during a county-level piano competition. You really don't seem like my daughter at all. Do you like Chisato-kun that much? When Kazusa turned her head to look at the street outside the floor-to-ceiling window for the 3rd time, her mother, Yuko, finally couldn't hold back and joked, you know the story of the loyal dog Ecchi. You look just like that cute little dog right now. The look in your eyes could only be described as lustful. Kazusa, feeling teased, responded directly. She glared at her mother, picked up the drink in front of her, and took a sip without offering any answer. I reminded you when we left. We could have left half an hour early, but you kept urging me. Now I know my mother's decision was right. I've wasted time waiting here. I could have watched half an episode of that TV series. Yuko held her chin with her left hand and sighed dramatically. Her habit of drinking through a straw was exactly like her daughter's. When she let go again, the originally round straw had been flattened by her teeth. You haven't had any work since you came back this time. You've been lounging around at home all day. Kazusa finally couldn't hold back her complaint. Since her mother returned, things had changed drastically. The most obvious change was what she had just mentioned. This beautiful woman was no longer busy with work and traveling, nor was she going out on dates with men of unknown origin. Instead, she was staying at home. Such an unexpected change would certainly confuse Kazusa. Honestly, that guy who was so casual about studying all day taught me a lesson. Yuko smiled slightly. Don't worry, I've earned enough money for us, mother and daughter, to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Even if we never work again, we can still do well in this society, so there's no need to worry at all. Who would worry about that kind of problem? In the end, Yuko still didn't answer her daughter's question. The reason she had been staying at home every day lately was naturally due to her health. With her current physical condition, she could no longer handle high-intensity work or date the opposite sex. However, she thought it best to delay revealing this to Kazusa for as long as possible. It had been a long time since she had seen her daughter so happy, with such a bright smile. She looked almost like an idiot. As a mother, she couldn't bear to ruin her daughter's current mood. Yuko had invited her daughter's boyfriend to dinner today for several reasons. While getting to know Chisato better, it also served as insurance for Kazusa's future. Although medical technology today is very advanced, no doctor can guarantee a cure for leukemia. Considering the worst-case scenario, if she were no longer able to be by Kazusa's side due to an unforeseen accident, she needed to ensure that someone else could be there for her. This was very important. As a mother, Yuko fully understood her daughter's character. On the surface, Kazusa seemed strong and fearless, but in private, she was just a child who would cry when hurt or faced with setbacks. She needed someone to hold her hand at all times to give her strength and share her burdens. I hope Suzumiya-kun is a worthy candidate. At this moment, Yuko could only sincerely hope that her daughter's judgment in choosing a partner would be as good as her musical talent. At 3:15, Chisato arrived as promised. Once he stepped into the seemingly high-end restaurant, a waiter directly led him to the table where the mother and daughter were seated. I'm so sorry I'm late. Before formally taking his seat, he bowed his head slightly and apologized sincerely. However, the previously agreed time was actually 4 o'clock, and he was a full 45 minutes early, so it couldn't be considered late. But seeing that the two of them had already arrived, it was only polite to say a few courteous words. Indeed, Suzumiya-kun, we've been waiting for you for a long time. It's not gentlemanly to make a lady wait. Yuko was the first to respond, and everyone could tell she was joking, her smile showing no hint of displeasure. Chisato didn't pay much attention to it, but Kazusa felt a little unhappy at the teasing and proactively addressed the joke. Ignore her. We just arrived a little while ago, there's still plenty of time before the appointed hour. She sat down and then reached out, patting the seat next to her, signaling for him to sit down. No, Kazusa, she's your mother, so you can be playful, but how am I supposed to talk to you when you say things like that? Chisato felt a bit embarrassed, but fortunately, Yuko was not a serious or rigid person. She smiled casually, inviting Chisato to sit down before they resumed their conversation. This helped the initial awkwardness pass smoothly. Afterward, Yuko snapped her fingers, and the waiter came over with the menu. Once Yuko finished ordering, Kazusa looked up in confusion. It's rare that you didn't order red wine? Well, I quit. This conversation between mother and daughter could only be regarded as a small episode. The key moment came after they ordered and waited for the food to be served. Yuko rested her chin on her hands, her beautiful eyes, which were very similar to Kazusa's, focused on Chisato from beginning to end. It wasn't until he began to feel a little uneasy and Kazusa noticed it, looking slightly unhappy, that she sweetly said, Suzumiya-kun, you seem like the kind of young man with a lot of ideas for your future. What are your life plans? When do you plan to marry my Kazusa? The moment she spoke, he was taken aback. Even though Chisato was somewhat prepared, he couldn't help but momentarily lose his voice. Kazusa felt even more embarrassed and angry, slamming her hand on the table and standing up. You! What are you talking about? Yuko pretended to be innocent. Hey, what's wrong with me? This isn't unusual. If you like Suzumiya-kun so much, you must be thinking about marrying him in the future. Shut up. You don't have to worry about my future. After all, she is quite the rebellious child. She looks really cute when she's shy, but what she just said shouldn't be taken as a denial. Stop being so verbose, that's not. Faced with her mother, Kazusa spoke extremely angrily and paused for a moment. At the same time, Chisato hurriedly grabbed several tissues from the tissue box and stood up to offer them to Yuko. Aunt Dongma, here you go. With a worried expression, he gestured toward his nose. At that moment, Yuko slowly felt a slight warmth in her nasal cavity. She reached up to touch it and found dazzling red on her fingertips. Taking the tissue from Chisato, she stood up. I'm sorry. It seems I'm still not used to being back in Japan. My physical condition is indeed not as good as when I was younger. I need to go to the bathroom. Chapter 233,
Interviewing Mr. Boyfriend. After tidying up and returning to her seat from the bathroom, Yuko appeared calm and unbothered by the earlier incident. In contrast, Kazusa seemed far less at ease. She looked worried and anxious, clearly concerned about her mother. However, due to their recent conflict, she refrained from expressing any words of concern or consideration. Chisato was about to step in to comfort Kazusa but was preempted by Yuko, who seemed to anticipate it. Okay, you two kids, don't take it too seriously. It's just a moment of anger or a little instability. Compared to me, you two are the protagonists today. Let's talk about what's happening between you two. Who made the first move? I'm curious how someone like Suzumiya-kun became interested in a girl with Kazusa's temper, she said, deliberately adopting an expression of great curiosity as she stared at Chisato with a bright smile. If she had came to this restaurant alone, she would have undoubtedly attracted countless singles eager to chat with her. There is no doubt that a mother who gave birth to a beautiful girl like Kazusa is stunning in her own right. Who's the bad kid? Kazusa retorted as expected, but her tone was calmer, likely due to her earlier concern for her mother. Yuko chuckled at her daughter's retort. I had no idea Suzumiya-kun could make her so cute. Please tell me what kind of magic you used. It's just baffling. Before, when Chisato was still a distant figure, Kazusa could retaliate against her mother's teasing. But now, in front of her sweetheart, she felt lost for words. She used the excuse of needing to go to the bathroom to cool down her increasingly flushed cheeks. As she stood up and left her seat, she glanced at Chisato, seemingly hoping he would follow her. However, he shook his head slightly, sensing that Yuko's teasing of Kazusa was meant to create an atmosphere for them to chat alone. Sure enough, after Kazusa left the table, Yuko's demeanor shifted. Although her smile remained, it no longer felt as gentle as before. She shook her drink glass, staring into the orange liquid with a helpless expression. Though she concealed it well, Chisato noticed. Instead of commenting, he answered her earlier question honestly. I pursued Kazusa first. As for how I realized I had feelings for her, I won't lie. It's because Kazusa is quite good-looking. When I first noticed her, I couldn't help but be drawn in. I would sometimes secretly watch her while she was sleeping in class since we were seated at the next table. Yuko was momentarily stunned, then broke into a genuinely happy smile. That's a very straightforward reason, but is it just her looks that you like? It's not just that. Chisato shook his head slightly, his gaze softening as he looked down at the table, wearing a nostalgic smile. Although she wasn't very popular at school and often seemed to repel others, I discovered through our interactions that she is actually an incredibly kind-hearted and talented girl who values her friends deeply. No matter how one looks at it, praising each other's daughter in front of her mother feels somewhat awkward and strange. Yet at this table, both parties engaged in a serious conversation without such feelings. One spoke earnestly, while the other listened with calm attentiveness. You're describing my daughter perfectly. She does have an awkward personality. Beauty is indeed in the eye of the beholder. I envy you for being so young. After Yuko finished waiting for Chisato's response, she suddenly felt a wave of melancholy for some reason. Even though Yuko seemed easygoing, she was still an elder, which made him act somewhat reserved. To avoid any awkwardness, he decided to follow her lead and continued to compliment her. There's no need to feel envious. You're still youthful. Rather than just being Kazusa's mother, you seem more like a sister to her. Yuko seemed to appreciate this, her eyes narrowing in delight as she smiled broadly. Well, now I understand how you won Kazusa over. That child is a standard beauty like me, and you speak so nicely. Plus, she has no experience with boys, so it's no wonder she has fallen for you. In this case, Chisato wasn't sure how to respond, so he could only smile awkwardly but politely. Do you plan to pursue higher education, Suzumiya-kun? Yuko suddenly changed the subject. Yes. Kazusa has been more diligent at home lately, probably because of you. I've never seen her sit so patiently at her desk for so long before. She made a pact with me to study hard and then go to university together. She's only just starting to work hard now. Do you think it's too late? I'll help her. It might be a bit self-deceiving to give a definite answer now, but I'll do my best, and I believe Kazusa will too. Yuko hummed thoughtfully. My original plan for her was to follow my path and work hard to become a pianist. But now that she has chosen to go to college, I can't say anything. I just want her to be happy. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. That child has a difficult personality. I'll have to rely on you more in the future. There's nothing to worry about. I'm the one who needs her forgiveness. Yuko raised her drink, and Chisato picked up his cup knowingly, clinking it gently with hers in a respectful manner. Ms. Ma? At that moment, an unexpected intruder appeared. Chisato turned his head to see a man and a woman approaching their table, The one who initiated the conversation being a beautiful woman with shoulder-length hair. Chapter 234, Yuki no Shita Haruno. Life is full of coincidences. Yuki no Shita Haruno, who had been introduced to a man by her family and reluctantly agreed to meet him for dinner, never expected to encounter the famous pianist at the restaurant she had chosen. A year ago, she had accompanied her father, a congressman, and had the honor of meeting this legendary woman at a charity party. They had an enjoyable conversation at that time. At that point, Haruno had already begun to work as an intern and helper in her family's construction company. She was considered a social person with one foot outside of campus life, so she even exchanged business cards with Yuko during their previous meeting. Although they hadn't contacted each other afterward, Haruno always held a good impression of Yuko and admired her lifestyle. So when she saw her today, she didn't think twice and went straight over to say hello. However, now that she had calmed down, Haruno realized she might have come off as a bit rude. More than a year had passed, and it was uncertain whether the other woman would even remember someone as insignificant as her. The most important factor was that Yuko seemed to be on a date. Although the man across from her looked somewhat young, there was no denying his strikingly handsome face, the kind that would attract women of any age, regardless of their preferences. Fortunately, nothing embarrassing happened to Haruno. Yuko didn't appear offended. She tilted her head slightly, thought for a moment, then quickly seemed to understand and smiled politely. What a coincidence, Miss Yuki no Shita. Long time no see. She still remembered the woman in front of her. I saw on the news that your piano tour in Berlin was a complete success. Congratulations. The smile on Haruno's face grew wider. The two greeted each other easily and casually, as if they had known each other for years. After a brief chat, Haruno took the initiative to say goodbye. Before leaving, she cast a subtle glance at Chisato, who had remained silent throughout their conversation. As she was led to her seat by the waiter, she passed by Kazusa, who was returning from the bathroom. Seeing this girl, who bore a striking resemblance to Yuko, and noticing the extra set of tableware next to the man she had just seen at the table, Haruno realized the reason why Yuko was there today. As a mother, she was dining with her daughter and her daughter's boyfriend. Judging by the age of the daughter, it seemed that she wasn't much younger than Yukino. Children today are so precocious that they start introducing their parents to their significant others at an early age. Haruno sat down in her seat, took the menu handed to her by the waiter, and quietly glanced at the friend her family had introduced to her, hoping that she could get along well with him. Although it was phrased quite euphemistically, this was essentially a blind date. Knowing she would be lectured again if she rebelled against her parents when she returned home, she contemplated some indirect methods to escape the dating process seemingly by accident. Miss Yuki no Shita, you are much more beautiful than I imagined, the man across from her said, appearing quite embarrassed. He sat up straight, and whether it was due to a natural nervousness or something else, he kept wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief since sitting down. You're exaggerating. People like me can be found everywhere. Despite feeling a little dissatisfied and impatient with the man in front of her, Haruno maintained her composure and responded with a polite smile, flawless in its execution. When she lowered her head to pack her bag, she glanced at her watch. It was almost time for Yukino to arrive. When Kazusa returned to their seats, they had already resumed their usual calm demeanor. However, her mother broke the mood with just one sentence. Yuko looked at her daughter and raised her hand slightly. Report. I want to report something. When you just left, Kazusa, Suzumiya-kun stared at that older sister for quite a while. Cough. Chisato, who had been drinking quietly, was caught off guard by Yuko's remark. What kind of trouble is this? It feels like a child snitching. Andy, please remember your age. Faced with Kazusa's slightly exasperated but also curious look, Chisato quickly said after wiping his mouth, Aunt-ma, it's not what you think. I just thought the woman who greeted you looked like someone I've seen before. Why does that sound like a pickup line I've heard countless times? It sounds outdated. Yuko seemed to enjoy watching Chisato's nervous demeanor, while her daughter was clearly dissatisfied with her mother's teasing. There's no need to make it sound like you were flirting. Aren't you curious about the relationship Suzumiya-kun has with the girl who looks so similar to the one we just saw? Such words made Kazusa pause briefly, but she soon replied, that kind of thing is indifferent to me, no matter what. Even though she said that, it was clear she was unsure. The corners of Yuko's lips curved into a more cheerful smile. She knew her daughter well. Chisato had no choice but to come clean. Awkwardly, Aunt-ma, don't you call her Miss Yuki no Shita? In fact, the name on the door of my neighbor's house, where I just moved, is also Yuki no Shita. Is it such a coincidence? You moved? Mother and daughter had completely different concerns. Chisato first nodded at Kazusa, then addressed Yuko, so I just paid some attention to Miss Yuki no Shita. I wasn't staring at her because I thought she was pretty. Haha, I was just joking. Suzumiya-kun, you don't need to explain so seriously. Yuko giggled, clearly in a good mood. Up to this point, she had shown a much more frivolous side than a steady demeanor. She really didn't look like the mother of a high school student at all. Okay, let's eat quickly. Mom, you still have something to do and need to head home later. That's strange. I don't have any plans today. Who told you that I would go home first? If you want to be alone with Suzumiya-kun, just tell me directly, and I'll gladly leave you two alone. That's not the case. The mother and daughter began bickering again just as the waiter served the dishes. On the other side of the restaurant door, a girl with long black hair, reminiscent of Kazusa but with a noticeably different figure, walked in. Chizato's eyes caught sight of her, and he subconsciously turned to look, only to meet her gaze. Chapter 235, Brief Meeting with Yukino. Yukino was a little surprised when she stepped into the restaurant. There were two things that caught her off guard. One was that she didn't expect to see her new neighbor here. The second was the girl sitting next to him. If she remembered correctly, the girl at the dining table was not one of the two she had seen in the supermarket yesterday. This was quite thought-provoking. Yukino was not good at speculating without a factual basis, but the scene before her eyes made it hard for her not to overthink. If she guessed correctly, her neighbor was probably engaging in the kind of frivolous and carefree behavior often associated with men who maintain ambiguous relationships with multiple girls at the same time. In a sense, it was truly pitiful and sad. This applied to both the two girls beside him yesterday and the girl sitting next to him now. It also included those classmates of Ecchi who had revealed their feelings to him and you after yesterday's study meeting, looking so uneasy and fidgety. They were all like that. Sighing silently in her heart, Yukino quickly looked away. The waiter who approached announced her sister's name, and she was led into the restaurant. The two people's eyes met only briefly, but for some reason, Chisato felt that she detected a trace of contempt and disgust in Yukino's gaze. If she were to use an analogy, it felt like being looked at as if she were garbage, the kind that couldn't be recycled and had no value at all. It was hard to understand. Why was this girl so aggressive? Could that be the neighbor Suzumiya-kun just mentioned? Although their eyes met for only a brief moment, Yuko's keen eyes caught the exchange. By observing Chisato's gaze, she turned around and easily spotted the girl being led by the waiter toward Haruno's table. Although Kazusa had previously shown great trust in Chisato, she wasn't completely dismissive of her mother's words. But after the girl in question appeared on the scene and after seeing her awe-inspiring and beautiful figure, she cast Chisato a vigilant and honest look. Regarding her mother's question, she chose not to interrupt but waited quietly for Chisato's response, appearing a little uneasy. It's her. I met her once after we moved. Chisato nodded and provided a straightforward answer. Although Yuko had always maintained an easygoing demeanor while chatting with people, her tendency to constantly ask questions made it difficult to regard her as harmless. Chisato was not that naive, he didn't consider lying to her, so he answered her questions with affirmative and positive replies. Just a casual relationship? Yuko asked again, half smiling. It's just a one-sided relationship. Chisato smiled without guilt. Since everything he said was true, he and Yuko maintained eye contact, confident and unflinching. Yuko raised her hand and gently brushed her hair, seeming quite satisfied with this answer. I'm sorry, Suzumiya-kun. It's like this as you get older. You become a bit curious about everything and always want to get to the bottom of things. I apologize if I made you uncomfortable, as long as it doesn't affect your relationship with Kazusa, that's all that matters. As she said these slightly playful words, the tense atmosphere subtly eased. This woman was quite powerful. Although she wasn't showy, she always had the situation firmly under her control. Thanks to you last time, I enjoyed a nostalgic meal of hometown cuisine. Today, I'm going to invite you to try this Western cuisine that I recommend. The chef here knows me well, and his craftsmanship is quite good too, give it a try. Picking up her knife and fork, Yuko finally shifted her focus from Chisato. The previous scheming and testing had came to an end, and it was time for real conversation. Kazusa had harbored resentment towards her mother for not taking her abroad 2 years ago. This negative emotion hadn't faded with time, instead, it had become more entrenched in her heart. She had originally thought she would always remember this and resent her mother for leaving her behind. But with Chisato's arrival, those feelings dissipated incredibly quickly. She began to feel that the things she had always cared about were actually quite childish. The conflicts between her and her mother seemed insignificant for a moment. She had a new presence to rely on. Thus, the unhappy and unpleasant memories from the past no longer caused her to harbor negative emotions or view everything around her as an enemy. With her heart at ease, she found a peaceful home, and her personality and outlook on the world began to change positively. It was like stepping out of the shadows and into the sunlight, where everything she touched felt warm and welcoming. Now, As Kazusa looked at the incomparable longing she had for the past, she regarded her mother as a goal to strive for. There was no doubt that Chisato was now the pillar of her soul, and she wanted to walk hand in hand with her in the future. The two of them could truly accept each other and live in harmony. For Kazusa, there was nothing happier than this. Delicious. The moment the finely chopped prime raw beef was coated in egg yolk and placed in his mouth, Chisato let out a heartfelt expression of admiration. Yuko rested her hands on her chin, squinting her eyes and smiling. It's great that it suits your taste. I'll give Kazusa the VIP card for this restaurant later. From now on, you can come here to eat directly after your dates. Oh, by the way, you two aren't adults yet, so I can't forget to remind you that for drinks, all the beverages must be replaced with non-alcoholic options like today. You don't need to remind me. Although she was very happy inside, Kazusa feigned disgust at her mother's slightly nagging remarks. It was also because of her overwhelming happiness that she didn't notice that her mother had not touched the beef tartar appetizer, which she usually enjoyed. Chapter 236, Accidental Discovery. Hey, Yukino, why are you here? After seeing her sister's feigned surprise and realizing that the person sitting opposite her was not their mother but a strange man of similar age to her sister, Yukino understood that she had been deceived. Miss Yukino Shita, may I ask who this is? She is my sister, Yukino Shita Yukino. Hello, I am Miss Haruno's friend. Faced with the enthusiastic greeting from the obviously nervous man, Yukino didn't know whom to sympathize with more. I'm just passing by, you can continue eating. Facing her sister's threatening gaze concealed beneath a smile, Yukino chose not to expose her lie on the spot. Instead, she simply wanted to turn around and leave. She had no desire to play the role of a meaningless tool and couldn't bear the awkwardness of continuing to help after being deceived. In her opinion, this was undoubtedly an incorrect method guided by faulty thinking, and it was absolutely wrong. But Haruno was already prepared. Wait a minute, Yukino. I happened to get this from a friend earlier. I thought you would really like it, so I asked for it. Since I happened to see you, I just wanted to give it to you. Haruno extended her slender right hand, revealing a metal hanging ring on her finger, attached to a small panda stuffed toy with a fierce expression. Yukino, who had just been resolute and extremely angry, seemed to be held back by something invisible. She stood there motionless, staring at the Mr. Panda doll in her sister's hand, her eyes blinking cutely. Yes, that's right, the girl named Yukino had absolutely no resistance to the Mr. Panda series of merchandise, and her love for them could even be described as fanaticism. Not to mention, the small doll pendant that Haruno was holding was different from the styles generally available on the market. It was dressed in a red festive coat and a matching red hat. In other words, this was a limited edition that could only be sold through special channels. For fans, its value was self-evident. Seeing her innocent sister so easily captivated and rooted to the spot, Haruno wore a relaxed smile on her face. She understood that Yukino was struggling internally. What she wanted her sister to help with now conflicted with the principles she had always adhered to, but it didn't matter. She had a backup plan. I bought this while I was out earlier, so I'll give it to you too. After rummaging through her bag, Haruno pulled out an exquisite cat pendant with fluffy fur. Yukino's cheeks turned noticeably red, a natural reaction when she encountered cute things. It was completely stable now. Haruno came to this conclusion in her mind. After a brief silence, Yukino reached out and took the two pendant dolls from her sister's hands, just as Haruno had expected. After the meal with Yuko and her daughter in the restaurant, Chisato returned to the Starry exhibition hall to start his career as a part-time worker again. Tokyo is a bustling metropolis, and the deeper you get into it, the easier it is to be dazzled by its feasting and excitement. While Chisato was working, he took a moment to open his own system and check it. Now, 3 heroines have been registered. Among them, Kazusa and Hitori's favorability had risen to 4 hearts, while Yukino, whom she had only met a few times, had not progressed at all in terms of affection. The evil system was similar. It had also unlocked 3 heroines who could be simulated. Uchiha and Ariri were now in real-life situations, so there was no need to continue the simulation. As for the remaining Iroha. In fact, Chisato's feelings towards her were quite complicated, and he always felt a faint sense of guilt. He didn't want to continue the simulation anymore, who knew what unexpected situations would arise if he performed the simulation again, which made him anxious. After being recognized by Iroha in the supermarket, he realized that her neighbor was Yukino, and that Yuko knows Yukino's sister, Haruno. Chisato's current situation could be described as being trapped in a quagmire. There were wolves in front of him and tigers behind. He was just waiting to die if he didn't move, but anyone who dared to move might die faster. However, even in this predicament, there was still good news. Chisato initially wanted to write songs and build publicity for the band, trying to find a way to make the 4 members famous before officially entering the industry. He began to work more formally instead of just goofing around. By earning money and sharing the workload, he ended her working life and gradually moved toward the upper class of the rich, living a low-key life. His idea was progressing smoothly, albeit slightly. Someone came to us and said they hope we can feature this milk drink in the next uploaded video to promote their products. Around 9 o'clock, after part-time work ended, in Nijuka's room, Hitori sat beside Chisato as Ikuyo announced the good news with great excitement. Chisato looked at their happy faces and displayed an overly surprised reaction that could be described as frightening, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a variety show. Chisato-kun, your reaction is too exaggerated. Ryo and Nijuka simultaneously rolled their eyes and complained silently. Who said that? I'm genuinely happy. This is probably the first time we've received money from advertising since founding the band. It's not just you, it's us. As the band leader, Nijuka quickly corrected Chisato's statement. Without Chisato-kun's help, the four of us would never be where we are today. Ryo and Ikuyo nodded seriously. As for Hitori, she knelt beside Chisato during the conversation, stretching out her little fists and gently tapping his thighs to relieve the fatigue accumulated during work, much like a caring little wife. The rest of the band was initially uncomfortable with it, but they were now used to it. Okay, although I have helped a bit, my ability is still limited. The most important thing is your own efforts. God rewards those who work hard. Please continue to work hard in the future. In response to such an overly modest statement, Nijuka puffed out her cheeks, wanting to refute it, but Chisato didn't give her the chance. The advertising fees placed on the small table in front of her totaled 1 million yen. Chisato pushed it forward. In short, don't give me my share this time, just put it directly into the band's public funds. Expenses such as replacing instrument accessories, dining out, small gifts for fans, and band uniforms will all come from there. In that case, my share will be the same. Hitori immediately raised her hand to accept her boyfriend's proposal. There was no doubt about it. Nijuka and Ikuyo were also swept up by this atmosphere and made the same decision. Ryo was the only one looking sadly at the banknotes in the center of a table. Before her outstretched hand could touch the money, she was frightened back by Nijuka's intensely staring cat eyes. In this atmosphere, Chisato, who was usually not in a bright mood due to his difficult situation, rarely laughed out loud. By the way, how are you preparing the soundtrack for Loser, the song I mentioned last time? Ah, about that. As the band members exchanged uneasy smiles, it was Nijuka who finally spoke up. I'm sorry, Chisato-kun. This song is a bit difficult. Ryo and I haven't slacked off during this time, but we still can't achieve the effect we want. We're not satisfied with ourselves, so we thought we would never be able to pass it at your level. That's why I didn't tell you. She looked apologetic but still clenched her fists with determination. However, please give us some more time, and we will definitely complete the arrangement as soon as possible. You don't have to work so hard. You're still students and need to take care of your studies. Chisato smiled softly and took out a USB flash drive from his pocket, placing it on the table and sliding it to the center. This is for you. What's this? I asked someone I know to create a demo of Loser that matches my expectations, including the music scores for various instruments and the rough melody I sang along with. You should be able to help after listening to it. Chisato didn't go into much detail. He patted Hitori's head and stood up. This cute little kitten would spend the night at Nijuka's house to celebrate receiving the advertising money, but he couldn't join them. Not to mention whether it was appropriate for him, as a man, to be among girls. There was still a woman in black stockings at home who had prepared a meal and was waiting for him to return. It's getting late, so I'll go back today. You guys have fun. Chisato said goodbye to everyone. Hitori was going to take him to the station. After some persuasion, kisses, and caresses from him, the little kitten slowly climbed the stairs with her weak legs. After Hitori, her cheeks still abnormally red, returned, the first thing everyone did after the band ended was to insert the USB drive left by Chisato into the computer and listen to the audio files. 5 minutes later, silence fell over the small room. The expressions of the four band members were subtly different, but there was no doubt that they were all a little shocked. Harmony, rhythm, timbre, intro, melody. These elements combined to form a complete whole. No matter how you looked at it, it couldn't be considered just a demo. With the feeling that Chisato conveyed in the music, it was entirely feasible to release this directly. The only slight drawback was that the soundtrack was obviously produced by music software. It was too mechanical and lacked the fresh, natural feeling of real instruments. However, the score was fully provided. If Chisato wanted to, he could have had it scored by a professional. Now, he had given all this to the band as if it were free of charge, selflessly. What did it mean for him to do this? The silence in the room lingered. Colorful fireworks and cannons meant for celebration were placed by the door, and the snacks and sodas bought in advance were piled on the desk. But at this moment, no one felt like celebrating. Everyone, let's wait to celebrate until later. The recording studio is empty now. Chisato-kun has worked so hard, we can't let his efforts go to waste, Najuka said, standing up and clenching her right fist to show rare leadership. The other three stood up, picked up their instruments, and nodded in unison. Chisato got on the train, feeling a little confused as he watched the group chat filled with the band's positive and uplifting messages directed at her. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to dwell on it. In fact, the content on the USB drive he had just given was not something he had commissioned a friend to help with, it was something he had taken the time to create in private. All he had used was a simple laptop and recording equipment. Thanks to his master-level knowledge of music theory, achieving this level was not that difficult. It took his only a few hours from start to finish. As for why he didn't want to release the songs himself, the reason was simple. Now, he had 4 girls around him to consider, and he also had to focus on his studies. How could he find time to expand his career? It was better to leave it to the band to release it once it was completed and let them handle various aspects after the song was released. Staying behind the scenes would undoubtedly allow him to manage his own affairs and wait for the benefits. Now, there was no need to think about spending for the time being. They had gone through this experience before and believed nothing would go wrong this time. So, what he needed to consider now was the issue of staying home and waiting for her. She had made up his mind to have a showdown with her, but figuring out how to start was a problem. After struggling and thinking all the way, Chisato took the elevator upstairs. As he opened the door to her home, coincidentally, the door to Yukino Shita's house next door opened at the same time. "I'm going to buy some beer, Yukino. Do you need anything?" As she said this, Haruno put on her shoes and walked out of the entrance. Chisato met her gaze. Haruno was momentarily stunned but then smiled. "Yo." She raised her hand in greeting. Chisato bowed her head slightly in response. Uchiha, who was inside, seemed to have heard the commotion and took the initiative to open the door. The extremely sexy lace pajamas she wore were also seen by Haruno. "What's wrong? Why are you standing at the door when you get home?" Uchiha noticed Haruno nearby but still spoke calmly. Chisato said nothing, did not look in the direction behind her, and walked directly into the entrance hall, closing the door behind her. Wow, Haruno seemed to have discovered something extremely amusing, and her smile grew wider. Yukino, who stood midway in the entrance hall, wore an increasingly cold and disgusted expression. Chapter 237, Yukino Shita's sister's mom, don't ask. If it doesn't go well, it just means it doesn't go well. Yukino and I have to go to bed early, so that's it. Good night to you too. Before her dissatisfied mother could continue asking questions, Haruno ended the call, tossed her phone aside, leaned back on the sofa, and stretched her arms above her head. Then, under the watchful eye of her sister, she picked up the can of beer she had just bought at the convenience store downstairs, unscrewed the ring, tilted her head back, and took a big sip, making an obvious swallowing sound and letting out a genuine sigh of relief, reminiscent of an uncle. Haruno, who usually presented herself as very cultivated and refined to the outside world, shed her external armor without any scruples when she returned home, revealing her candid and sincere side. "If you're interested in this, you can have a little taste. I won't tell Mom." Haruno caught her sister's gaze, raised her beer can, and smiled enticingly. "No." Yukino shook her head firmly in refusal. Regardless of whether it was necessary or not, she would not touch alcohol. She truly didn't understand the allure of something that could cloud one's thinking and slow down their faculties, making so many people in the world act like ducks rushing around. Besides, 2 people close to her were particularly fond of drinking, her instructor, Miss Hiratsuka, and her sister, who was right in front of her. Haruno had always excelled in both academics and social skills, far surpassing her, and always appeared perfect? Well then, forget it. Indeed, Yukino will continue to be the good child. Haruno took another sip of beer, and there seemed to be a mischievous undertone in her words. Yukino frowned slightly as she caught a whiff of the alcohol in the living room. Before she could say anything, her sister continued, "Thanks for what happened today. It was a huge help, saving your poor and helpless sister from the fire." As she said this, Haruno put on a pitiful and delicate expression. Yukino sighed helplessly, "Next time something like this happens, please don't come to me again. Sister, can't you just refuse directly? Whether it's the family or the guy, if you just choose one party and make it clear, it will save a lot of trouble." Haha, so Yukino is still an innocent and cute child. The world of adults isn't that simple, but I don't hate your way of thinking at all. I won't say this anymore. I'll try to find a way to avoid trouble as much as possible next time. Is that okay with you? Haruno picked up a can of drink and handed it over. Seeing her charming smile, Yukino couldn't help but take it and gently clink her glass with her sister's. It's been a long time since the two of us have been alone together like this. Let's talk about our concerns. As soon as such an opening statement came out, Yukino instinctively felt something was off. Based on her understanding of her sister, this was the cue she always used to broach a specific topic. It's getting late. It's time for me to rest. Sister, don't drink too much and make sure to rest early. As soon as Yukino stood up from the sofa, Haruno grabbed her wrist instantly. Don't be so boring. I've been alone with my lovely sister for a long time. It's rare for us to both be free like tonight. Yukino mercilessly shattered the mood. We went home together a few days ago. With Mom and Dad here, it's not convenient for us sisters to talk about many things directly. Half forcing and half pleading, Yukino was pulled back to the sofa. Haruno didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, asking about a thing she had just noticed and was very concerned about. Speaking of which, it seems that a new neighbor has moved next door to you, Yukino. Yukino remained silent. She didn't want to discuss this topic and threw the empty snack packaging bag on the coffee table into the trash can. When we were at the restaurant this afternoon, I happened to notice the way you and him looked at each other. Also, when I went out to buy things earlier, you seemed to look at him in a certain way, as if you disliked him. What's wrong? Did he do something bad to you that makes you hate him so much? Haruno rested her chin on her hand, expressing her observations with a half smile. Sure enough, she had been discovered. Sister, you should go and rest. Yukino stood up for the second time, trying to leave. But this time, Haruno chose not to let her go. She leaned back on the sofa and spoke lazily. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. Let me guess and see. Is it because that boy is pursuing you even though he has a girlfriend? Yukino continued to walk toward her room. It seems you guessed wrong. Then you must have noticed his erratic nature, so you feel disgusted with him. This time, Haruno's tone became more confident. And she guessed correctly this time. Yukino stopped and turned around slowly. Some things are truly incomprehensible. Why would someone engage in such despicable behavior when they already have a girlfriend by their side? Well, you'll see this kind of thing more and more in the future, so it's not unusual. Haruno shrugged, but getting angry at someone like this who has nothing to do with you is not something a smart person does, nor is it your character. Yukino's silence made Haruno realize something. It seems there's something else I don't know about. Is the other party related to you in some way? Good night. Yukino said this and returned to her room without pausing this time. Haruno sighed slightly and looked out the window. Chapter 238, Confession. Although Haruno and Yukino were biological sisters who looked alike, grew up in similar environments, and received elite education from the Yukino-shita family, they were very different and could even be considered completely opposite. Apart from the most obvious physical similarities, the most striking and impressive difference was their personalities. Haruno lived up to her name, with an extroverted personality, and there was nothing to worry about in terms of her behavior. Regardless of whether she was sincere or not, at least she didn't give people a reason to find fault with her. Yukino, on the other hand, was completely different. Her character was as cold and indifferent as a snowflake. On the bright side, she was independent and strong. However, some people who didn't appreciate her character viewed her as aloof and cold, with an unpleasant and flawed personality. In a sense, Yukino's situation before she met Chisato was somewhat similar to that of Kazusa. Both felt distanced from the crowd and faced rejection and misunderstanding from their classmates. The only difference was that Yukino's situation was slightly better than Kazusa's. At least Yukino's personality was relatively mature and independent. She had established a service department following her own ideas and had gained the friendship of some people. It's really embarrassing. Should I tell Mistma about this? After meeting in the restaurant, I feel like she quite likes that boy. She probably doesn't know about his situation. Yukino picked up her phone, opened her address book, and found Mayuko's contact information. She hesitated for a long time but ultimately decided against it. After all, their relationship couldn't be called close, it was merely casual. If she rushed to inform someone about their daughter's boyfriend, it might seem like she had some ulterior motive. Contacting her directly to convey such information would come off as too deliberate. Mistma isn't someone who would be easily deceived by that boy until the end. If there's a chance to meet again in the future, she could casually bring it up during their conversation. This would be the most considerate approach. Once Haruno figured this out, she felt much less distressed. After finishing the last of her beer, she got up and knocked on her sister's door. Yukino, sister is going to take a shower. Can you come over and help wash my back? In the living room of Suzumiya's house, the rich aroma of various dishes wafted together. Uchiha complied with a small request made by Chisato, preparing most of the dishes garnished with chili peppers. There was nothing wrong with this. They had agreed to have dinner together when he returned in the evening. However, when Chisato took a shower and sat at the dining table, staring at the obviously meaningful spread before him, he fell into rare silence. Because you only requested that tonight's dishes be spicy and didn't make any other specific requests, I prepared these according to my own ideas, Uchiha explained, sitting next to Chisato. She rested her hands on the table, propping her cheeks up with her palms. Each portion is not too much, so just finish it. Come on, eat up. What happens next? Chisato raised his eyelids and focused on the dish closest to him. The thick sauce on the surface of the teriyaki eel looked particularly appealing under the bright light, and the garnish of chopped bell peppers and sesame seeds was even more tempting. While this dish alone might not reveal much, when combined with the others, it became quite problematic. Geoduck sashimi, stir-fried kidney pepper, wolfberry pigeon soup. Looking at the table, there were no vegetables, only meat. These dishes were all powerful in supplying certain needs. Moreover, given what Uchiha was wearing tonight, if she leaned forward or bent over, he could glimpse the bottom of her low-cut pajamas. Chisato felt a vague premonition about something. Perhaps after finishing this meal, he would be cooked non-stop. But the problem was that he had planned something serious to discuss tonight. Chisato, use your chopsticks, Uchiha urged softly. She appeared particularly charming and elegant that evening, her eyes filled with affection that flowed out in a very obvious and straightforward manner. Chisato picked up the chopsticks as instructed, hesitated for a long time, and finally lifted a small piece of eel to his mouth. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but as the eel slid down his throat and settled in his stomach, he felt a slight heat in his lower abdomen. How does it taste? Uchiha moved closer, pressing her body against Chisato's arm. Her voice was soft and almost sticky, like breaking off a lotus root or okra. I can't continue like this. My self-control is wavering, and I'm on the verge of collapse. It's delicious, Chisato said, though he put down his chopsticks under Uchiha's confused gaze. Uchiha, do you still remember what I told you during the day that I would confess to you when I came back at night? Yes, I remember, Uchiha replied, sitting up straighter, aware that what Chisato would say next was quite important. Do you remember Kazusa? Having thought it over for a long time, Chisato didn't hesitate much. After a brief pause, he looked into Uchiha's eyes and stated the name clearly. The warm and charming atmosphere instantly shattered. At that moment, hearing another girl's name from him made it clear without needing to listen to the next words. This was somewhat different from Uchiha's initial guess. She had thought that what Chisato meant during the day was a confession about the girl she had seen in the supermarket. But now he mentioned another girl. Well, I know, Uchiha said, gathering her hair and letting out a light sigh. Strangely, upon learning this fact, she wasn't as angry as she had imagined. Instead, she accepted it very calmly. Perhaps, deep down, she had already anticipated such a development. What do you want to say about Kazusa? I'm dating her. After these two simple exchanges, silence fell between them. Uchiha's breathing gradually became rapid, and her chest rose and fell noticeably. After clearing her thoughts, she felt an urge to laugh for a moment. There was no special reason, it was just that upon hearing this news from Chisato, her first thought was to call Ariri to discuss a solution to this crisis with her. Well, I understand, Uchiha said, her brows smoothing out with great willpower. You've had a long day at work. Don't talk so much right now. Let's eat first, and we can discuss everything later. Chapter 239, Emergency Meeting in the Dim Room. Ariri sat at the table, painting with great concentration. Some time ago, she had rented an apartment for Chisato and paid a security deposit, which slightly reduced her personal funds. Considering the expenses she would incur in the future, Ariri couldn't afford to meet with Chisato during her free time. Aside from her studies, Ariri devoted most of her energy to painting commissions to earn extra money. The name Kashiwagi-iri that she used in the industry was somewhat well known, so she didn't have to worry about finding work or making money. However, the constant, high-intensity painting was mentally and physically exhausting. But that didn't matter, as long as she thought about moving out of her family home after starting college using the excuse of practicing self-reliance and beginning a wonderful life living together with Chisato. All these hardships seemed insignificant. Before that, there was only one thing she needed to do: work hard to make money like a little squirrel tirelessly stockpiling food for winter. Ideally, she wanted to earn enough during this relatively unfree time to cover their daily needs in college, so they wouldn't have to work for money later and could spend more time together rather than apart. Having completed her current painting, Ariri breathed a sigh of relief as she looked at the half-finished picture on the computer screen. After painting non-stop for over 2 hours, she leaned back in her chair and took off her glasses, intending to reward herself with a 10-minute break. She picked up a small piece of puff pastry from the table and popped it into her mouth, then stood up, stretching her stiff body in the middle of the room. At that moment, her mobile phone on the table vibrated. Could it be a call from Chisato? Ariri picked up the phone with excitement but felt disappointment when she saw the caller ID, Uchiha. What's up? Ariri's tone was not very friendly when she answered, and it was clear she was a bit impatient. It was no wonder, after all, she was currently in a state of mental imbalance. Uchiha's family rules were very lenient. It didn't matter if she didn't come home for several nights as long as she provided appropriate excuses. In contrast, Ariri was completely different. After leaving school early, her parents had chased her for a long time, demanding to know why. Fortunately, she managed to get through it, or else she might have faced a long lecture. If her parents knew that their daughter could no longer be called a girl at this moment, the consequences would surely be serious and unpredictable. Can you be more polite? On the other end of the phone, Uchiha responded after a long silence. Ariri hummed in amusement, took another puff pastry, and continued speaking without a care. Anyway, you're calling me at this hour just to brag about the time you'll be spending alone with Chisato, right? This is your way of getting back at me for my previous behavior. Faced with such speculation, Uchiha took a deep breath. I did have that idea originally. The tone of the other party, along with her soft and unnatural voice, finally made Ariri aware that something was off. This wasn't like Uchiha at all. What happened? Remember the girl named Kazusa that we saw when we first followed Chisato? Chisato said he's currently dating her. Ariri's eyes widened, and she became a little absent-minded for a moment, slowly sitting on the edge of her bed. Meanwhile, Uchiha, who was hiding in the bathroom, felt an inexplicable sense of relief at finally being able to share this burden with someone. It felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted off her shoulders, making her feel lighter. Now, both of them could put aside their past disputes, unite, and work together. Ariri held her mobile phone tightly. Although this incident had come as a shock, it wasn't entirely unexpected. She quickly forced herself to calm down. How did you find this out? Uchiha answered quickly, he told me right after returning from school. What exactly did he say? Nothing special. He just informed me of the fact in a straightforward manner. After that, I told him to eat first and we could discuss everything later. So now you. I'm talking to you in the bathroom. We'd better hurry. I don't want Chisato to mistakenly think I have stomach issues. Phew, this is troublesome. If it weren't troublesome, I wouldn't have called you to discuss it. Ariri and Uchiha shared a similar mindset. They both felt overwhelmed by the news, but surprisingly, they quickly calmed down. It was hard to say how uneasy and anxious they were. Perhaps it stemmed from the shared experiences of being women in their lives. They understood the seriousness of the situation, yet could analyze it quite calmly. Ariri stood up and drank the juice on the table, letting the sugar help sharpen her mind. There's one thing I want to know, how did Chisato act when he told you this? Uchiha frowned in confusion. Why do you ask? Is it important? Isn't that girl Kazusa, the one we should be focused on right now? That's true, but we at least need to clarify Chisato's feelings about us first. What do you mean? Seeing that Uchiha still didn't understand, Ariri sighed and clarified, when a man tells his lover that he's fallen in love with another woman, what do you think his intentions are? To end the current relationship and start a new one, or? Uchiha murmured, contemplating this conclusion. She pressed her fingers against the bathroom windowsill, digging her fingers into the edge until her knuckles turned white from the pressure. To be honest and straightforward, to find a way to make his lover accept it, and finally, to have both. It would be great if you could understand. Since I'm not there, I can only make this judgment for you. Between the two mindsets we've discussed, which do you think Chisato is closer to? Ariri held her breath, knowing that Uchiha's next answer was particularly important. Chapter 240, another one? Uchiha quietly recalled Chisato's expression and demeanor when she had mentioned those words to her. Finally, in frustration, she kicked the wall and cursed softly, that philandering bastard. Okay, with just this gentle and painless scolding, Ariri understood that the situation was obviously serious. It was within her expectations. After all, she never thought she would be abandoned by Chisato. This confidence came quite naturally. Once I understand Chisato's inner thoughts and know what he expects, the next steps will be very simple. Listening to Ariri's words, Uchiha felt incredulous. Are you really going to compromise on something like this? How is that possible? Ariri immediately denied it. Once we let go of this matter, who knows what will happen next? We can never agree to this kind of thing, we need to show a tough attitude of absolute resistance. This kind of coping strategy doesn't seem like your style, Uchiha joked. Ariri shot back, how did you originally think I would react? Shouldn't you continue to insist that Chisato is not that kind of person, while standing by his side wholeheartedly to share his worries and try to convince me? Ariri was silent for a long time. Some of my previous comments were appropriately considerate, but that doesn't mean I'm brainless. Uchiha chuckled. It was the right choice to talk to Arari on the phone. Okay, that's it. I have to go back to the living room. Wait, do you really understand what I mean? Understood. We need to be more resistant, right? That's what I had in mind from the beginning. Well, another very important point is that we don't have to worry so much. After all, the things troubling us and that we cannot accept now are probably the same for the girl named Kazusa. You mean? Guess whether Chisato confessed our existence to Kazusa first or whether he confessed her existence to us first? The two girls talking on the phone in the middle of the night raised the corners of their mouths simultaneously, tacitly agreeing. Yes, even if Chisato has such thoughts, it doesn't mean the girl can accept them. In today's society, few normal women can accept the idea of polygamy. Uchiha and Arari are exceptions. After experiencing a dream that felt just like real life, they have long regarded each other as family members. This relationship can no longer be referred to as just love. And that girl, without the blessing of such an experience, how can she compare with them? Why should they accept three women serving one husband together? Our advantage has been unshakable from the beginning because we are two people, you know. I know that without you telling me. Let's talk about it tomorrow if you have anything to do. Sure. When Uchiha walked out of the bathroom, although Chisato couldn't detect anything from her specific expression and posture, he felt that something was different about her. Her smile returned to elegance, and her expression was as relaxed as it had been during the day. You actually ate them all, she said. Uchiha looked at the almost empty dishes on the dining table, and the joy she displayed didn't seem fake. She leaned in and gently bit Chisato's ear to show intimacy. Go and brush your teeth first, then wait for me in the living room. I found a movie with good ratings, and after watching it, we can go to rest together. After saying this, she quickly put away the dishes, wiped the table, and headed to the kitchen sink to start washing up. This series of actions, taken for granted by the other party, made Chisato feel uneasy. He had just confessed to her about Kazusa. No matter how he looked at it, she shouldn't be so indifferent. Her reaction: no quarrels, no fuss, no questioning, felt like this kind of thing had never happened. The mental preparation Suzumiya had been brewing for a long time felt like a punch on a ball of cotton, yielding no feedback. It felt uncomfortable and unsettling, not at all what he wanted. Uchiha. Chisato didn't go to the living room to wait as she had just instructed. Instead, he came into the kitchen to help her wipe the dishes she had washed and put them away in the cupboard, creating an opportunity for them to continue chatting. I want to hear your thoughts on what I just said. Uchiha let out a long sigh and stopped washing the dishes. I deliberately didn't want to mention this matter. I just wanted us to have a peaceful and enjoyable night. I think you should have noticed that I had such thoughts. It's just because I noticed it that I felt it couldn't continue like this. There's no point in delaying such a matter. Uchiha gritted her teeth, laughed angrily, and became excited. Chisato, you really have me convinced. You think I can't live without you, so you say such things so unscrupulously. Chisato shook his head. On the contrary, it's not like that. I feel that Uchiha is the most important person to me, so I believe these things cannot be hidden from you. After weighing my options, I chose to confess to you first. Girls all like to hear kind words, especially Uchiha. Even though she knew the actual intention behind such flattery was simply to make her happy, she couldn't suppress the joy that arose in her heart. Even if you say this, I can't accept it. Uchiha lowered her head again and resumed washing the dishes. It's not just me, Arari must feel the same way. Even if you confess to me, the result will still be the same. There will be no change. Apart from Arari, I can't accept the existence of any other girl around you. Just like what was said in the phone call, Uchiha clearly showed her determination, leaving absolutely no room for negotiation. This reaction was similar to what Chisato thought. If Uchiha uncharacteristically accepted it calmly, it would make him very uneasy. At least it couldn't be regarded as nothing. Now that the words have been spoken, part of the guilt in his heart could be let go. Then let's address the remaining part. I understand Uchiha's thoughts. I haven't finished what I just said. There is one more thing I need to let you know. What? It's about another girl. Uchiha tightened her grip on her chopsticks, veins appearing on her forehead. She lost control of her expression for a moment, looking as scary as a ghost. Ah. Chapter 241, Uchiha's effort. Bang. The guest room door slammed shut. Judging by the sound and the force with which it was closed, Uchiha was clearly very angry, to the point where she could no longer maintain the energetic expression she had just moments ago. Chisato stared at the closed door of the guest room, scratching his head. He had anticipated this reaction. It was natural for her to be angry. No matter what kind of girl she was, if she didn't lash out in such a situation, It could be considered a sign of exceptional self-restraint. By slamming the door to express her inner turmoil and difficulty in accepting the situation, it was evident that Uchiha had done her best to hold back her emotions. The current situation could be classified as a dispute, one that would take time to resolve. Therefore, Chisato felt it was best to maintain some distance and give her space to think independently. He chose not to knock on the guest room door. Instead, he turned off the living room lights, leaving only the dim nightlight for illumination, and slowly settled onto the sofa. After a while, he sighed silently and stood up again. He didn't really want to do this, but he definitely didn't want to create a rift between himself and Uchiha. He didn't want to give up on any of the 4 girls in his life now. Gentleness would not yield the outcome he desired. The current atmosphere felt stagnant and lifeless. Perhaps stepping out of his comfort zone was the only way to find a turning point in the situation. Chisato walked to the entrance, picked up the apartment key he had left on the small wooden countertop after returning home, and held it in his palm, his resolve gradually strengthening. In the guest room, Uchiha sat beside the bed, seething with anger. As her initial fury subsided, her focus drifted to a particular point, and waves of sadness and resentment began to wash over her, causing her lips to tremble slightly and filling her with a sense of profound grievance. This feeling was reminiscent of what she experienced during the later stages of her first dream life. However, the two situations were entirely different. In the dream, she had been overly paranoid and reckless, making the worst choice among all possible actions. She had prioritized her fragile self-esteem, believing she had been deceived, and left with her daughter, ignoring the real love that had existed between husband and wife for so long. Her decision alone had shattered the lives of several people, and an originally happy family had ceased to exist. In contrast, the current situation found her trying her best to compensate. Seeing that Chisato's original apartment was too old and small, she had rented a comfortable and convenient apartment for him, one that she and Ariri could afford, believing it to be the best option. She knew Chisato worked late every day, and after Ariri had told her that one night lasted for 7 rounds, she became shy and worried. From her experience, it was clear that such a frequency was excessive. That's why she had rushed to the supermarket to buy fresh ingredients when she had some free time. Upon returning home, she took the time to prepare the meals herself, calculating the time for his arrival and starting to cook in advance so that he could enjoy a hot and delicious meal upon returning. She hoped that Chisato could feel her presence in the spacious apartment after a tiring day and experience the warm, incomparable feeling of home. The temperature outside had been quite high that afternoon, and since it was Sunday, the supermarket was crowded due to its weekly discount sale. Uchiha despised crowded places, and as a delicate literary girl, she struggled with the heat. So when she returned home in the afternoon with heavy groceries, her underwear was soaked with sweat. She almost dropped everything the moment she got in and sat down in the entrance hall, unable to compose herself for a while. These were just trivial matters to her. Whether she squeezed among a throng of housewives in the supermarket's food section or emptied her savings to rent a nice apartment, she thought nothing of it. As long as she believed Chisato could benefit from her actions or feel a bit happier because of them, it was entirely worth it. Though they were still in a semi-committed relationship, she had already assumed the role of Chisato's wife. As a wife, it was reasonable for her to take such actions. However, whether it was punishment for her foolishness in the dream, the reality was now beginning to shift. Despite her efforts to play the role of a virtuous wife, Chisato had not given her this chance. In what felt like revenge, he had forcefully revealed an unacceptable truth. There was more than one incident. Just when she and Ariri were enjoying their time together with him, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Chisato had already developed 2 additional relationships behind their backs, which they were unaware of. Betrayed. Such thoughts immediately surfaced. Then, more embarrassing and insurmountable thoughts followed one after another. Your lover falls for someone else, the relationship you carefully maintain is disrupted by others, and the things you treasure are taken over by someone else. The sense of unwarranted humiliation made Uchiha, who had always prided herself on her dignity, feel utterly intolerable, even losing control of her expression. Upon learning the news, she had been so furious that she became dizzy, forgetting to inquire about the second girl's specific situation. Instead, she turned around and locked herself in the guest room. She couldn't bear to spend another moment with Chisato. She feared losing control of her emotions and repeating the same mistakes she had made in her first dream life, leading to an irreversible ending. Uchiha slowly placed a hand over her chest, finally realizing just how much she cared for that man. Chapter 242, Her Trauma. 10 minutes passed. The situation in the guest room remained unchanged, with Uchiha still sitting by the bed. However, she was no longer overwhelmed by intense emotions. Her reason had begun to regain control, she had calmed down somewhat and didn't even need to call Ariri to know how she should act next. Yes, The top priority was not to sulk in her room but to understand the specific situation regarding the second girl Chisato had just mentioned. However, she couldn't take the initiative now, she had to let Chisato take the first step. Uchiha held on to this thought. It was only natural for those who had done wrong to make the first move. Yet, having experienced those two dream lives, Uchiha didn't intend to respond harshly with an unforgiving attitude. She would express resistance without making the other person feel embarrassed. Then she would reveal the matter and later discuss countermeasures regarding the two girls with Ariri. All in all, there were theoretically many ways to resolve the current issues. And the sulking behavior she was currently exhibiting was the most futile reaction. After realizing this, Uchiha felt a little calmer. She looked toward the door, speculating that the reason Chisato hadn't knocked yet was that he was still processing his anger and contemplating how to apologize, or perhaps how to coax her. It didn't matter, he had plenty of time. Chisato, take your time. No matter how you choose to speak when you come in later, I, Uchiha, will turn this page in a way you won't expect. I will do so easily and openly, without being as angry as I was just now. I won't let our relationship deteriorate in the slightest. With this thought, Uchiha sat by the bed and continued to wait, beginning to tidy her hair and adjust the neckline of her pajamas, whether intentionally or not. Then, another 10 minutes passed. Why hadn't Chisato come in yet? Sitting on the edge of the bed, she had shifted positions several times before finally deciding to lie on her side. Even in this situation, Uchiha, wanting to showcase her graceful figure, began to feel a bit restless. According to her expectations, Chisato should have knocked on the door and entered. He would apologize, and she would respond generously. The uneasy atmosphere between them would dissipate, and they would return to the pleasant atmosphere they had before. But why was there no movement at all? Uchiha felt perplexed. Finally unable to calmly continue waiting, she hesitated. It seemed inappropriate to simply walk out, as doing so would somewhat signify her compromise, something she didn't want to do unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, Uchiha opted for a compromise, a choice that would allow her to maintain her position while still holding on to her attitude toward Chisato. She got out of bed quietly and pressed her ear against the door, listening intently to the sounds outside. The movements were extremely familiar, the skills she had experienced and displayed the last time Iroha visited were now being put to use again. Fortunately, this time there was no Ariri to laugh at her, so the burden on her heart felt much lighter. In the first 10 seconds, Uchiha didn't hear any movement, but soon she heard footsteps, accompanied by the sound of a door closing. Did Chisato enter the room, or did he just come out? Uchiha tensed her body, ready to turn around at lightning speed and run to the bedside to sit down when she heard the footsteps approaching. However, the sound that reached her ears pressed against the door panel was that of footsteps slowly fading away. This meant that Chisato was moving away from the living room. Going to the bathroom? Uchiha frowned, feeling a bit irritated. Then, at that moment, a clearer click sound came to her ears. What was that sound? After thinking for only a moment, she instantly understood that it was the sound of the door lock at the entrance being locked or unlocked. But what was Chisato doing at the entrance? Uchiha suddenly realized something, and her thoughts fell into an abyss of fear. She could no longer care about her so-called composure. It didn't matter who was right or wrong now. The most important thing was what was happening right now. The door to the guest room swung open quickly, and Uchiha walked out hastily. Chisato was nowhere to be seen in the dim living room. Her goal was clear, and she walked straight to the entrance. Just as she expected, Chisato was there. He was changing his shoes at the entrance, with dark wings resting on his shoulders and a bulging luggage bag next to him. Uchiha stood there, her delicate body trembling slightly, her beautiful burgundy eyes revealing her fear. From what lay before her, it was easy to draw conclusions. He wanted to leave, to abandon the home she and Ariri had built together. Wait, what should I do? No. I can't let him go. If she wanted him to stay, she couldn't let him go, no matter what. Uchiha pursed her lips, moved her stiff body, and walked forward mechanically. Under the astonished gaze of Chisato, she picked up the ajar door, locked it again, and put on the anti-theft chain, then pressed her back against the door without saying a word. Her long, silky hair fell down, covering her face and obscuring her expression. Uchiha. Why are you leaving? Uchiha interrupted Chisato with a trembling voice. Her tone was as pleasant as ever, elegant and sweet like an oriole, but at that moment, it clearly conveyed a sense of obstruction. The sound that came from her chest and white neck was like the cold wind of midwinter, cold and stiff. Chapter 243, Moving out. Chisato didn't answer. She couldn't tell if he didn't know how to respond or if he was deliberately keeping silent. Why won't you answer me? It's clearly your fault, and I even planned to forgive you, but now you don't even want to talk to me? Now you're leaving. Where do you think you're going? Are you going to that Kazusa's house, or to the other girl you mentioned? Uchiha clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth to prevent the thoughts in her heart from spilling out in words. She couldn't accept this suffocating silence. In a moment of dread, she took a deep breath to adjust her emotions, then slowly raised her head to look at Chisato. She had made up her mind that no matter what happened after she raised her head, she would maintain her composure and make Chisato abandon the idea of leaving and stay here. However, when she looked up, she caught sight of the apartment key on the table at the entrance, with a letter beneath it. Suddenly, memories surged forth without warning, tightening their grip around her throat. Such a familiar scene had repeated itself in reality. However, the roles of the two characters had been switched in this reality. Uchiha felt it hard to breathe, her eyes became hollow, her body weak as she slowly slid down against the door. A pair of strong hands held both sides of her shoulders, supporting her body. The two additional life experiences in her mind allowed her to try her best to stop the tears of bitterness from flowing out of her eyes, but she couldn't prevent the emotions of despair from expanding and spreading within her heart. No. Don't leave. A low and painful plea escaped Uchiha's lips. She pitied herself for being in such an embarrassing situation, but at the same time, she was even more afraid that the man in front of her would leave without looking back. Compared to that, a little self-esteem meant nothing at all. She didn't want that to happen. She didn't want it, not at all. The despair from the first dream had been so overwhelming that she never wanted to experience it again. Chisato sighed softly and wrapped his arms around Uchiha, who was trembling, acting completely unlike herself. I'm not leaving. It worked. He still cared about me. Through Chisato's actions, Uchiha became acutely aware of this fact. Therefore, when she spoke again, her tone was more delicate and helpless, and she let out a sympathetic cry without hiding it. Uchiha's mood gradually brightened. She could feel the strength of Chisato's hold on her slowly strengthening. Moreover, he gently rubbed his face against hers and whispered what she had longed to hear in an extremely soft tone, Uchiha, don't worry. I won't leave you. The reassurance in his words made Uchiha's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, fall gently. She allowed him to hold her, whispering loving words in her ear that made her feel at ease. After her emotions calmed down a little, Uchiha slowly pushed Chisato away, and they separated to face each other again, leaving room for conversation. I do want to leave, but I definitely don't mean to abandon you, Uchiha. Rather, even if you don't want me, I will do my best to stay by your side. Seeing Chisato's expression that didn't appear to be lying, Uchiha felt a wave of happiness. She pursed her lips and glanced at the letter pinned down by the key not far away with some concern. If it wasn't what she thought it was, then what was in that letter? Chisato turned his head to look along her line of sight and took the letter without much hesitation. I think these words might seem a bit pretentious for me to say in person, but they truly reflect what I've always felt in my heart. Uchiha took it and opened it after the other party nodded slightly. A short paragraph was written inside. Uchiha, when I stay with you and Ariri, I realize more and more how excellent and irreplaceable you are. However, I still can't live comfortably in the apartment you arranged for me. I'm also afraid that I might lose myself and give up my position, so please give me some time to prove that the man you're looking at is not someone who only relies on women to survive. Uchiha glanced at it, and in just a moment, she scanned the contents of the letter. So, it's not because of what happened today. It has nothing to do with what happened today. Chisato shook his head. It's just that today seemed like a good time to confess to you, Uchiha. After a moment of silence, he apologized again. Uchiha shook her head subconsciously. It was a relief that the situation wasn't what she thought it was. If you go out now, Chisato, where are you planning to go? Have you already given up the previous apartment? I'll stay in a hotel for one night first. I'll look for a suitable apartment after school tomorrow. In fact, I saved some money while working part-time. Seeing Chisato's confident expression, Uchiha's mood quickly shifted in a completely different direction than before. Do you really have to leave? Neither Ariri nor I have ever felt that you rely on us to live your life. Everything we do is out of our own free will. It's precisely because of this that I can't allow myself to accept all of this with peace of mind. Chisato interrupted Uchiha's words. Uchiha fell silent for a long time. At least, wait until tomorrow. It's too late today. If you go now, it will be troublesome if a hotel refuses to let you stay. Both of their gazes fell on Dark Wings at the same time. This time, Chisato didn't insist anymore. He nodded slightly after thinking for a moment. Chapter 244, Closure to Ishiki's Problem. So, you just nodded in agreement? On Monday, after the morning class ended, Ariri, who had arranged to meet Uchiha on the school rooftop, read the letter that Uchiha had handed her. She listened patiently as Uchiha recounted the events of the previous night. Incredible. She really didn't expect so many things to happen after the phone call last night. It was just one night. Uchiha closed her eyes and rubbed her temples, trying to adjust her breathing. Please speak more softly. Unlike you, I didn't sleep well last night, and now my head is pounding. After a pause, she sighed and continued, so what if I didn't nod in agreement? Chisato already stated that he wants a more equal and independent relationship. This is a natural approach from any perspective. Given the circumstances last night, how could I shake my head and refuse? Even if it's hard to refuse in person, you shouldn't have nodded in agreement right then and there. If you genuinely couldn't think of a way to refuse, you could have simply withheld your answer for the time being and discussed it with me the day before making a decision. To be honest, considering Ariri's understanding of Uchiha, it was surprising that she hadn't thought of something so straightforward, but that's exactly what happened. My mind was very confused at that moment. I'm sorry. Uncharacteristically, Uchiha didn't argue, instead showing vulnerability and even apologizing. This left Ariri feeling more perplexed. She had a lot of complaints penned up inside her, but now she couldn't voice them at all. The sensation of something stuck in her throat made her a little irritable. She felt like a dog that had been cooped up at home for too long, pacing anxiously on the rooftop. Uchiha wasn't too surprised. She was in the same state as Ariri when she rested in the guest room last night, tossing and turning on the bed until about 4 o'clock in the morning before finally succumbing to sleep. Neither of them spoke as they walked from the rooftop to a nearby bench in the center and sat down. Today was cloudy, with a cool breeze that somewhat helped calm their nerves. Rubbing her eyebrows, Ariri took a shallow breath. Okay, that's enough. Nothing you say can change what has already happened. Uchiha silently raised her head to look at the sky. Normally, she would have complained about such seemingly reproachful words. But now, she simply didn't have the energy to argue with Ariri. In her personal assessment of last night, she felt she had done her best. All in all, there are 3 issues we need to address now. Seeing Uchiha nodding slightly, Ariri gathered her thoughts and continued speaking. The first is Kazusa, the second is the girl Chisato mentioned, whose name we don't yet know, and the last is Chisato wanting to move out of the apartment we rented. The first 2 issues can be set aside for now. The most important thing is that worrying is pointless. It would be unwise to make a decision without understanding the situation. Therefore, the top priority is the last issue that needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Ariri looked at Uchiha, who had provided an insightful response, with an expression that conveyed, "You're not completely hopeless." Uchiha shot her an annoyed look. What are Chisato's plans for today? He said he would ask for leave from the shop where he works and look for a new place to live after school. No matter what, we can't let Chisato move out. That's for sure. We have to keep him on our side, we absolutely can't go back now. I would also like to do that. Do you have any good ideas? By understanding Chisato's needs and our own, we can find a balanced point that works for both of us. Ariri answered firmly. Now that Uchiha was feeling unreliable, Ariri was the one who had to take the lead. I can probably understand Chisato's inner thoughts. From an objective standpoint, it's a good thing that he doesn't want to rely on us for his livelihood. In that case, he wants an equal relationship and can face us confidently, so we only need to help him achieve this without him moving out. Uchiha didn't need to think too hard. Just by hearing Ariri's words, she could understand what she planned to do. She suddenly felt lazy and thought it would be a good choice to leave all the troublesome matters to others and simply enjoy the results. At least this way, she wouldn't have to deal with the terrible headache and that damn feeling of powerlessness she felt now. Uchiha took out her mobile phone. I understand. I've made an appointment to meet Chisato at the apartment after school. We need to talk to him in person, right? Yes. Ariri nodded in agreement. She wasn't like Uchiha, who relaxed a little after resolving the current issue. After all, the 2 girls who had suddenly appeared were the most troublesome and difficult problems to tackle. What a headache. There were far more things to consider than just what had been mentioned. Sobu High School, Service Club. So, did you find anything? Hiratsuka, who followed her usual style of barging in without knocking, pulled up a chair and sat in front of Yukino, who looked half helpless and half annoyed. Teacher, it's basic etiquette to knock before entering someone's house. After closing the book, Yukino sat up straight and answered her client's question. Unfortunately, I did not discover anything unusual about Ashiki. During this time, I contacted and observed her and concluded that she is no different from ordinary high school students. Yeah. It's strange, it shouldn't be. Hiratsuka slightly pressed her toes against the ground while leaning back, leaving her 2 front feet suspended in the air. She relied only on the back 2 feet of the chair to maintain her balance. Logically, this was childish behavior that a teacher should not display. However, Hiratsuka felt no sense of incongruity in such a posture. Perhaps it was related to her straightforward and forthright personality. Yukino's gaze shifted from the carefree adult in front of her to the scenery outside the window. Teacher, do you think my judgment is wrong? It's not good to speculate on other people's thoughts without authorization. I never said anything like that from the beginning. Hiratsuka returned to her seated position for a moment, then helplessly spread her hands and shook her head. Since you say so, Yukino Shida, then perhaps I am just worrying too much, and Ishiki probably just had a very vivid nightmare. She sighed lightly and quickly stood up, without any more hesitation. Then, as we discussed before, since Ishiki is fine, there's no need to continue investigating. The monthly exam is next week, and I hope my commission doesn't affect your studies. In response, Yukino merely teased her hair and laughed lightly. Indeed, for her, studying was as simple as eating and drinking. She almost never cared about her grades. Because without exception, they were always number one. No matter how confident you are, you still can't take it lightly. As a teacher, Hiratsuka offered her advice. That won't happen. I always try my best. Hearing this, Yukino showed a confident smile. She still chose not to mention that Iroha seemed infatuated with the new neighbor who moved next door to her. After all, that could be considered a girl's privacy, and it had nothing to do with Hiratsuka-sensei's request. Chapter 245, Dutiful Darkwing's Rent? Yes. They met in the living room of the apartment after school. Facing Chizato's questioning gaze, Ariri nodded slightly and continued with her thoughts. Chisato, you don't have to go out and find an apartment to live in. You just need to pay us rent. Okay. Uchiha, who was lying on the sofa, curled up and rested her head on Chizato's lap, letting out a soft sigh at that moment. From the instant she entered the room to meet him, she couldn't help but make such intimate gestures. This apartment was originally rented by Ariri and me for you. We understand what you're thinking, Chisato, and we agree with your perspective. However, if you move out, the rent that the two of us have paid will be wasted. If we move back, this rented apartment will lose its purpose, she explained. As she spoke, she took Chizato's hands and placed them on her head and waist. Ariri was quite dissatisfied with such an unconventional and lazy posture, but seeing Chisato frowning in deep thought and remembering that Uchiha had dealt with those troubles alone yesterday and hadn't slept well, she decided it was best not to confront her at that moment. They waited in silence for Chizato's reply. After Chisato understood their point and considered it, he agreed. He wasn't the type of person to be pretentious or inflexible. Seeing him nod, they both sighed in relief. So, how much am I going to pay you each month? Ariri and Uchiha had expected this question. If they revealed too little, Chisato might feel bad, but if they disclosed the actual rent of the apartment, it would put him under considerable financial pressure. An apartment that costs 800,000 yen a month should be beyond the reach of most people. In the end, Ariri held out 3 fingers. This was the amount she and Uchiha had settled on after lengthy discussions. 30,000 is fine. Chisato slowly exhaled and couldn't help but smile. A high-end apartment in Azabujuban in the center of Tokyo can be rented for only 30,000 yen a month. If this price gets out, there will definitely be a lot of people trying to rent this apartment. Chisato, don't dismiss it so quickly. Ariri and I both believe this is a reasonable amount, Uchiha said, lifting her head from Chisato's lap, tucking her legs under her, and sitting next to him in a sideways position to softly comfort him. First of all, although this apartment is rented to you, Ariri and I actually stay here occasionally. So, a more accurate way to state it is that the 3 of us share this apartment. With that in mind, your share of the rent will naturally decrease. Ariri nodded vigorously beside her, clearly hoping that Chisato would agree with this argument. However, Chisato was not someone lacking a sense of financial reality. Even if the statement held some truth, a rental price of 30,000 yen per month for an apartment in this location and condition was almost too good to be true. The current price multiplied by 10 is more reasonable. If you can accept that, I'll stay, he stated firmly, no longer wanting to dwell on the apartment topic and laying out his bottom line. But the amount of 300,000 yen was not what Ariri and Uchiha had hoped to hear. After all, Chisato was just doing odd jobs at an exhibition hall, and a monthly expenditure of 300,000 yen was too much for him. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. My actual income is higher than you think. Although 300,000 yen is a bit much for me right now, it is by no means unaffordable, he insisted. The words Chisato spoke next made Uchiha and Ariri exchange uncertain glances. They both simultaneously thought that Chisato might be trying to show off. How much could a high school student earn working part-time? If he worked hard for an hour at 2,000 yen, then 3 hours a day would only yield 6,000 yen. By that calculation, his monthly total would only be 180,000 yen. Rounded up, it might hit 200,000 yen, but he would still need to spend part of that on food, transportation, and daily living expenses. No matter how they looked at it, Chizato's financial situation didn't seem as optimistic as he claimed. Thus, the two girls fell silent, feeling embarrassed and unable to respond for a long time. Seeing them like this, Chisato sighed and chose not to elaborate further. Sometimes, what you see with your own eyes is more convincing than what you hear. Chisato took out his mobile phone, clicked on his online banking app, displayed his balance, and showed it to both of them. The two looked at the amount on the screen in disbelief. More than 420,000 yen. Are high school students' part-time salaries really this high now? At that moment, Chisato explained, of this amount, my part-time salary only accounts for a small portion. I also earn dividends from selling tickets at the store and tips from generous customers. Sometimes, when I do a great job and the store manager happens to be in a good mood, she gives me an extra bonus. After hearing this, Airi and Uchiha finally began to understand a little better. However, Chisato had overlooked the most crucial detail. The Darkwings and the Crow Legionate commanded. Back when they lived in that small, shabby apartment, the Crows, under his command, regularly funneled various amounts of money into their accounts. After moving here, it was unclear if it was due to the wealthier neighbors nearby or the increased number of younger followers, but the money donated by the Crows had also risen significantly, making it common to earn tens of thousands of yen every day. In a sense, the Crows were also supporting him, much like Airi and Uchiha had done in the past. According to rough estimates, the number of Crows in Tokyo remains around 40,000 year-round. Initially, the Darkwings only had a handful of followers, but they gradually gathered Crows from a particular street. They had worked diligently until now, and in the past few days, the number of followers had successfully exceeded 1,000. Chisato had no doubt that as time passed, the Darkwings would be able to conquer all 40,000 Crows and become the king of Crows in Tokyo in one fell swoop. Or perhaps it was more appropriate to call him the king of birds, as he had occasionally seen pigeons, sparrows, and other birds mingling among the ranks of the Darkwings' followers. It could only be said that the emergence of the Darkwings was extraordinary, and if left to develop freely, they had ventured down a path of extreme absurdity. Chisato looked forward to the tricks the Darkwings could perform for him in the future. But for now, it was essential to address the immediate matters at hand. Faced with the balance of over 400,000 yen displayed by Chisato, Airi was the first to react. The revelation, which exceeded her expectations, caught her off guard, but she also felt genuinely happy. You can gauge a person's abilities by their capacity to earn money. When you discover that the person you love possesses capabilities beyond what you expected, you, as a partner, feel an overwhelming joy that is even better than earning money yourself. Because of this, Airi didn't even look at Uchiha and decided on her own, I understand. Just do what you said, Chisato. Airi realized that her thinking had been led astray by Uchiha's outrageous perspective. In her two previous lives, no matter when, Chisato had shouldered the burdens of life, shielding her from the storms of the outside world, treating her like a treasure, and caring for her as if she were in the palm of his hand. He was an exceptional person, capable of handling many things on his own without assistance. He could forge ahead without concern, even when mired in a muddy situation with thorns at his feet. How could he be stymied by the issue of a mere apartment? She had previously been swayed by Uchiha, thinking that tying him down by renting an apartment was not the right approach at all. After much contemplation, they returned to square one. However, Airi didn't dislike this conclusion. At least their relationship had taken a step forward. Though it came with the bittersweet news of the challenges ahead. In the next few minutes, Chisato transferred this month's rent to Airi's account. After resolving the apartment issue, Airi finally felt confident enough to ask the question that had been on her mind for a long time. Chisato, who is the girl beside you, besides us and Kazusa? Chapter 246, Nervous Kitten Starry Exhibition Hall, recording studio as usual. Everyone who finished their band practice gathered here after school. After everyone arrived, they took a short break before starting to practice repeatedly. The new single created by Chisato for them was much more difficult than the previous one, so they focused more on the coordination and combination of the band members. There are no shortcuts to this, all you need to do is practice over and over again. Practice makes perfect not only by using your brain to remember but also by allowing your body to develop muscle memory for the instrument. There was nothing unusual about the previous training process. Everyone was very attentive. Aside from Ryo occasionally complaining about hunger, everything was progressing steadily. However, today's situation was a bit different. The problem lay with Hitori. Ryo, who was more advanced in the band, first noticed her problem. There were several obvious wrong notes while she was playing the guitar. At first, she thought it was just Hitori's lack of touch, but after the second and third practice sessions, she realized it was something more. It wasn't so much that Hitori was making mistakes, rather, she seemed a little dazed, clearly not paying attention to what was in front of her. Later, even Ikuyo, who was the last to join the band and had the weakest musical foundation, clearly recognized that something was wrong with Hitori, which highlighted how out of control she was. Okay, after practicing for so long, let's take a short break. Nezuko had noticed this problem long ago. She originally thought that Hitori would adjust her state by herself, but things didn't develop as she expected. It was pointless to continue practicing like this, so after the current stage of practice, she took the initiative to bang the drumsticks together to signal an intermission. Ryo took off the bass and set it aside. She looked at Hitori, who was sitting silently on the sofa, blankly adjusting the pitch of her guitar. Just as she was about to walk over to ask her what was wrong today, she was pulled back by Nezuko, who grabbed the corner of his clothes. Ryo turned around, puzzled. Nezuko shook her head at him and said softly, "Bachi-chan is probably worried about something or maybe didn't sleep well last night. Anyway, don't rush over to point out her mistakes. The pizza I ordered is coming soon. We'll have dinner and rest for a while before continuing. If Bachi-chan still hasn't changed, I'll talk to her alone then." Understood. Ryo nodded obediently. Bachi-chan probably had a fight with Suzumiya-kun, right? Ikuyo worriedly expressed her guess. No, they have such a good relationship. It's not like we haven't seen each other normally. Besides, can you imagine what Bachi-chan looks like when she's arguing with someone? Nezuko's words made sense to the others. The other two followed her logic. They really couldn't picture Bachi-chan arguing with anyone. With her timid and sensitive character, she was more likely to be bullied unilaterally. As for Hitori, who was now sitting alone on the sofa in the corner, her thoughts were far more complicated than the other three members of the band had guessed. Her cell phone was placed directly in the center of the table in front of her, and she glanced at it nervously every few moments. She also looked up at the clock on the wall much more often than usual. This was, of course, not without reason. The culprit making her feel so anxious and on edge was Suzumiya's prolonged absence. During lunch break at school today, Chisato had invited her to the bottom of the stairwell. In that secret space where she felt extremely safe, he had told her something. "You go to Starry to practice as usual after school today. I may or may not call you later to ask you to meet two people." Two people? Could it be that? "They are not my parents, they are two kittens who are as important to me as you are." Chisato gently scratched Hitori's nose. With such a doting gaze and gentle smile, Hitori immediately understood what kind of relationship the two people had with him, probably similar to her own. Hitori had felt terrified when she heard Chisato's arrangement. She was extremely worried and panicked, and she still felt the same way now. But she had no way to refuse, as that was what Chisato had arranged, and it was something she would have to face sooner or later. Unless she was willing to turn into a mouse and live in a dark, dank sewer for the rest of her life. Although she herself did not resist or mind this way of living, she could understand without even thinking that Chisato would never allow such a thing to happen. Thus, she could only face it. However, sometimes death is not the most terrifying thing, waiting to die is. Chisato had said at noon that he might call her to ask her to meet, but that wasn't a definite announcement. Because of this, Hitori had been restless since today's lunch break, her little mind occupied with thoughts about this nerve-wracking and uncomfortable situation. Only then did she exhibit the erratic and distracted behavior that the other band members noticed. However, it was now 6:30, and it was getting late. Chisato had not called yet. This should mean that today's plan had been cancelled, and she didn't need to meet those two people anymore, right? Escaping was shameful but effective. Hitori kept comforting herself internally and praying to the gods, which seemed to have some effect. Until the pizza was delivered to the store at 6:40, and they began to sit around the table for dinner, there was still no movement on Hitori's cell phone. Just as her heart, which had nearly jumped into her throat due to nervousness, was gradually calming down as she focused on eating, her cell phone suddenly began to vibrate on the table and then rang. The drink in Hitori's hand fell with a clatter, and the pizza she had just taken a bite of also fell to the ground from her unconsciously open mouth, leaving her momentarily stunned. "Hey, Bachi-chan, it's Suzumiya-kun calling. Aren't you going to answer it?" Unlike Hitori, who was more worried, Nezuko picked up the phone and handed it to Hitori. Ryo calmly set down the pizza she was holding, leaned in close to her side, and made a scissor hand gesture while also pulling out her phone to take a photo of the moment. Realizing what was happening, Hitori didn't bother with Ryo's antics. Instead, she reached out tremblingly to take the phone from Nezuko and stammered her thanks. She took small steps and sneaked into the corner of the recording studio, squatted down, pressed the connect button, and put the phone to her ear. Chisato. Why did it take you so long to answer the phone?" Chisato's voice came through. There was no blame, just a simple inquiry. "Sorry, I was just eating pizza." "That's fine. No need to apologize. Do you still remember what I said at noon?" Hitori's body tensed for a moment, but even so, She nodded desperately. Suddenly realizing that this was a voice call, she quickly replied, I remember. That's good. Can you spare some time now? Ah, it should be fine. Hitori looked back at her teammates. Even without her, the three of them could still practice, they could just play the guitar solo she recorded in advance. Then, I'll leave it to you. This matter is very important to me. Please do what I said at noon. Chizato's faint sigh came from the other end of the line. All my hopes now are pinned on you, Hitori. I can only rely on you. When the person he cared about most said such words, Hitori felt as if she had been injected with a shot of cardiotonic in an instant. Her trembling body gradually calmed down, and a sense of mission spread throughout her. She answered resolutely, I understand. Come directly to me, and I'll send you the address. Okay. As expected, Hitori is my favorite. I'll make it up to you afterwards. I will try my best. See you later. See you later. After Hitori hung up the phone, she pursed her lips to suppress her laughter and squatted in the corner, feeling giddy for a long time. She didn't return to her senses until her phone beeped again. The address displayed on the screen was in the city center, not far from there. She could get there directly by taking the tram out of the store, arriving in about 20 minutes. She slapped her face to wake herself up. Then, it was time to set off. Well, Naruto, I have something to do today, so I have to leave first. Something? Ryo munched on the pizza that belonged to Ecchi, her cheeks bulging. What's going on? Naruto withdrew her hand after flicking Ryo's forehead and smiled nonchalantly at Hitori. It's okay, Bachi-chan. If you have anything to do, just leave first. Please be safe on the road. Thanks, Hitori nodded in response. She quickly packed her school bag, put her guitar back into the gig bag, and slung it over her shoulder. After waving goodbye to the other three, she turned around, opened the door to the recording studio, and walked out. A minute later, Hitori returned. Well, I'd better leave the guitar here. Naruto, please take care of it for me. Ah. Okay. Bye-bye. Well, bye. The three of them watched Hitori leave again, feeling a mix of disbelief and confusion in their hearts. In the past, Hitori always carried her guitar with her wherever she went. It was a companion she treasured deeply. But what was happening today? She actually left her guitar behind in the studio. Bachi-chan wouldn't do anything dangerous, right? Like getting into a fight, so she must have left the guitar behind to avoid damaging it, Ryo suggested, having recently watched movies and TV shows about the underworld. The other two exchanged glances and waved their hands dismissively. No way, no way. Because that's Bachi-chan. Even if everyone else in the world would do something dangerous, Bachi-chan would be the exception. Exactly. Ryo silently munched on the pizza that belonged to Naruto, not giving it much thought. It was just a casual idea. The most important thing now was to speed up their meal. With Bachi-chan gone, her portion of pizza could legitimately be his. Chapter 247, doubting his taste after Chisato sent his apartment address to Hitori, he turned around, opened the floor-to-ceiling window, and walked into the living room from the balcony. Darkwing was nestled on the TV cabinet. When he heard the movement, he raised his head to glance at her before quickly closing his eyes. Chisato walked to the kitchen, where Uchiha and Ariri were preparing dinner. Yes, even after discovering that their loved one had betrayed them, the two of them did not display any hysterical reactions. Instead, they repeated the same routine as before in an extremely calm and ordinary manner. No matter what happens, they still had to eat. The outside world might be exciting, but after the chaos, they still needed to return to a simple life. And the home around them was where they sought relaxation when they were tired. There was profound meaning behind everything they did. It was Uchiha who first noticed that Chisato had ended the call and was standing outside the kitchen, watching them motionless for a long time. Her chopping movements slowed slightly, and with a gentle smile, she turned and asked, "Already called?" "Yes, she will be here soon." This situation had arisen from Chisato's deliberate intention when Ariri asked about another girl besides Kazusa. After roughly answering Ariri's questions, he casually asked, "Do you want to see her?" The reactions from Uchiha and Ariri were exactly what he had expected. The two exchanged glances and nodded in unison, showing no signs of hesitation. Before Ariri called Chisato, she had specifically asked the girl named Hitori if she had any taboos. Regardless of whether this thoughtful gesture was sincere, the fact that she made such an effort at least indicated her desire to maintain a semblance of peace. For that alone, Chisato felt very grateful. If she didn't care much, how could she have taken the trouble to be so considerate? She did this all to preserve his own dignity. Then we need to speed up the cooking a little. Chisato, you can't help me much now, so go take a shower first. Ariri was busy frying fish fillets in the pan, so she turned around skillfully as she spoke. All right. After answering smoothly, Chisato stepped forward and suddenly hugged Ariri's slender waist from behind. He buried his head deeply in Ariri's neck, inhaling the fresh and natural scent on her. Such an intimate gesture caused Ariri, who was unprepared, to squeak and make a very cute sound, prompting Uchiha to chuckle. After Chisato left, she couldn't help but tease her. "Why have I never noticed how sensitive you are before?" "Shut up. You would have the same reaction if you were in my position." Feeling both happy and embarrassed, Ariri sighed sadly, knowing they were about to meet their competitors. "To be honest, are you not worried at all about seeing that girl soon?" When the topic turned serious, Uchiha's playful smile faded. "A little, but not to the point where I lose my composure. Just like you said before, we share a bond with Chisato that is unimaginable to others. That's our greatest advantage. I don't think anyone else's love for Chisato is as strong as ours. After all, what we experienced in those 2 dreams was indeed a lifetime. How can a young love that forms merely through acquaintance compare to the depth and weight of real life? What I'm saying is that I shouldn't constantly worry about gains and losses or overthink things." Ariri rubbed her eyebrows, and when she opened her eyes again, she was resolute. "What we need to worry about now is how we should get along with the girl when she arrives." Uchiha paused what she was doing and contemplated her answer. "My idea is that we shouldn't show obvious hostility towards her. That would only make us seem petty and upset Chisato. We just need to be polite to her while subtly indicating that we are on the same side. Additionally, we should show a closer bond with Chisato than before, making it clear that we are living together with him. Finally, the current state of your relationship with Chisato is also our best weapon against her." Ariri shot Uchiha an annoyed look, finding her last suggestion rather dismissive. "In short, we show her our determination and how sweet our relationship with Chisato is. That should be enough to make her reconsider." "Exactly." Uchiha nodded and resumed chopping vegetables. "It would be great if everything went this smoothly." Ariri was not so optimistic. "Then you can share any good ideas you have." "No, let's do as you suggest, but we also need to consider other possibilities." "What do you mean?" "What should we do if that girl is the type who is difficult to deal with, doesn't read the room, and is deliberately provocative? If that's the case, then there's no need to be polite. Let's just deal with it today. Are we afraid we won't be able to handle her alone in the future?" Uchiha sneered repeatedly. If that girl really had such an annoying personality, she would feel relieved, as it would mean she could act without holding back. Hopefully, it won't be that bad. Compared to Uchiha, Ariri still hoped for a stable resolution. Even if it only appeared so. The access control phone rang. Chisato, having taken a shower and changed into casual clothes, answered the phone and unlocked the door downstairs. It was the girl named Hitori. Realizing this, Ariri and Uchiha in the kitchen simultaneously entered an unspeakable wartime state. The two quickly removed their aprons and squeezed into the bathroom together, adjusting their appearance in front of the mirror. Once everything was ready, they dignifiedly sat on the sofa, straightening their backs under Chisato's watchful gaze. To be honest, seeing them like this made Chisato want to laugh. But in this situation, he dared not, so he could only hold it in. Soon the doorbell rang, and Chisato got up to answer it. Ariri and Uchiha strained their ears to listen to what was happening at the entrance. But as the footsteps grew louder, they immediately returned to their original pretentious poses. Chisato brought Hitori into the living room and briefly introduced them. Facing them, Hitori bowed at a 90-degree angle. Slowly raising her head, she nervously spoke, Please give me some advice. I am Hitori." Looking at her, her hair appeared a bit messy, and she hunched over in pink sportswear, giving off a lackluster impression. She seemed like the kind of gloomy girl who lived at home and aged prematurely, leaving an extremely negative first impression. Uchiha and Ariri simultaneously raised their eyebrows. For a moment, they doubted Chisato's taste. Chapter 248, Three people meeting. The field of homestanding can be roughly divided into two categories, hidden houses and existing houses. Ariri has always classified herself as the former. To the outside world, her appearance is quite perfect, even people she knows cannot see through her disguise. Only those closest to her are aware of her true nature. Behind her perfect and dazzling demeanor, which resembles that of a princess, she is actually a casual and carefree girl. She walks around in a green sweatshirt that is convenient and comfortable for home wear but lacks any aesthetic or fashionable appeal. Her contact lenses have been replaced by thick-rimmed black glasses, and her hair is loosely draped over her shoulders. At home, there is no need for braiding one's hair, it is done simply for comfort. There is a reason why Ariri suddenly recalled her habitual private style at this critical moment, and that reason is Hitori, who is currently standing in front of her and has just introduced herself. Ariri's original judgment of her opponent was straightforward. She imagined Hitori to be either charming and good-looking, with a gentle and tactful personality, or warm and cheerful toward others. In short, she believed Hitori should possess several qualities favored by the opposite sex, otherwise, Chisato would not be interested in her. It was because of this preconceived notion that Ariri felt such a stark contrast upon seeing the real person. Ariri's first impression of Hitori was simple at best and gloomy at worst. When the other party introduced herself to Chisato, her eyes kept wandering, and her lips, hands, and feet trembled slightly. This performance, coupled with her expression and the stuttering tone of her greeting, made it difficult to imagine this was a display of acting skills. The aura of social anxiety she exuded was painfully obvious. Ariri never imagined that the competitor she and Uchiha had worried about and who had made them anxious all day long would turn out to be such an unassuming target. Uchiha's eyes narrowed slightly after Hitori took the initiative to say hello. Like Ariri, she was collecting information about the other party upon their first meeting, but she did not dwell on it. Instead, she quickly revealed her talent as a novelist. She extracted the keywords describing the girl in front of her in the most intuitive and simple way: acceptable looks, acceptable figure, but earthy, timid, weak, hunched, and lacking confidence. Upon arriving at these keywords, Uchiha's expression changed. Unlike Ariri, who maintained a polite smile, Uchiha raised her chin slightly, adopting a condescending attitude that indicated victory was at hand. If one considers the context, Uchiha's psychology is easy to understand. The two sides were facing each other, and before the battle, because they did not know the specific strength of the enemy's forces, she and Ariri imagined the worst possible scenario. This is a kind of wisdom known as preparedness. However, while waiting for the other party to formally meet and engage, she suddenly discovered that the opposing forces were made up of women, children, and the elderly. She had seriously overestimated the opponent's standing strength. On her side, not only were the soldiers neatly arrayed and high-spirited, but there was also an ally in Ariri, who was nearly as powerful as she was. Together, they could easily overwhelm the opposition with just one charge. The situation couldn't be clearer. Though the horn of war had not yet sounded, the outcome was already evident. Thus, Uchiha, who was the first to assume the role of the victor, took a step forward and extended a false hand of goodwill toward her opponent. She deliberately pushed her hair much softer and more elegant than Hitori's behind her ears and responded with a slight smile, saying, "Hello, Ms. Gota. Please don't be shy. Now that you're here, just treat this place like your own home. There's no need to be so formal." Upon hearing this, the other two people present were slightly moved. Ariri quickly glanced at her ally. She secretly praised Uchiha's boldness for skipping the usual formalities. With her first words, she intentionally or perhaps unintentionally attempted to seduce Hitori. One must note that the situation had changed recently. This place could be called an apartment shared by her, Uchiha, and Chisato. Uchiha's casual reference to this place as home carried significant meaning. It was obvious that she regarded herself as the hostess of this home, speaking to Hitori in a tone befitting a host welcoming a guest. Most importantly, she was subtly reminding Hitori of her outsider status. Chisato, like Ariri, realized this immediately but did not express anything. After all, he had to consider everyone involved, whether it was Uchiha or Ariri, they were all his kittens. As their master, he could not openly favor any one party. At most, he could only mediate in private. As for the second reason, it was evident from the reactions of the kittens. "Thank you. Thank you." Hitori responded to Uchiha's warm words simply. While expressing her gratitude, she bent down and reached out to take Uchiha's hand. When she straightened up again, the smile on her face was visibly more relaxed than before. While this reaction made Chisato secretly laugh in his heart, it also caused both Uchiha and Ariri to react simultaneously. If this was not pretentious, it indicated that the girl in front of them possessed an attribute they had previously overlooked. She was natural, or in other words, slow. The two meanings are similar in this context. To put it simply, she struggled to read the atmosphere and discern others' feelings. And what is a well-known fact? Naturalness often suppresses cunning. This saying, widely circulated in the two-dimensional world, holds some truth. Hitori's current reaction is clear evidence of this. Seeing Uchiha's eyelids twitch slightly, Ariri understood the feeling of powerlessness that arises when you clench your fist tightly and strike out only to find nothing there. After all, they had been too impatient. In any endeavor, the impatient party often fails to gain the upper hand. Why had this guy suffered so many setbacks and yet failed to learn a lesson? Ariri felt a hint of powerlessness as well. Complaints aside, not all was lost. At the very least, their understanding of Hitori had deepened. "Hello, Gota-san. Just call me Ariri, like Chisato does, and please take good care of me in the future." After Uchiha returned without success, Ariri took over. Her demeanor seemed quite ordinary. However, upon closer analysis, both her exterior and interior approach were of high quality. Unlike Uchiha, who had used the more formal mis suffix often employed by slightly more mature individuals to create distance and a sense of opposition, Ariri adopted the more casual title of classmate. This choice aligned better with her status and served as a small gesture of goodwill. At the same time, having gleaned a rough understanding of Hitori's character through Uchiha's probing, Ariri deliberately made the second half of her sentence very straightforward to ensure her signal was received. Moreover, unlike Uchiha, who was singularly focused on attacking Hitori, Ariri was more concerned about the reactions of Chisato. After all, everything they did was ultimately for him, so she did not want to accumulate negative comments in front of him, thus lowering her standing. She simply observed Uchiha's not-so-clever approach. This worked well. Uchiha was willing to take on the role of the antagonist, applying pressure on Hitori, while Ariri was content to play the good cop, taking on various roles that would create a favorable impression without stopping or admonishing Uchiha. "Hello, Ariri-san. You can just call me Hitori," Hitori replied. After hearing Chisato's words at noon, Hitori's heart, which had been anxious, gradually calmed, and her mind ceased its wild thoughts. Chapter 249, Please Take Care of Me. Following their official introduction, she found that both the girl with the blonde hair, who looked as cute as a princess, and the girl with black hair, who resembled a model, were behaving kindly toward her. She did not sense any hostility and felt welcomed by their friendly greetings. This was completely different from the results she had seen when she secretly used her phone to search for third-party and original wife meeting during her free time in the afternoon. Scenes of fighting, punching and kicking, spitting, pulling hair, and scratching faces with fingernails showed no signs of what had happened. There was not even the slightest indication that such chaos occurred. They were willing to live in harmony with themselves and allow themselves to regard this place as their own home. What a considerate and kind-hearted person she is. She is no different from everyone in the group. Sure enough, the people who can be recognized by Chisato are all gentle and kind-hearted. Well, except for me. Hitori's cruel and dark thoughts did not last long before they were interrupted by Chisato. Stop standing around and talking. Come on, let's sit down and talk. Just sit next to me. Ah. Yeah. Hitori took off her school bag and placed it next to the sofa. Following Chisato's instructions, she obediently sat beside her, unaware of the sharpened gaze of Uchiha that returned to normal in an instant. Hitori placed her hands on her knees. After sitting down, her upper body leaned slightly forward, just as it had when she was standing. After all, the environment was too unfamiliar, and she unconsciously did this to make herself feel more at ease, a habit she developed from sitting in a cupboard at home. But it didn't hurt, and it didn't affect the rest of the conversation. Ariri, how long will the soup being cooked in the kitchen take to be ready? There are still more than 20 minutes left. That's just right. Let's take advantage of this time to let Hitori tell you about the things between us. Without any hesitation, Chisato directly brought up the most important topic of the night. Uchiha and Ariri also tensed up. Before Hitori could formally speak, Chisato stood up. By the way, there are drinks in the refrigerator. If you want anything, I'll get it for you. No, I'm not thirsty at all. It would feel quite uneasy for her to leave Chisato's side. While Hitori shook her head vigorously to express her rejection, she subconsciously pinched the corner of her clothes. Such a pitiful gesture made Uchiha's eyes sharpen, showing an offensive posture like a cat arching its back and raising its fur when it is angry. Ariri maintained a false and perfunctory smile, her eyes half closed and lips curved, while she watched and listened attentively. Like a skilled samurai's sword, she quickly poked Uchiha's waist with her elbow before immediately pulling it back. This poke was like hitting an acupuncture point, effectively reminding Uchiha to put away her expression that looked ready to speak sarcastically. Uchiha took a deep breath to calm down. At the same time, she deceived herself using a trick of self-encouragement, imagining Hitori as a large pink starfish in her mind, which did indeed help a little. Chisato sat down again, and Hitori felt safe next to the person she liked. Nothing else could interfere with the current situation. The relevant parties were already seated and ready. It was indeed time to officially get down to business. Don't be nervous, just speak boldly and with confidence. Chisato gently comforted Hitori, who was still a little nervous, and touched her head along her hair to convey strength. With this encouragement, Hitori finally sighed lightly, clenched her fists on her knees, and slowly raised her trembling eyes to meet the gaze of Uchiha and Ariri. Ariri-san, Kazumi. Miss Uchiha, I have always been afraid of meeting you, but I understand that we will meet sooner or later, and there is no way to escape. A day like this will eventually come. When Hitori first spoke, she seemed to stutter a little, unsure where to direct her gaze. But as the conversation unfolded, Her situation improved significantly, her speech became smoother, and she was able to look them in the eye. Uchiha smiled lightly at her words, her expression unreadable, and began to relax her posture, crossing her arms. She felt she could probably guess what the other person would say next. It was likely nothing more than an attempt to evoke sympathy from her and Ayuri by pretending to be pitiful or showing weakness, hoping they would allow her to continue spending time with Chisato. But unfortunately, this was not possible. Uchiha had no habit of sharing, except with Ayuri. After hearing Hitori's initial words, she quickly thought of a way to refuse, but this did not prevent her from letting the other person finish speaking. After all, this was basic courtesy in front of Chisato. As for Ayuri, she did not exhibit an obvious physical reaction like Uchiha. She behaved like a good girl, looking into Hitori's eyes very politely and seriously as she listened to her speech. But in fact, her heart was shrouded in dark clouds, unsure when the thunder would strike. She hated this uneasy feeling of being out of control and of unknown origin. Given time, she might follow some clues and discover the source of her unease. But unfortunately, Hitori's words continued without giving her a moment to gather her thoughts. I have always felt scared and extremely uneasy because my initial thoughts about you two were negative. I imagined that you might be confident, beautiful, and courageous women with your own opinions, but that you would find it difficult to accept my existence and would instill such thoughts in Chisato. Don't waste your efforts, Ms. Pink Starfish. Even if you praise us, the situation will not change at all. Uchiha crossed her legs and began to shake slightly. On the other hand, Ayuri's mood became increasingly heavy. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. The wind began to howl in her heart, and the waves gradually grew more violent, lapping at the shore with increasing ferocity. This was the beginning of a heavy rainstorm. But after meeting you, I found that my initial idea was wrong, or at least half wrong. You are indeed confident and beautiful, but at the same time, you are also gentle and kind, possessing many beautiful qualities. I now understand why Chisato falls in love with you. Excellent people attract each other. Regardless of whether this is right or wrong. It's just a helpless matter. Ayuri's typically friendly expression changed slightly at this moment. Uchiha, who was as slow to react as she was, also stopped her fidgeting. She sensed something was off from those words. At that moment, Hitori, who had taken a deep breath, made the boldest move she had attempted since entering this apartment. She stood up and faced the two women, who looked much more glamorous than her. Though still a little timid, she no longer hesitated. She approached Uchiha and Ayuri, met their eyes, and mustered the courage to hold their hands. Though she smiled, the corners of her slightly narrowed eyes revealed bitterness. Hitori spoke with a helpless tone, her voice slightly trembling as if she were defeated by some irreversible fact, unable to change the situation, and finally resigned to accepting a harsh reality. Miss Uchiha, Ayuri-san, you are both kind people. Therefore, I don't blame you and am willing to accept your existence. From now on, I ask you to take good care of me when we are together with Chisato. The light in the center of the room shone directly on Hitori's face. Tears rolled quietly down her cheeks, dripping to the ground through her chin. The crystal teardrops broke and shattered one by one. Chisato lowered his head slightly. His dark bangs cast shadows on his face, obscuring his eyes. The jet-black wing of the air conditioner nearby stretched out its furred head and looked toward this side. The scene was harmonious and quiet, yet an undeniable sense of helpless compromise and delicate sadness flowed beneath the surface of this tranquility. Chapter 250, Reverse Card. Hitori still remembers what Chisato told her at noon. Do you want to be with me forever? Of course. There is no doubt about it. Then, if you meet them tonight, you must remember one thing, our relationship timeline has to move forward. We didn't just meet at the beginning of this semester, we were already familiar with each other in our freshman year of high school, and we established a relationship not long after. What does relationship mean? The kind where a boyfriend and girlfriend have hugged, held hands, and kissed. Yes. After you tell them this fact in person, they probably won't ask for specific details, but just in case they do, you can explain the details of our relationship appropriately. Feel free to express yourself. Freedom. I'm afraid I'm going to mess up. It's not difficult, just highlight how deep our relationship is. You must remember to emphasize that our relationship was established before theirs. Besides, you don't have to be so nervous. I will always be by your side. If something arises that you can't handle, I will be there to help. It's just that the things I just mentioned will be more convincing if they come from you, so I can't say anything but leave it to you. I see. Thank you. If everything goes well, you'll be able to visit my place anytime in the future and stay overnight without any problems. Wait. Spend the night? If you want, we can also offer shoulder and leg massages to help you fall asleep. While feeling shy, Hitori sensed a sense of urgency. This sudden feeling arose from a dream. She had done something very similar to what she was about to do now, but the final result had been somewhat unsatisfactory, though she felt quite happy at the time. It was just unclear whether the outcome of doing this in reality would be as smooth as in her dream. But there was no reason for Hitori not to listen to Chisato and give it a try. He was the boy who reached out and pulled her from the dark corner into the light of day. As long as it was a request he made, she would execute it perfectly without any hesitation. In the living room of the apartment, Hitori's unexpected speech and bold move made it difficult for Ariri and Uchiha, whose hands she was holding, to accept the situation for a moment. Their pupils, originally calm, were now shaking uncontrollably. They had lost something that was invisible and intangible, yet the most important thing between the sexes. First come, first served. In name. The definitions of original partner and third party are actually very simple. First, confirm that the couple in question are considered the original partners. As time passes, the person who steps in between a couple who are not separated becomes an inappropriate third party. Uchiha and Ariri had both experienced those two dream-like lives, and with the blessing of such memories, they naturally inserted themselves into the role of Mrs. Suzumiya in the main palace, without considering any other possibilities. Now, they were paying the price for their careless missteps. After being told by Hitori that she was the one who came first, Uchiha and Ariri immediately lost their opportunity, and any countermeasures they had originally considered lost their meaning. In society, there are all kinds of people. Some third parties with poor moral character may be caught by their original partners yet still wear their ugly faces with pride. But Uchiha and Ariri are not like that. They are kind and reasonable characters. Thus, after Hitori's revelation, their identities and positions instantly switched. The two of them looked at Hitori, their lips pursed for a long time, yet they couldn't utter a single word. It's no wonder they were so thrown off balance. They truly hadn't expected this. Faced with Hitori, who was crying silently and seemed both unwilling and helpless, Ariri finally reacted. She placed her right hand on the back of Hitori's hand, then moved her position, pulling her to sit beside her, and finally took out a tissue to wipe the tears from her cheeks. This action could be described as extremely gentle. Well, if you don't look at her expression. Ariri's expression was no longer gentle, it looked a bit serious, or perhaps even dissatisfied. Her sharp mind had already grasped something the moment Hitori finished speaking. Combined with Chisato's typically weak sense of presence, Ariri didn't think the current situation had nothing to do with him. In this case, it doesn't matter what Hitori says now. What matters is the thoughts and stance of the person behind her, Chisato. In this situation, it can even be said that the most important person is almost entirely standing opposite her and Uchiha. This makes it somewhat difficult to navigate. Ariri gently patted Hitori's back to comfort her, and after her mood stabilized a bit, she took the initiative to speak. However, it was not a response to Hitori's previous words, but rather about something unrelated. The soup in the kitchen should be ready soon. I'll go take a look. At first, her words received no response. Hitori was still immersed in her role, filled with sadness. Chisato lowered his gaze to the floor, seemingly lost in thought and guilt. Uchiha realized that this was Ariri's reminder to her. She took a deep breath and stood up. There is one more dish that needs to be prepared. I'll go help with that. The two of them exchanged no further unnecessary words and walked toward the kitchen one after another. Once they left, Chisato slowly raised his head, stood up, and sat next to Hitori. He placed his palm on her head and gently stroked her hair, which looked messy but felt incredibly soft. Sorry, Chisato, I seem to have messed up. Hitori had seen Ariri's and Uchiha's reactions. No matter how it was interpreted, their attitudes were definitely not those of kindness and friendship. That's not the case. You did a good job, Hitori. It's natural for them to react like that. If they can't calm down, you just have to give them time to accept it. Chisato's words were not comforting, and the reactions of Ariri and Uchiha were exactly what he expected. If they could still maintain that polite smile after hearing what Hitori just said, he would be worried. For now, it doesn't matter. If he wants to convince them to accept others, this is a stage they must go through. He has already mentally prepared for this. It's not that simple to want to be surrounded by kittens. Chapter 251, Emergency Meeting Part 2. In the kitchen, Uchiha and Ariri stood in front of the stove together, their hands idle as they stared at the soup simmering over a low flame. They had left together not to prepare food as mentioned earlier, but to find an excuse to create a space for private conversation. Now that they had achieved their goal, Uchiha started talking, sneering softly. It's really ironic. Now it's us who have become the despicable ones, and the pink-haired girl has turned against us and become the condescending one. Ariri sighed softly. That's not what's important. Don't you see? Chisato didn't have any special reaction to this from the beginning to the end. What do you mean? What Hitori said, I suspect Chisato was hinting from behind. Uchiha looked a little surprised. Chisato. Do you have any evidence? No, this is just my guess, but I'm 90% sure it's correct. Chisato is biased in private, so he instructed Hitori to say what she just said when she saw us. If she gains the moral high ground, she'll always be invincible. In a few words, Ariri summarized Chisato's plans and thoughts. There were some more detailed aspects she didn't mention, thinking that Uchiha might not understand even if everything were clearly stated at this point. Are you saying that Chisato likes that guy, Hitori, more? When Uchiha mentioned this possibility, her teeth couldn't help but tremble. I didn't say that, and it doesn't matter. After all, he brought the girl to see us. This behavior itself raises some questions. If the girl isn't so important to him, why would he bother? Ariri shook her head, sighed again, and expressed her thoughts. Chisato's main purpose is to take this opportunity to assert his will to us. Just like the previous issue of renting a house, he intentionally wants to draw a clear line with us on the issue of rent because he doesn't want to rely on us. This allows him to assert his independence. What just happened conveyed this message, intentionally or unintentionally. He knew that we were extremely resistant and unwilling to accept Hitori, so he came up with a way to forcefully keep her by his side, regardless of our wishes, while simultaneously communicating his intentions to us. Even if we notice it later, the fact that it has been fabricated can silence us, leaving us unable to say anything else. This is a blatant conspiracy. Uchiha began to lightly bite her nails, feeling irritated. That's exactly what happened. It's just that our response was too slow. Knowing it now doesn't help. So this is how we compromise? Who said there was a compromise? I completely disagreed with Hitori's statement. My thoughts have never changed. You, me, and Chisato are all good. There is no fourth person who can join this. Ariri placed her hands on the stovetop, her words firm. Because of their fundamentally different personalities, Uchiha and Ariri often quarreled and clashed. But in this moment of shared hatred and a common enemy, Ariri provided a sense of security and reliability. Uchiha also increasingly noticed Ariri's growth since the last time she had failed to secure a position and let Ariri take the lead. This realization was not merely physical, Ariri's figure remained small and cute. What surprised Uchiha even more was Ariri's way of thinking about how to handle people, especially her inner feelings. Her insight, decisiveness, and feminine power were truly impressive. This moment reminded Uchiha of Ariri's mother, Sawamura Sayuri. The lady, who resembled her about 60 to 70%, smiled most of the time but always gave off an unfathomable aura. In Uchiha's mind, there were often moments when the figures of the two women overlapped, making it difficult to distinguish between them. This thought was inexplicable, yet it occurred frequently. Then, as we said before, let's find an opportunity to avoid Chisato and talk to the girl privately. Uchiha expressed her understanding and proposed a countermeasure. Her idea was actually quite sound. Since the fair referee was no longer neutral, it was clearly a good strategy to avoid him in the duel. But Hariri rejected her idea once again. Don't be so hasty in making a decision. There's something I've always been concerned about. Have you noticed Hitori's demeanor when she talked to me? Demeanor? Uchiha pondered for a moment. She seemed timid and shy, her speech a bit choppy. She appears to be the type who lacks confidence and independent opinions. Is that what you mean? That was just how she spoke at first. Later, didn't you notice that she seemed like a different person? She spoke coherently and naturally, and even her expression no longer showed fear or hesitation, right? Uchiha considered what Ariri said and realized it was indeed true. When she spoke those last words, Hitori had even looked into her eyes, and for a moment, the look in her eyes made Uchiha feel a connection. If we're talking about acting, then her acting skills are also very impressive. Ariri felt a bit uneasy. Then what do you think we should do now? Don't worry, the situation can't get any worse. Calm your bitter and resentful expression. Let's eat first. In short, we should have more contact with Gota Hitori and learn more about our enemy. Some of this is not a bad thing, and the other thing is... Pass me the glove over there. Ariri placed the steaming soup pot on the dining table. As Uchiha leaned over to greet her, it was time for dinner at Chisato's house. Chapter 252, Underground Lover. Hitori once dreamed of having dinner with Chisato, but she never imagined it would come true in the way it did today. However, the number of people changed from 2 to 4, and the atmosphere shifted from romantic to awkward. This was really different from what she had expected. The good news was that no matter which dish it was, it looked delicious. Both Uchiha and Ariri did not show the unsettling expressions they had right after she spoke those words. This made Hitori, who was as timid as a rabbit, feel a little more relaxed. Her uncharacteristic behavior earlier stemmed from her awareness that her next actions were tied to Chizato's expectations, so she kept recalling the things she perceived from a first-person perspective in that dream. She didn't know how she was managing it, as she was completely immersed in the moment. But looking at the harmonious atmosphere at the dinner table and the fact that Chisato never showed dissatisfaction from beginning to end, she must have been doing pretty well, right? As Hitori ate the food Chisato brought her, her attitude gradually became more optimistic. However, Chisato sighed silently in his heart. The current situation was not encouraging. Even though everyone at the table was friendly to each other, it felt like a normal dinner among friends. But the situation under the table was quite intense. Sitting opposite him, Uchiha held her bowl and chopsticks, seemingly engaged in casual conversation with Ariri. In reality, her feet stretched straight between Chisato's thighs, and she kept using her small toes to poke the soft flesh on the side of his leg. Chisato could tolerate this kind of venting behavior. What he cared about was the other person's reaction. After sitting at the dining table, although Ariri behaved as usual, her eyes never met his from beginning to end. Even though he was clearly staring at her, she pretended not to notice, minding her own business, picking up food and chatting with the other two. Such a reaction sent a signal that she was dissatisfied or angry. Compared to Uchiha's behavior of venting her anger directly, Chisato was more worried about Ariri's silent and expressionless demeanor. The longer this uncomfortable silence lasted, the more overwhelming the storm would be. This was the price of greed. No matter what you do, the more you want, the more you have to bear. After all, it was the path they had chosen. They had already decided to go all the way to the end and would not shrink back at the beginning. It was impossible for Hitori to stay here all night. After sending her away, he would face Ariri and Uchiha alone. Gee, he got a headache just thinking about it. But this was a situation that must be faced, there was no way to avoid it. Then, I will go back today. Thank you for your hospitality, Ms. Uchiha and Ariri-san. Standing at the entrance, Hitori, who had already put on her shoes and picked up her school bag, bowed slightly toward the two of them in a reserved manner as she said goodbye. Even though Uchiha was very well-mannered, she couldn't feel any affection for the girl in front of her, who was competing with her for a man. This was especially true given that she had just suffered a loss and had inexplicably shifted from the role of the main partner to that of a third party at fault. Therefore, she felt so angry that she forced herself to nod lightly and give the bare minimum of a response. Ariri was different. She took 2 steps forward and pulled out her mobile phone. Classmate Hitori, if possible, could we exchange line accounts? If anything happens in the future, we can contact you at any time. While she made this request with a smile on her face, her body posture moved closer, resembling the kind of girls in ordinary schools who fall in love at first sight. But Hitori did not expect something beyond her anticipation to happen before parting. What should I do? Chisato had never mentioned before that they needed to exchange line accounts. Therefore, Hitori, unsure how to react to this unexpected turn of events, turned her attention to Chisato with genuine sincerity. This small habitual action was noticed by Ariri, but she did not display any special expression. Chisato smiled and nodded, it's nothing bad. After saying this, Hitori hurriedly took out her cell phone and exchanged contact information with Ariri. I'll take her to the tram stop. Well, please be safe on the road. Ariri stood at the entrance, waving her small hands, while Uchiha turned around and walked back into the living room. After closing the door, Chisato took Hitori into the elevator. It was only after leaving the apartment that Hitori's constantly tense heart finally relaxed. I'm sorry, Hitori, for making it so late. Thank you for your hard work tonight. Chisato leaned in quietly, approaching Hitori's ear. His low, sultry voice made Hitori's whole body tremble in surprise. No. It's not troublesome. As long as it's what Chisato asks, I'm willing to do anything. Hitori timidly raised her head, and the moment she met the man's gaze, she felt the pressure from him. The elevator space was not large, so she took 2 steps back and pressed her back against the wall. I said before that after Hitori helps me with this favor, I will be very grateful. During this time, I will think of ways to express my gratitude, but before that, let me give you some interest. Chisato reached out and touched the girl's cheek. The warmth of the other person's palm felt almost electric, causing Hitori to stop breathing for a moment, and a mix of numbness and pleasure washed over her. Her mind went blank, and she could only feel the sensation of relief in a daze, while her slightly narrowed eyes stared blankly at Chisato, who lowered his head and moved closer to her lips. She closed her eyes, relying on a handful of experiences from dreams and reality, and wrapped her arms around the other person's neck in mutual understanding. The elevator reached the first floor. The two held hands and walked down the street. Hitori secretly glanced at Chisato beside her. Under the bright street lights, the other person's lips were illuminated. Hitori's little face flushed, and she realized that the culprit behind this reaction was her own feelings. Ariri just added you online. If she takes the initiative to chat with you in the future, just respond as you see fit, but make sure to tell me afterward. After the brief sweetness, Chisato returned to the reality of her worries and concerns. Yeah, I understand. Hitori nodded obediently. She always found herself nodding and saying yes in front of Chisato. Similarly, she had no defensive instincts regarding him. When facing him, some of her thoughts would be openly revealed on her face. After tonight's dinner with Ariri and Uchiha, she felt less confident about being around Chisato and was now even more uneasy. Those two girls surpassed her in every aspect, from their speech and behavior to their appearance. Not to mention the food served tonight, which was at a level that even her flatterers couldn't match, full of color, flavor, and richness. And what about herself? At home, she could only make simple fried eggs and boil instant noodles, while even her younger sister could stand on a small stool and occasionally prepare breakfast. In comparison, her sister seemed far more capable. The more she thought this way, the more a sense of crisis filled Hitori, who felt she had no confidence to compete with them. By the time they reached the tram stop, the high emotions caused by the kiss in the elevator had almost dissipated. Chisato noticed Hitori's sense of loss and didn't want her to enter the tram station and head home feeling this way. It was 8:30, so it wasn't too late. They could chat for a while longer. Let's go sit over there for a while, Chisato suggested, pointing to a flower-bed landscape not far from the tram station, surrounded by flower beds with benches scattered around. Hitori nodded, eager to spend more time with him. The two sat down on a bench together. Chisato took the initiative to let go of their hands, which made Hitori feel a bit disappointed. He then reached out, holding both sides of her cheeks, gently adjusting them to align her eyes with his. Hitori nervously pouted her lips. Tell me what you're thinking, he prompted. Hitori gently poked Chisato's palm with her finger. He was using a little too much force and making her struggle to reply smoothly. Chisato smiled and slowly released his palm. Well, I was thinking that Ariri-san and Miss Uchiha are both shining, excellent people. Hitori spoke her thoughts aloud, but while doing so, she unconsciously averted her gaze. After finishing, she cautiously returned her eyes to Chisato's face. Seeing that he didn't show any special expression, she boldly added, they all seem like a perfect match for you, Chisato-kun. Chisato sighed softly. That's true. They are indeed a good match for me, there's no doubt about it. However, apart from that, is there nothing else you would like to add, Hitori? What do you mean? What about you? Aren't you a good match for me? I'm not as good as they are. Hitori lowered her head, her eyes cast down, pinching the corner of her clothes with her slender fingers, and answered in a slightly trembling voice. She hunched over, as if wanting to shrink into a small ball. Chisato laughed out loud, causing Ecchi to look at him in surprise. Maybe it seems that way to you, he said easily. Chisato? What does that mean? Hitori looked at him in confusion, but Chisato merely shrugged, not appearing to want to elaborate. Hitori must have something else to say to me. Since we went out, you've been sneaking glances at me, as if you were hesitant to speak. Huh? It's so obvious. No, Chisato is too smart, that's why he can detect it so easily. Hitori felt flustered, swallowed hard, and carefully voiced her thoughts, because in the apartment earlier, I felt that both Miss Uchiha and classmate Ariri were a little angry. They seemed dissatisfied with me being around you, Chisato-kun, and they even complained about you. So I was wondering if there's a good way to resolve this, one that wouldn't upset them while allowing you to navigate between us without feeling embarrassed. Chisato was surprised that the timid Hitori had started to think about such a problem and tried to share his concerns. So, has Hitori come up with any good ideas? He didn't have high expectations. He had been pondering the problem for a long time and didn't believe Hitori could provide a perfect solution. But out of respect or perhaps to deepen their relationship, he wanted to give her a chance to voice her thoughts. I have an idea. Under Chisato's encouraging gaze, Hitori slowly and clearly expressed her views. The reason everyone feels dissatisfied and embarrassed is ultimately because of me. So as long as I disappear and leave their sight. At that point, Hitori suddenly stopped speaking. She noticed that Chisato's expression had turned cold without warning. Well, there's no need to think about such things anymore. Remember this, I will never leave you, Hitori, Chisato said firmly, making Hitori's heart race. However, Hitori misunderstood his meaning and had to clarify, no. It's not like that. I don't mean to throw myself away. What I meant was that I would just disappear from Ms. Uchiha and Ariri-san's view. Hitori wants to be my underground lover? The term lover wasn't quite right, but Hitori didn't mind. She happily nodded, relieved that Chisato understood her meaning. No, that's not the way to go about this. You don't need to think about those things in the future. You just have to trust me. No one would be happy as a result of that. Similar experiences had been shown in her dreams, and Chisato wouldn't make the same mistake again. Send me a message when you get home. Okay. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Chisato watched as Hitori boarded the train on his way back to his apartment. There were still 2 people at home who needed to be dealt with, and they wouldn't be as easy to talk to as Hitori. It could be expected that the work would take a long time tonight. Chapter 253, Aftermath. Chisato walked through the apartment door and into the living room. Uchiha was leaning on the sofa and he did not see Ariri. The TV was on, showing a conversational evening variety show that wives like to watch. The program featured interviews with specific groups of people discussing the day's topics. Unfortunately, the topic of today's conversation was somewhat sensitive: what to do if your husband cheats. When Uchiha saw Chisato returning, she didn't say anything. She merely closed her jade feet that were resting on the sofa and reached out to pat the space beside her. Chisato understood what she meant, walked over, and sat down. Uchiha had obviously just taken a shower. The ends of her hair were slightly damp, and a strong scent of shower gel wafted from her. After Chisato sat down, Uchiha unceremoniously placed her slender legs on his lap. Seeing that he didn't react, she lifted the hem of his shirt, slipped one foot in, and rubbed her toes against his belly. It was hard to tell whether this was a punishment or a reward, but Chisato finally responded. He removed Uchiha's troublesome foot from under his shirt and placed it back on his lap. To prevent her from engaging in any unpredictable behavior again, such as untying his pants with her toes, he placed his hands on her ankles to stop her movements. "Where's Ariri?" Chisato spoke first, his tone plain, displaying his typical thick-skinned demeanor. Uchiha, on the other hand, snorted coldly, wearing a yandere-like smile. "After sending the other girls off, you came back to see me and sat next to me. The first thing you ask is about the whereabouts of the others. Are you disrespecting me, Mr. Suzumiya?" This was Uchiha's signature remark when she was angry. Normally, Chisato would exchange a few words with her, but today he felt guilty about his actions and lacked the confidence to engage in banter. "I'm sorry. I should have informed you and Ariri about the situation between Hitori and me earlier." Chisato's words hung in the air, echoing in Uchiha's mind. She continued to stare at him intently, her eyes showing no sign of relaxation, and her pursed lips trembled slightly. This was not the response she had expected. What she wanted was not an apology. Moreover, such an apology felt insincere, as he emphasized the fact that Hitori had mentioned before. It was just like what Ariri had said, even the referee who is supposed to maintain fairness can't keep fairness as the top priority. You're serious about that girl, right?" Chisato nodded. The last hope in Uchiha's heart faded, and she desperately pulled her feet away from his lap. Her slender fingers held her forehead, her burgundy eyes dull, and her expression was one of clear annoyance and reluctance. An atmosphere of silence spread between them. Finally, unable to bear the tension, Uchiha stood up. "Ariri is in the room. She just called home and will be staying here tonight. You can go to her directly. I'm very tired and going to bed first. If you have nothing to discuss, don't disturb me." Her mood was confused, and her thoughts were scattered. Continuing the conversation made little sense. Not only that, but she also risked losing something in such a stiff, cold situation. Therefore, the wisest course of action was to end the conversation, allowing each of them to cool off before discussing anything later. "Good night, Uchiha." As Uchiha opened the door, Chisato's voice came from behind. She silently bit her soft lower lip, forcing herself to respond as calmly as possible. "Well, you too. Good night." Uchiha walked into the room and closed the door. This situation cannot be considered an effective solution to the problem at all. The disagreement and tension were things Chisato had anticipated. He had told himself not to rush, but he still felt a pang of disappointment seeing Uchiha's sad expression. But now was not the time for such feelings. While Uchiha's situation had barely come to a close, another person still needed his attention. After all, avoiding the issue would never resolve it. After taking a moment to adjust his mood, Chisato turned off the TV, gently knocked on Ariri's door, and walked in after receiving a response. Ariri was leaning against the bedside when she saw Chisato enter and put down her phone. She wore a light cyan camisole and loose shorts, exposing her long, shapely legs. Compared to Uchiha's slightly voluptuous and graceful curves, Ariri's legs appeared more youthful and energetic at first glance. Moreover, when she crossed her legs, it exuded a certain strength. "No. What am I thinking?" Chisato shifted his gaze, bringing his thoughts back on track. As he sat on the edge of the bed, Ariri approached him on her hands and knees like a cat. Chisato turned to look at her. Ariri quickly turned her face away. The light in the room was dim, but Chisato could clearly see the girl's red eyes and the traces of tears on her cheeks. He sighed softly and spoke calmly. I'm sorry, Ariri. There are some things I didn't explain to you earlier. He was determined to stick to his plan. If Hitori wasn't put in a favorable position from the start, he couldn't imagine what reasons he would have to keep her by his side in the future. Now that things have happened, this matter isn't actually that important. Ariri's attitude was different from Utaha's. No obvious dissatisfaction was apparent. I heard Utaha mention that, besides Hitori, there's actually a fourth girl around you, right? Yes, her name is Kazusa, the daughter of the famous pianist, Ms. Mayuko. Does Masan know about our existence and about Goto-san? Chisato shook his head. That's true. Ariri's voice became slightly bitter, and she smiled self-deprecatingly. I can understand this. Since Utaha and I are more important to you, you thought to confess this situation to us first, right? The girl's increasingly nasal voice tugged at Chisato's heart. He gently held her hand. No one can replace you and Utaha in my heart. That's undeniable. Ariri held his hand back and smiled reluctantly. What? Such a cunning statement. I'm sorry. Chisato turned to her, stroked her cheek with his palm, and lowered his head to kiss the moist corners of her eyes. He craved more, even though he already had it. His infidelity was undeniable, and all he could do was apologize. There's no need to apologize, Chisato. If what you say is true, then Utaha and I should be the ones apologizing. Ariri said this meaningfully. She didn't want Chisato to respond to her statement, she just wanted to express her thoughts, which was a subtle way of communicating her feelings. After he spoke, she quickly continued, Actually, I feel very satisfied hearing you say that no one can replace me in your heart. Chisato wasn't sure if that statement was true, but Ariri's attitude certainly lightened the slightly melancholic atmosphere. Thanks. Since he entered her room, Chisato's words had been brief, which was uncharacteristic of his usual eloquence. Ariri sighed softly. This was not the reaction she had expected. No matter what happened, she couldn't let it affect her previous relationship with him. This was a lesson Ariri had learned from her mother about how to navigate relationships, and it had become a guiding principle in her life. Also, during their intimate moments, things felt a little too comfortable. I'm going to rest, Ariri suddenly announced. Well, good night. Chisato placed a kiss on her forehead, stood up, and began to leave the room. He assumed this was Ariri's way of evicting him, but to his surprise, she quickly grabbed his wrist. Chisato turned around, puzzled. Ariri switched off the bedside light. The room was suddenly enveloped in darkness. As their eyes adjusted to the dimness, they could barely see a sliver of moonlight filtering through the curtains. In that faint light, he could vaguely make out Ariri, who was kneeling on the bed. She got off the bed, walked barefoot to the door, and locked it with a soft click. After doing all this, she slowly returned to the bed and took his hand. Actually, I'm not wearing anything underneath my pajamas after taking a shower, she said in a deliberately soft voice. Chisato swallowed. He wanted to say that he knew, given how thick Ariri's pajamas were, but he felt it would be inappropriate to mention it now. So, he leaned back as she continued to approach him. Ariri, I thought you'd be angry with me. I am angry, but anger is just anger. I don't want anything else to affect our relationship. Through the dim light from the curtains, Chisato could vaguely see Ariri's figure. Something fell to the floor. Besides, you haven't hugged me for a long time. If just a few days could be considered a long time, then tonight certainly felt overdue. Only. Ariri, Utaha will be next door tonight. Wouldn't that be better? Huh? And if this can change her mood and stop her from thinking about her classmates, it would actually be a good thing. Although Chisato didn't fully understand Ariri's perspective at that moment, he appreciated her proactive attitude. He decided to set aside all the trivial matters for now and responded to her sincerely. The next morning, around 7 o'clock, a haggard-looking Utaha appeared in the living room just as Ariri was coming out of the kitchen with breakfast. She couldn't help but greet her cheerfully. Yo, good morning. Comparing their expressions, it was clear they were worlds apart. Utaha glanced at Ariri's smile, then turned her head away, uninterested in engaging as she walked into the bathroom at a leisurely pace. After finishing her wash and sitting at the dining table, she still didn't see Chisato. Sensing her curiosity, Ariri took a sip of milk and answered. Chisato went out for a morning jog. Let's eat first without waiting for him. Seeing Ariri speak so calmly, Utaha's long-simmering anger finally erupted. She coldly replied with disgust, You seemed very happy last night. As soon as Hitori left, you were eager to pull Chisato into something like that. What were you thinking? You were so impatient. We agreed to do this. Have you forgotten our strategy of showing resistance so Chisato would notice? Being so aggressive so early in the morning is really annoying. In contrast to Utaha's agitation, Ariri remained calm. Honestly, there's no direct conflict between what you said and what I did last night. You know that kind of intimacy. It really helps bring us closer together and adjusts our moods. It's a big help, isn't it? Stop making excuses for your behavior. You're just acting on impulse, driven by our carnal instincts. Uchiha laughed scornfully. Say what you want. Airi calmly tore off a small piece of toast and took a bite. Uchiha bit into her breakfast sausage with such ferocity it was as if she were biting into someone. Actually, if you looked at it differently, you wouldn't be angry. Someone has to confront Chisato. Right? It's better for me to do it than for anyone else. Right. Airi sighed helplessly. At that moment, Chisato walked into the house, panting. After a brief greeting to the two at the dining table, he headed straight into the bathroom. Airi spoke up again. After school today, I plan to visit the place where Chisato works. Will you join me? Go by yourself. Uchiha showed little interest. Seeing this, Airi added some information she had gathered. Hitori seems to visit there often. How do you know? You'll understand once you check her personal homepage. How should I put it? I'll go. Uchiha changed her mind. Understanding the enemy is essential. This knowledge would be crucial in how they interacted in the future, and there was no reason not to pursue it. Chapter 254, He is a Playboy Monday, Lunch Break. As usual, Yukino arrived at the service department, sat by the window, and began reading a book. Not long after, faint sounds of girls' conversations and footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the door. There was a gentle knock on the club door. I'm coming in, Yukino-chan. The door opened, and Yui walked in with a smile, waving her hand. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Yukino Shita-senpai. Ayaroa followed closely behind, mimicking Yui's cheerful gesture after closing the club door. As they spent more time together, she was no longer intimidated by this senior, who initially seemed unsociable and difficult to approach. Yukino placed a bookmark in her novel and greeted them with a faint smile. Good afternoon. It's really hot today. Yui walked to the back of the club, grabbed 2 chairs, and placed them next to Yukino before sitting down with Ayaroa. Well, it is summer after all, Ayaroa remarked, turning her palms into fans and gently blowing air towards her forehead and collar. Yukino observed them for a moment, hesitated, and then took out a pack of wet wipes from her pocket, handing it to them. If you don't mind, please use this. Ah, thank you, Yukino-chan. That's a big help, senpai. The 2 girls expressed their gratitude, tore open the package of wet wipes, and wiped the sweat from their foreheads and necks. The sticky feeling of sweat vanished, replaced by a refreshing sensation that helped them relax a bit. I rarely see Yukino Shita-senpai sweating. That's because Yukino-chan is always so elegant, unlike us who love to run around. Speaking of which, the scent of this wet wipe is quite similar to that of Yukino-chan. It has a faint jasmine fragrance. When Uegahama-senpai mentioned it, I thought it might be true. Both of them brought the wet wipes to their noses and sniffed simultaneously, then looked at Yukino at the same time. Yukino sighed helplessly. What's going on with you two? Are you possessed by an uncle? Her rare display of annoyance elicited chuckles from both girls. After resting for a while and feeling less hot, Ayaroa placed the biscuits she had brought on the table and opened the package. She pushed it toward the middle and spoke expectantly. Well, I learned to make these at home. Please give them a try. I'd love to hear your comments and suggestions. Yui clapped her hands. Ah, Ishiki-chan really listened to my idea. That's because it was a good suggestion. Please try it first. Then I won't be polite. Yui picked up a bear-shaped cookie, rested her chin on her other hand, took a bite, and her eyes lit up. It's delicious. The milky flavor is so good. Really? Yukino Shita-senpai, please don't be shy. At Ayaroa's urging, Yukino thanked her and also picked up a cookie. She stared at the heart-shaped biscuit in her hand, hesitated for a moment, then took a bite. After savoring the taste, she nodded in approval. There was truly nothing wrong with the taste of the homemade biscuits before her. However, Yukino couldn't agree with Ayaroa's motivations for making the cookies. This all began last weekend when Ayaroa expressed her desire to become popular with boys and formally requested help from the service club. That day, the 3 of them Yukino, and Ayaroa each offered their own suggestions. Yukino's advice was practical yet difficult to implement quickly. Her general guidance was to focus on self-improvement. This included enhancing her academic performance, athletic abilities, fashion sense, and developing a lovable personality. By becoming better herself, Ayaroa would naturally draw attention and wouldn't need to do anything forced to become popular with boys. In contrast, Yui's suggestions were much more direct and could be executed in a short time. In essence, she advised Ayaroa to identify which boy she wanted to impress, get closer to him, and eventually things would fall into place. This conclusion was derived from Yua's readings of romance manga and lacked any real theoretical backing, resembling Iroha's original plan. As a result, it was clear that Iroha leaned towards Yua's idea. While Yukino's advice made sense and Iroha wanted to improve herself, the reality didn't allow her to proceed at a leisurely pace. From what she knew, Chisato already had two attractive girls by his side. If she followed Yukino's suggestions slowly, too many variables would arise. There was a chance the other girls might distract him. Iroha didn't want to spoil other people's potential relationships. But before all was settled, she had to try her best to fight until the end. Moreover, she had a unique advantage. Such an experience. Did anyone else have that advantage? To a certain extent, being hand in hand for a lifetime created a bond that felt like it had already been established over many years. With this first mover advantage, as long as everything was executed properly and she could evoke empathy in Chisato, it would be hard for her to lose. Ever since Iroha confirmed her idea and began putting it into action, her confidence had remained high. She knew that brother Chisato has two attractive girls with unknown connections. She don't know the nature of their relationships or their backgrounds, but she is confident that she can outshine them. Once she officially take action, the situation will start to completely reverse. All in all, it can be said that due to a lack of information, Iroha is currently in a state of blind optimism. Iroha don't know how long this mindset will last, but one thing is certain, without an external shock to make her confront reality, this mentality will undoubtedly persist. If there's nothing wrong with the taste of the biscuits, the next step is how to deliver them. After licking the cookie crumbs off her fingertips, Yui raised her chin and gazed at the ceiling, pondering the question. For instance, celebrations, birthday parties, dinner gatherings, etc. At events with a good atmosphere, it would be easy to distribute homemade cookies. Iroha listened to her words and considered the next step. Although she had exchanged contact information with Chisato before, she realized that asking him to meet without a reason and presenting him with cookies she made might come off as too direct and dry, lacking any subtlety or tact. She needed to think of a better reason. Ah, right. Iroha's eyes suddenly lit up as she leaned closer to Yukino and asked softly, Yukino Shita-senpai, your next-door neighbor. He just moved in not long ago, right? During a previous conversation in the living room of Suzumiya's house, she had heard Chisato casually mention this, but she wanted to confirm. This inquiry undoubtedly clarified the target behind her previous commission. Yui blushed at the side, feeling a surge of boldness in her heart despite having no experience in love. Yukino glanced at Iroha with sparkling eyes. Deep down, she genuinely hoped Iroha wouldn't develop a relationship with her new neighbor, who had a reputation as a playboy. After all, based on what she knew, her neighbor's private life could be described as corrupt, and he was nothing short of a scumbag. The only redeeming quality he seemed to have was his slender figure and looks that surpassed those of ordinary men. Judging by his appearance, he could easily become a model. However, this superficial quality was rendered useless without solid inner virtues. Yukino understood that this was merely her own evaluation. In the eyes of others, the situation might be completely different. Now that Iroha had openly revealed her desire to pursue someone, Yukino believed it was necessary to change her attitude. Instead of simply waiting and observing silently, she decided to share what she had learned, informing this lively and charming schoolgirl of the situation for her consideration. It was ultimately up to Iroha to decide whether to continue her pursuit or to temper her heart, which had yet to fully ignite. Indeed, he moved here not long ago. It seems he has only been here for a few days, Yukino replied honestly. As Iroha secretly clenched her fists, the smile on her face brightened again. Yukino paused for a moment before continuing, however, there are some things you need to be aware of. Yukino's suddenly serious expression stunned Iroha and caused Yui to sit up straight beside her. Is it about him? Yes. After a brief silence, Yukino spoke again. These are just some situations I have observed. To be honest, I haven't delved deeply into it, so if you don't want to hear it, Ishiki-kun, I will. No, please tell me. Iroha interrupted. She wanted to know everything about Chisato. Understood. Yukino stood up and poured a cup of black tea for each of them. After sitting down again, she calmly began to describe what she knew about Chisato. In the music room. It's finally over. In the first music room, with a prolonged wail, Kazusa stretched her arms behind her. Before her lay math problems she had already completed. Thank you for your hard work. I'm here to check. Kazusa, please take a break first. Chisato opened the chocolate packaging and stuffed a piece into Kazusa's slightly open mouth. Well, Godo-san didn't come today, Kazusa remarked, puffing her cheeks as she left her seat. Maybe something happened. But isn't this perfect? Now we can be alone in our world. Chisato casually replied while seated. In reality, Hattori didn't came to the music room today due to his instructions. Various events had occurred over the weekend, and he hadn't gone to Kazusa. He felt it was necessary to make up for it at another time, ensuring that things remained balanced. After all, they could see each other every night at Starry during working hours. The phrase "a world for two" made Kazusa blush slightly, causing her to twitch momentarily. The couple had just established their relationship, and she hadn't fully adjusted to the change in status. However, it didn't stop her from reacting enthusiastically during their intimate moments. During this time, she worked diligently during her spare hours, knowing that only a few days remained before the monthly exam. While it might be unrealistic to aim for the top of the list by improvisation, she was determined that her results could not remain at the bottom as they had in the past. That would be too embarrassing. Of course, her main motivation came from the future Chisato had envisioned for her. If they graduated together and attended the same university, perhaps they could adopt a cat when they lived together. They could cook in the kitchen after returning home at night and cozy up next to each other in the living room. There were long-term plans that felt distant, but there were also immediate rewards within reach. Kazusa had received a promise from Chisato. Once the results of the monthly exam were released, if her ranking improved by more than 50 places compared to before, he would make time to take her to the beach during the holiday after the school festival to watch the sunrise. It wasn't a grand reward, but it motivated Kazusa significantly. The important thing was not just going to the beach or watching the sunrise, but spending time with him, which was exciting enough. The accuracy rate has improved. If we maintain this progress, it seems we'll easily meet the requirements I mentioned earlier, but we still can't be careless. Quickly reviewing the incorrect parts of the exercises in front of her, Chisato vacated her seat. Try solving these incorrect questions by yourself first. If you still struggle, I'll teach you. Got it, Suzumiya-sensei? Kazusa emphasized the word sensei as she deliberately recreated the dynamic they shared before their relationship was confirmed. Now, however, the identities of teacher and student had been reversed. Before she resumed answering the questions, Kazusa raised her head and asked the request she had been silently considering for a long time. Can I come see where you work tonight? Chapter 255, Hattori's Invitation. The reason Kazusa made such a request was actually quite simple, there were no complicated thoughts behind it. She just wanted to see her boyfriend at work, that's all. Maybe she would take 1 or 2 photos secretly, but they would never be seen again. She originally thought that Chisato would agree, but the actual situation was a little different from what she expected. Why do you suddenly want to visit my workplace? Chisato asked with a gentle smile, placing her hands on her lover's shoulders and softly kneading her hair. In Kazusa's eyes, Chisato's smile was just as usual, no different at all, but a woman's intuition told her that something seemed off. However, she ignored this slight unease and didn't dwell on it. She fiddled with the gel pen in her hand and glanced at the exercise paper. I just want to take a look. If you don't want me to, forget it. She thought she had stated this very casually, but it sounded quite different to those who heard her. There was a hint of resentment in her tone, although slight, it was not difficult to detect. To some extent, Kazusa was actually quite easy to read after spending some time together. Naturally, such changes in her emotions did not escape Chisato's notice. He pretended not to notice his lover's dissatisfaction and continued speaking at his own pace. It's not that I don't want you to come. It's just that the place where I work is very noisy and has a strong smell of alcohol. Occasionally, there are unruly customers who ignore the regulations and smoke indoors. I'm worried you won't be comfortable in such an environment. This explanation worked. Kazusa looked away from the paper, stopped fiddling with the gel pen, and raised her gaze to Chisato again. The resentment in her eyes vanished, replaced by concern. Is the environment at your workplace really that bad? Chisato shook his head. I'm just considering it from your perspective. As for me, I'm used to it. This job is definitely much better than serving plates in a restaurant or handing out flyers on the street. Even so, Kazusa still felt a twinge of worry. She suddenly realized she was a careless girlfriend. They had known each other for a while, and only now did she realize that Chisato was working part-time because he was obviously short on money. She wanted to help, but couldn't think of a good way to do so at the moment. If you think the things I mentioned earlier don't matter, and you can accept that I won't always be able to take care of you while I'm working, then it's fine for you to come. I can take you home afterward. Chisato bought some time during their short conversation, thinking quickly before finally saying this. He pondered a lot in that brief moment. Since Kazusa made such a request, she must have been thinking about it for a long time. If he had strongly refused to let her go, it would likely have raised suspicion. Would Kazusa secretly find time to visit her workplace because she was genuinely curious? That was a concern for Chisato. Since issues would arise sooner or later, rather than worrying daily in the future, it was better to address them while he was prepared. The inevitable confrontation would come sooner or later, but it was too early now. It was best to avoid it for the time being. As expected, after hearing what Chisato said, Kazusa appeared very happy, although she still pretended to be calm as she confirmed again, "If I come, I won't disturb your work, right? As long as you don't cling to me all the time like you usually do." Narcissist. Who would do that? Okay, it's settled then. Just think of it as a relaxing activity after studying hard these days. You'll call home later, and we'll head to my workplace after school. I'll take you home afterward. Oh. After the seemingly reluctant reply, Kazusa couldn't help but smile. Regarding Chisato working part-time due to financial constraints, she also made a decision in her mind. She would ask her mother, who had been idly staying at home recently. Although her mother had been lazy lately, she was an adult and might be able to offer some mature and practical advice. Shimokitazawa High School, second period recess. After receiving a message on his cell phone, Ryo headed to the outdoor balcony at the end of the corridor, where Naruto was waiting for her. "What's with the sudden call? I wanted to let you know that my plans for tonight have changed, and I won't be going to practice at the Stars. Did something happen? Did Ikuyo-chan or Bachi-chan take a day off?" Naruto shook her head. "No, actually, it was Bachi-chan who invited us to her house. She said it was to thank us for taking care of her all this time. She asked her mother to prepare a lot of delicious food for us, and she also suggested we spend the night at her place. Bachi-chan took the initiative to invite us?" Ryo pointed at herself, looking incredulous. After all, it was the extremely social Bachi-chan, so it was indeed surprising for her to make such a request. It made more sense for someone like Ikuyo, who was always so cheerful. "I'm a bit surprised too. This doesn't seem like Bachi-chan's usual style, but if you think about it, maybe it's her family's idea." After briefly making some assumptions, Naruto waved her hand. "Anyway, there's no point in worrying about it. I've already agreed to go, and Yudai-chan has also agreed. You'll come too, right? After all, this can be seen as a group activity for the band. The most important part is the delicious food. I want to go, but not just for the food. I want to be there for the friendship between me and Bachi-chan. I don't want to disappoint her," Ryo said earnestly. "Ah, yes, yes." Naruto responded perfunctorily, pulling out her cell phone to reply to Hitori to confirm the plans. "Stop running around after school. Let's meet Bachi-chan and Ikuyo-chan at the station. Oh, by the way, since it's your first time going to someone else's house, you should bring something. Let's stop by a fruit shop or a cake shop." Naruto's eyes sparkled mischievously. "Looking at you, it seems you've probably overspent your pocket money this month again." Ryo looked up at the sky. "My wallet has a mind of its own, and I have no control over it." "Idiot, you." Sighing, Naruto shook her head. "Anyway, I'll help you with your share this time, but remember to pay me back later." "I understand. I will pay it back, but I still have a question." "What is it?" "What should I do about Suzumiya-kun? Although I didn't say it clearly, I think he is actually a member of the band that has ended. He wasn't present at many of our group activities. Isn't that a bit problematic?" Ryo expressed his thoughts. Naruto had considered this as well, but she felt there was no need to worry too much about it. There's no doubt that Suzumiya-kun was a member of Keshoku band, but before that, he was Bachi-chan's boyfriend. So, we don't really need to dwell on it. What's the issue? I think it's okay to leave it to Bachi-chan. That's true. Chapter 256, The Impending Doom. Hitori. Everyone who has finished the band has already confirmed that they will come to my house after school. Chisato, that's a big help, thank you, Hitori. Carrot. Chisato smiled knowingly, ended her message exchange with Hitori, and put her phone in her pocket. After the lunch break, he sent a message asking Hitori for help in preventing everyone from the finished band from appearing in the Starry showroom that night. Hitori didn't ask any unnecessary questions at the time. After a moment, she stated her idea directly. Upon receiving Chisato's approval, she immediately put it into action. Now, they had received feedback confirming the smooth implementation of the plan. As a result, Chisato felt a sudden decrease in pressure, alleviating much of her anxiety. After all, everyone from the finished band was aware of her relationship with Hitori. Given their lively and boisterous personalities, if they encountered Kazusa, it could lead to unexpected trouble. However, even so, it still couldn't be taken lightly. After all, Starry's store manager, Aijichi Naruka's sister, Aijichi Sayaka, also knew about the relationship between her and Hitori. Considering her calm demeanor, she wouldn't typically initiate conversation with someone she wasn't familiar with, and the same could be said for Kazusa. As long as she could manage the situation and prevent any direct contact between the two, she would have room to maneuver. At that time, facing them separately, different words could easily resolve any issues. After mentally simulating various scenarios for the night, Chisato nodded with confidence. Although it seemed risky, As long as it was handled correctly, he had no doubt about his advantage. After today's visit, Kazusa's curiosity would be satisfied, and she would no longer obsess over visiting where he worked. Feeling that everything was still under her control, Chisato calmed down, pressed the toilet flush button, adjusted his collar, and walked out of the bathroom. Toyosaki High School. After school, Ayuri smiled and declined her friend's invitation to go karaoke, picked up her school bag, and walked out of class. She didn't leave the school directly. Instead, she went up the stairs and finally stopped at the door of Class C, Grade 3. In the third year of high school, since they were about to enter higher education, teachers often extended classes for 10 to 15 minutes, and today was no exception. Through the window, Ayuri happened to see Uchiha waking up, rubbing her eyes and yawning lightly. It took a moment for the other girl to notice Ayuri waiting outside the classroom through a nudge from the girl at the next table. She glanced at the chattering teacher at the podium, stuffed all her textbooks and school supplies into her desk, and left her wallet and phone in her pocket. Then she raised her hand to interrupt the teacher's lecture and excused herself, saying she wasn't feeling well and wanted to go to the health room. While walking out of the school, Ayuri looked at Uchiha, who was empty-handed. "You just left your school bag at school like that?" Uchiha seemed quite unfazed. "It's not the first time. Are you going to catch up on your homework tomorrow morning?" Uchiha smiled disdainfully. "When you reach the top of your class, no teacher will care whether you hand in your homework." Ayuri was left speechless. Compared to Uchiha, a top student, her academic struggles were glaringly apparent. She changed the subject. "Actually, I'm wondering if we should go directly there now, or if it would be better to go back and change clothes first. Are you worried that minors aren't allowed in the place where Chisato works?" "Chisato works in that exhibition hall, so there shouldn't be such a rule." Ayuri raised her arm and sniffed. "I'm worried about the smell on my body. I had physical education class this afternoon. Although I wore sportswear, I still sweated a lot." "That's fine, just go as you are. I didn't have physical education class, so I'm totally fine. You guys are just looking for trouble, aren't you? Anyway, the purpose of our visit today is just to see how the girl named Hitori interacts with Chisato in private, right? We don't want you to go and make out with him, so you have nothing to worry about." Uchiha said this lightly. Though her words dripped with indifference, they were undeniably reasonable. Ayuri thought about it for a moment and accepted her reasoning without further argument. It's not good to arrive too early. Maybe Chisato and Hitori haven't arrived yet. "Do you want to grab something to eat?" Ayuri suggested. Uchiha nodded. "You pick a place." Ayuri randomly chose a restaurant on the street, and they both ordered small set meals. Uchiha took a sip of her iced drink and asked, "Why don't you just say hello to Chisato first? Then he can prepare in advance to show us what he wants us to see?" "Indeed, if we do that, our actions will lose their meaning." Uchiha picked up her knife and fork and began eating her steak. Ayuri gazed out the floor-to-ceiling window, deep in thought. "But I can't help but want to say something." Uchiha paused and looked at her angrily. "Can I finish all my words at once?" "Don't worry about it. Just eat your steak. I'll handle it." It wasn't an important matter. Ayuri's idea was straightforward. They could neither inform Chisato and the others in advance about their visit so that he could prepare, nor could they just show up unannounced and make it seem like they had ulterior motives. So they decided to take a middle ground. They would wait on the train and call to inform him when they were about to reach their destination. This way, they could achieve their goal, and even if Chisato later complained about their sudden visit, he wouldn't have any valid reason to be upset since they had passed by without saying hello. Chapter 257, Visiting his workplace. The street was painted with a thick twilight by the setting sun. On her way from the station to Starsea, Kazusa curiously glanced at the shops lining both sides of the street. Unlike the modern and fashionable downtown areas like Ginza or Shibuya, this part of Shimokitazawa lacked a contemporary vibe. Most of the surrounding establishments were cafes and bars, with many long-established Japanese pubs and popular restaurants, creating a unique atmosphere on the street. As she imagined Chisato passing through this scene every day, she couldn't help but picture it in her mind, feeling as though she knew a little more about him. "The eel and beef rice served in that restaurant is really good," he said. Noticing Kazusa looking around, Chisato mistakenly assumed she was hungry and searching for a place to eat. "Are you hungry?" Kazusa asked in response. "I usually eat some biscuits around this time, then have something more substantial after finishing my part-time job," he replied. "Then I'm just like you, there's no need to accommodate me." "I'm not accommodating you. It doesn't matter if I don't go to work early. There's hardly anyone in the store now." Kazusa shook her head. Still no. She truly wasn't hungry, her main concern was learning more about her lover. What he usually ate after finishing his part-time job was also part of her investigation. Although she had no immediate plans, from a long-term perspective, knowing his eating habits would help her cook for him in the future. Well, perhaps she was being a bit far-sighted, but it's always better to be prepared. As they rounded the corner, Chisato pointed at the shop with an unlit sign and informed Kazusa that this was where he worked. Kazusa nodded thoughtfully. Coming from a wealthy family, she had never experienced any financial worries, and therefore had no working experience. She could only assess the store's exterior and couldn't imagine what it was like inside. Fortunately, the answer was revealed soon enough. What felt familiar was that the starry exhibition hall resembled the practice room at her home. Both were located on the underground floor and required descending stairs. Following Chisato, as she took out the key, unlocked the door, and pushed it open, Kazusa got her first glimpse of the store. Her first impression was one of clutter. The irregular arrangement of tables and chairs and the graffiti-covered walls were far from Kazusa's aesthetic. However, as she adjusted to the sight, she began to accept it and even developed a feeling that this kind of place was somewhat appealing. It was a dilemma for her to know how genuine this feeling was, and whether it stemmed from the fact that someone she liked worked here only she could tell. When Chisato followed her into the store, he deliberately left the door slightly ajar. Darkwing would sneak in later and find a spot to rest on the ceiling of the store. It's still early. It will get dark in about an hour, and those customers who enjoy a good time will start arriving, Chisato said, walking toward the bar as he picked up a fallen chair. Business must have been good last night, otherwise, it wouldn't be such a mess. Come here, and I'll show you my working environment. Kazusa curiously examined the bar's facilities and followed Chisato's instructions to take off her backpack and hang it in the storage area. I haven't asked you about the specific duties of your job before. Are you responsible for the cash register here? She inquired. That's just part of it. I also make drinks. When I'm not busy, I have to clean the counter, Chisato replied. Kazusa frowned in displeasure. That sounds like too much work. Chisato chuckled. This is already an easy job, Ms. Kazusa. Don't call me that weird name, she replied. Chisato didn't mind when she received a light kick to the calf. This was a normal interaction between lovers. Turning around, he rolled up his sleeves and opened the refrigerator. What would you like to drink? He asked. Anything will do. As long as it's sweet, that works, she said. Kazusa crossed her arms and smiled proudly. It's good that you know. Why don't you find a place to sit outside for a while? I'll clean up the bar and make you a drink. That's kind of you. Kazusa obediently walked out of the bar but didn't sit down as Chisato had suggested. Recalling her lover's earlier comments about work, she took the initiative to handle some of his responsibilities, arranging the tables and chairs with only a little clumsiness. If Yuko saw her daughter, who was usually very lazy at home, displaying such a considerate, virtuous, and intelligent demeanor, she would likely shake her head in disbelief, exclaiming that she was a bad girl. Meanwhile, Chisato took advantage of this moment to grab her mobile phone and send a message to the store manager. Sister Sayaka, I have arrived at the store. There are no customers yet. I'll clean up and prepare. You can take your time before coming back. This could be considered a little scheming. Chisato wanted Ciola to arrive as late as possible. With more customers around, Kazusa would not stand out as much. While Chisato was busy, Sayaka would definitely be distracted enough to focus on other things. After sending the message, Chisato set her phone aside, washed her hands, and made a strawberry milkshake for Kazusa, who sat at an empty table to enjoy it while Chisato cleaned the bottles and jars on the table and floor, chatting with her casually. To be honest, Chisato found her job quite boring, but it seemed Kazusa felt otherwise. It is said that men who work hard are the most handsome, and she felt he had reached that point. As Chisato worked hard in front of her, the confidence and steady demeanor she exuded made her feel at ease. Moreover, given Kazusa's lack of familial affection since childhood and the absence of a father figure, this shortcoming had transformed into other desires after their relationship became official. Although she didn't demand kisses and hugs at every opportunity, whenever she had free time, the obvious admiration in her gaze directed at her lover was unmistakable, reflecting both admiration and deep happiness. The mobile phone on the bar rang, prompting Chisato to put down the broom and hurry over. It was a call from Sayaka. Chapter 258, Chisato's Crisis. Chisato picked up the call immediately. Store manager, he said, deliberately using the polite address he had used when he first started working there instead of the familiar Sister Sayaka he had used in her message. The reason for this formality was to avoid making Kazusa, who was nearby, feel uneasy. Though the long-haired, cold beauty usually ignored everyone and appeared indifferent to everything, she was actually quite sensitive, and this trait evolved into something else when it came to communication, a behavior that was both amusing and frustrating. This was jealousy. She was particularly prone to it. For instance, earlier that morning, when the arts committee distributed the school festival expectation forms during break, she had lingered near Chizato's desk for a few seconds, talking to him about a few insignificant things. This caused the jealous girl to wear a gloomy expression until lunch break, during which she would occasionally shoot daggers at him with her eyes. Chisato was quite puzzled at the time. It wasn't until they were alone in the first music room during lunch that such an episode was revealed without a trace. All in all, you will gain wisdom if you learn from it. Miss Jealousy's character probably won't change in a short time, so Chisato can only restrain himself and avoid making any more mistakes regarding such issues. Ah, Suzumiya, I'm outside right now. I'll probably be there later today. Is that okay with you? The voice on the other end of the phone was a bit noisy. She could hear the clinking of glasses and the chatter of patrons. Chisato speculated that Saga must be in a place similar to a Nizakaya at that moment. It was somewhat outrageous to start drinking at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. But considering her store manager, this was considered normal. No problem, I can handle it. Chisato was not panicked. After all, he was not the only employee in the store. The lady responsible for the stage sound would also arrive later. At that time, she could also help maintain order in the front. Moreover, today was Monday, so as expected, business wouldn't be too busy tonight. Thank you for your hard work. I'll bring you a midnight snack later. How about pork chop rice and tempura fried shrimp? That kind of thing doesn't matter. Store manager, you'd better drink less. I'm a bit tongue-tied now, and it's hard to predict how drunk I will be later. You underestimate my drinking capacity. Okay, that's it. Just before the other party hung up the phone, Chisato clearly heard other women talking and laughing, asking her to clink glasses quickly. It seems she went to have dinner with friends, no wonder she was so excited today. After hanging up the phone, Chisato walked out of the bar, picked up the broom again, and greeted Kazusa. I'll probably be a little busy this evening, and I might not be able to take care of you. Kazusa nodded to show she understood. She took out her earphones and signaled, you can go about your business then. I'll pass the time here and won't disturb you. If you're really bored, it's fine if you wait for me. No, I will wait for you. Okay, I'll try to finish up early tonight. He failed to persuade Kazusa to leave voluntarily, but that was still an achievement. He received assurance that she wouldn't easily disturb him. The only thing he had to worry about was Saga, who would arrive very late, so there was no problem. Chisato's mentality became more peaceful and relaxed. The preparations in the store were almost complete, and customers gradually began to enter. Chisato turned on the music and also invited the band performing that night to go backstage to rest. The atmosphere in the store gradually became lively. Kazusa sat inconspicuously in the shadow of a corner. She followed her earlier words and chose not to disturb Chisato's work, but her eyes kept silently tracking him. During this time, there were two people who were quite attracted to her, but when they approached her, they were frightened off by her cold and stern gaze before they could even speak. The time reached 6:30. Just as everything was getting better, Chisato's cell phone rang again. It was a call from Mariri. Chisato looked at the incoming call displayed on her phone screen. He felt a moment of panic but soon regained his composure. He glanced secretly at where Kazusa was sitting. It was still some distance from the bar, and with the loud music playing, she wouldn't be able to hear the content of the call. He answered the phone confidently, Mariri. I'm sorry to call you at this time, Chisato. You must be very busy right now. It's okay, what's the matter? Chisato held the phone to his ear and cradled it with his shoulder while attending to a customer waiting for change. Actually, Uchiha and I were shopping on the street after school and happened to wander into the area where you work. We thought we would drop by to see you. We bought milk tea and the egg waffle cake you like. Ayuri's voice was quite excited, as if she was happy about being able to see him. But when these words reached Chisato's ears, a thunderclap erupted in his heart. After giving the change to the guest, he held the phone in his hand, took a deep breath, and asked, Where are you now? Do you need me to pick you up? No, we just got off the tram, have already bought our things, and are heading towards you. We can just go in then, right? Well, just come in. Chisato turned around and looked at the time, silently predicting the walking speed of the two of them and how long it would take to get there. They would need about 10 to 15 minutes to arrive here. Chisato. Your tone doesn't sound right. Are we suddenly disturbing you? If that's the case, we can just go back without interrupting your work. Ayuri's cautious voice came through, tinged with fear. The more she expressed her concern so thoughtfully, the harder it became for Chisato to reject them and tell them not to come. Sooner or later, they would meet one day in the future, but no matter how he thought about it, now was not the best time. If Kazusa, who was completely unprepared, suddenly learned about the existence of Uchiha and Ayuri, and found out about their relationship, her reaction would definitely not be as cute as it was now. In the direction Chisato was looking, he saw Kazusa clenching her left hand into a fist, the back of her hand facing her, slowly raising it and then quickly putting it down. Coupled with the serious expression on her face, it was clearly meant to cheer on her boyfriend at work. But this seemed to be the first time she had done such an action, making it appear a bit awkward. After the gesture was complete, she turned her head away in embarrassment, and Chisato could see the blush spreading across her face from a distance. If he waits a while and lets her meet Uchiha and Ariri face to face, the consequences. Chisato thought of something his friend Fuku sitting in the front row had told him. Kazusa once kicked a pursuer whom she disliked in the crotch when he kept pestering her. The male student couldn't walk normally afterward and was rushed to the health room. He didn't know if there would be any repercussions from that in the future. Gulu. Chisato began to sweat involuntarily on his forehead. I've got to find a way. Not being able to make Ariri feel aggrieved, he had already compromised too much on her side. But he couldn't let Kazusa know about Ariri and Uchiha, absolutely not. Absolutely. They needed to think of a way to accommodate both sides, a way to get the best of both worlds. However, the incident happened so suddenly. Even with Chisato's brain running at full speed, he couldn't come up with a solution to the current crisis. At that moment, the dark wings that had been nestled on the top beam of the ceiling poked out their heads. They quickly glanced around at the crowd below, especially at Kazusa. After she finished her encouraging gesture, she turned her head away in embarrassment and stopped focusing on Chisato. The wings spread straight, and under the cover of the noisy and changing lights in the store, they landed quietly at the bar, appearing in front of Chisato. Chapter 259, Two Heads is Better Than One. Dark wing stood on the bar table, its dark eyes staring motionlessly at Chisato, as if it could speak and express something. The anxiety and unease that had been weighing on Chisato's chest suddenly ceased and calmed at that moment. Then, something occurred to him. When one person faces many others, it's inevitable that he will focus on the tail rather than the head. This is unavoidable. However, if our side, which is at a numerical disadvantage, adds a helper, the situation will surely improve. Chisato sighed inwardly, realizing how careless he had been to forget the existence of the Dark Wing at such a crucial time. From the beginning until now, he had never fought alone. With the help of his important partner, Darkwing, he had taken steps forward to reach this balanced situation, where all aspects were in equilibrium, right? After realizing this fact, a method to break the stalemate gradually took shape in Chisato's mind. He began to sort through the plan he had just conceived in an orderly manner. His clever brain speculated and calculated 3 times in an extremely short time. After confirming the implementation process of every detail and considering countermeasures for various unexpected events, he no longer felt panicked. As long as he avoided accidents and didn't reveal any flaws, today's crisis would undoubtedly pass without incident. Sorry, Ariri, I didn't mean to alarm you. In response to Ariri's cautious inquiry, Chisato deliberately sighed, conveying an atmosphere of worry and sadness through his mobile phone without reservation. After hearing the concern in his voice, Ariri became slightly worried. He continued with the next words. Actually, I happen to have an emergency right now. The place where I work is short-staffed, and I can't leave. When I was worrying about this, you called, and your arrival is truly a great help. His ambiguous words successfully set Ariri's mind racing with many possibilities. Suppressing her unease, she ignored the puzzled look from Uchiha beside her and asked quickly, "What happened, Chisato? I can't explain everything clearly over the phone. Let's discuss it when you arrive. Please be careful on your way." "Yeah, I understand." Ariri nodded resolutely. Sensing the anxious tone in Chisato's voice, she grabbed Uchiha's wrist and started jogging along the street without further ado. "Hey, what are you doing all of a sudden?" Uchiha was taken aback by this unexpected move. Although she broke free from Ariri's grasp, she saw the serious expression on Ariri's face and began to trot after her. "Something seems to have happened with Chisato, and we need to help." "Huh? Something happened? What is it?" Uchiha's eyes widened in surprise. "I couldn't explain it clearly over the phone. He just asked us to come over and talk." "Wait, you didn't even ask for details? Is now really the time to talk about this? Save your energy and run faster. Why are you so out of breath after just a few steps? It's really useless." Ariri turned her face in annoyance, showing a look of contempt. Uchiha gritted her teeth in frustration but could do nothing. As a literary girl who sat at a desk for too long, physical exertion was not her strong suit. Chisato hung up the phone. If he wanted to get through today's crisis without incident, it depended on his next performance. From the moment he hung up, the plan was officially in motion. He glanced at the time again. The journey from the tram station to the store usually took between 10 and 15 minutes. depending on each person's walking speed. Considering what he had just said would likely make Ariri feel anxious, she should speed up her pace. Therefore, the time it would take them to arrive at the store would likely be greatly reduced, probably around 7 or 8 minutes. Time was sufficient. Chisato crouched down inside the bar, and Darkwing jumped down from the table as if it understood. People outside could not see what was happening inside the bar. Chisato breathed a sigh of relief after simply informing Darkwing of his plan and receiving a clear response from its soft bark. He then approached Kazusa, who was sitting in the corner of the exhibition hall. "Kazusa, there's a little situation." Starting with these words, the sense of urgency that had been etched on his face faded, replaced by a slightly embarrassed and hesitant expression. "What's wrong?" Kazusa put down her drink and looked at him with concern. "Actually, it's about my work. A band will come to the store later, and they're quite picky. The store manager once asked me to clean up the recording studio. I forgot to do it earlier, and now there are so many customers in the lobby outside that I can't leave the bar." Chisato paused, touched the back of his head, and smiled awkwardly, giving Kazusa room to imagine. As he expected, Kazusa understood what he meant and smiled playfully. "You made a mistake at work, so you want to ask for my help, right? If you can." Chisato lowered his head and clasped his hands together above his head in a sincere gesture. Kazusa stood up, placed her hands on her hips, and hummed, "There's nothing wrong with that. But if I'm not here today, it might be difficult for you to do business. Then you need to think carefully about how to repay my kindness. You can be a cow or a horse. Ask for whatever you want. Remember what you said." Kazusa rolled up her sleeves and followed Chisato toward the recording studio. Her earlier comments about wanting something in return had mostly been a joke. She didn't truly intend to ask for anything from Chisato. After all, the other person was her most precious treasure, her treasure boy. Nothing could be a more gratifying reward than this, and now she felt content. As for helping him work, it gave her a sense of fulfillment and importance. She didn't find it tiring but felt more motivated. Chapter 260, Best Actor Award goes to. Chisato brought Kazusa to the recording studio. He pointed at the equipment inside and briefly explained the tasks she needed to complete next. The floor, the central tabletop, and the gaps under the sofa all need to be cleaned. After that, the recording console should be carefully wiped down with disinfectant wipes. Is that all? Kazusa understood. This was similar to the regular cleaning activities held in school. It was mainly about tidying up the indoor space, not difficult as long as there was patience and care. Yes, that's everything. Chisato nodded. It would take more than half an hour to complete all these tasks. By the time, the crisis would definitely be over, and there would be nothing to worry about. However, just to be safe, he needed to add one last precaution to ensure that Kazusa wouldn't get sidetracked by other things in the meantime. Time is a bit tight. The band will be here soon, so you need to hurry. Chisato displayed a sense of urgency and glanced at the clock. Don't worry. You go ahead and do your work, I'll take care of this, Kazusa replied as she picked up the broom from the corner and started cleaning. I might not have time to check on you later, but while it's still quiet, do you need me to show you where the bathroom is? No, just come back in 20 minutes to check on the progress. Kazusa turned around, a slight smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Thank you, and good luck. After Chisato offered the same encouraging gesture as before, he walked out of the recording studio and gently closed the door behind him. He returned to his job at the bar, serving customers while occasionally glancing toward the entrance. 3 minutes later, a familiar figure came into view. A blonde girl with twin ponytails strode in confidently, followed by a girl with long black hair, who was panting and holding onto the handrail of the stairs. Chisato waved to them. As they reached the stage, the two noticed that Chisato was acting normally, without any injuries, and they breathed a sigh of relief simultaneously. Considering the ticking time bomb he had tricked into cleaning the recording studio, Chisato didn't bother with pleasantries and spoke directly to them. Ariri, Uchiha, I can't leave the store right now, so I need to ask you for a favor. He expressed his concern clearly, effectively conveying his emotions, which easily resonated with the two. What's going on? Tell us. You need to come into the bar through here. Okay. Once inside the bar, the sharp-eyed Ariri spotted the dark wings immediately without waiting for Chisato's cue. At that moment, it looked listless, its body curled up, head hunched, and eyes closed. As if responding to Ariri's voice, the dark wing slowly raised its head, opened its eyes just a slit, and slightly opened its beak, but no sound came out. This series of small movements vividly demonstrated its weakness. After Ariri and Uchiha took in the scene and braced themselves mentally, Chisato added worriedly, since this afternoon, Darkwing has been sluggish. At first, I thought it was just hungry or sleepy and needed rest, but it seems like it's actually a bit unwell. How could this happen? It was fine last night, Airi said, lifting the jet black wings with distress and caution. Her feelings for this bird were as strong as Chizato's. After all, the dark wings had been with her in her dreams for so many years, it felt like family. Did it eat something strange outside? Uchiha guessed, frowning. That might be the case, but it doesn't matter right now. I need you to take it to the vet. Who knows how much worse it could get if this continues. As soon as Chisato finished speaking, the jet black wings in Airi's hands lost their balance and fell to the side. A small pool of white liquid trickled from its beak, and its little body trembled as if shocked by electric currents. It seemed like the situation was extremely critical, and it could die at any moment. Is this bird regurgitating its food? If the dark wings hadn't been alive and kicking just a few minutes ago, Chisato might have believed it was truly sick. The vomiting was an unexpected improvisation, not part of the original plan. But as long as the results met expectations. Hang in there, dark wings. You don't even have any chicks yet. Airi said, her anxiety palpable, on the verge of tears. She didn't even have time to greet Chisato before turning and running toward the store door. Make sure to stay safe on the road and keep in touch at all times. Chisato called after Uchiha. Uchiha also recognized the urgency and nodded before chasing after Airi. Once they left, Chisato glanced at the time. From the moment they walked in to when they left, it took less than 5 minutes. There are very few pet hospitals with avian care licenses, so Airi and Uchiha would likely have to search for a while. And once they found a suitable hospital, the dark wings would likely recover on its own in a natural way. Everything had been planned, so there was no need for concern on that front. When the dark wings got better, it would certainly be very late by the time everything wrapped up. When the time came, he could simply call them and arrange to meet at home. As for Kazusa, who was currently cleaning the recording studio, there wouldn't be any issues, as she wouldn't run into Airi or Uchiha. Crisis averted. Chisato let out a huge sigh of relief, a smile of contentment spreading across his face. Thanks to the dark wings, he would make sure to give it more food later. Let's talk first. I don't have any good wine here, so don't expect too much. Haha, it's fine. I mainly just want to chat with you. I haven't seen you in so long. I didn't expect you to open an exhibition hall, it really suits you. It's quite annoying. Stop talking about the past all the time. Ah, thank you for your hard work, Suzumiya. This is my friend Hiratsuka, and this is her student. Starry store manager, Ichisika, stepped into the store, leading 2 people to the bar and introducing them to Chisato, who was smiling stiffly. A former student, corrected a handsome woman of similar age to the store manager, dressed in a black jacket, shirt, and men's tie. What made Chisato uneasy was the younger, beautiful woman with a devilish smile who felt extremely familiar. This little brother, what a coincidence. I feel like we have a special fate, Yukino said, placing her hands behind her back and leaning forward slightly, as if she were extremely interested. The corners of her mouth lifted, revealing a bright smile. Chapter 261, Haruno's teasing you. Know each other? Sayaka placed the eel and beef double rice dish she had brought for Chisato on the bar. Her confused eyes flickered back and forth between her employees and her friend's students. Chisato chose to remain silent, somewhat unsure of the thoughts of the woman in front of him, who wore an obviously unnatural smile. Haruno answered with a smile, strictly speaking, we don't know each other. We just met once. Or, to be precise, we should have met twice. That's right. When Chisato had an appointment with Yuko and her daughter, he met her once in a restaurant and then again at the front door of his home. At that time, he had just arrived home and had not yet entered when the other party happened to come out from the door next door. Such a vague answer failed to clarify Sayaka's doubts, but she didn't care too much. A new round of band performances started on the stage of the exhibition hall. She asked Chisato for 3 bottles of beer and then invited the other 2 to watch the performance. That was the purpose of their visit to the izakaya. On weekdays, they were bound and oppressed by routine work, so they needed a suitable way to release these pressures. Ah, you go ahead, I'll sit here for a while, Haruno said with a smile, waving to the other 2 as she pulled up a high chair and sat down in front of the bar. Don't cause trouble, Hiratsuka warned as she approached Haruno before leaving. She was very familiar with this former student of hers. Whenever Haruno showed a meaningful smile, it clearly indicated that she was aroused by something. This situation couldn't simply be defined as good or bad, it was unpredictable and uncontrollable what Haruno might do next. This was a shop opened by a friend of hers for many years, and the young man at the bar was also an employee of her friend. Therefore, from any perspective, Hiratsuka didn't want Haruno to engage in any behavior that could be deemed bullying. Just like she often did with her sister. Don't worry, I'm not a devil, I'm sensible, Haruno replied briskly, waving happily as she watched the two of them walk to the long table at the edge of the stage and sit down. She turned her chair so that her body faced the bar, her eyes returning to Chisato, who was wiping a wine glass. The cold beer in her hand was placed on the bar. She held her forehead with her left hand while the slender fingers of her right hand gently touched it back and forth in a certain pattern. Coupled with the slightly raised corners of her mouth, it was clear that she was in a very happy mood now. And it was obvious that the source of her pleasure came from the high school student in front of her. "Good evening," she said as a matter of course. Chisato nodded slightly, "Good evening." While answering, he was also considering her purpose for staying here to talk to him. Did she want to take advantage of the opportunity for the two of them to be alone together to tell him something? Was she trying to stay committed to their relationship? No, considering her current posture and expression, she didn't seem like the type to be overly nosy. So, was it simply curiosity generated by her personality? "Do you remember me? We met at that restaurant last time, and we ran into each other at the entrance that night," Haruno said, pointing at herself. Chisato nodded. "I remember." "That's good. My name is Yukinoshita Haruno." "Suzumiya-kun, could you tell me your full name?" After a pause, Haruno took a sip of her beer and continued cheerfully, "Of course, if you feel uncomfortable sharing, it's perfectly fine not to say anything." Chisato shook his head. "There's nothing I can't share. My name is Chisato." "Chisato," Haruno repeated softly, her smile growing brighter. "What a nice name. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. But Suzumiya-kun, don't you think that what you're doing now isn't very down to earth? If you want to find a shortcut, you must be prepared to face the consequences." It was clear she meant something else. She really came here to have fun with him. Chisato chose not to engage with that comment and instead turned around to take out a small portion of pre-made mozzarella cake from the refrigerator, pushing it in front of Haruno. "If you want to bribe me to keep quiet about what you've done, isn't his snack too cheap?" Haruno crossed her arms, resting her chin on them as she giggled. He has to say, the woman named Haruno is quite perfect in terms of her features. No matter what expression or movement she makes, she always looks as beautiful as a painting. Chisato looked at her seriously and shook his head. "I didn't mean that. Also, I don't think Miss Yukinoshita would do what you just suggested." Haruno pouted slightly, a confused expression common among young girls crossing her face. "Oh? This is our first official meeting. Are you so certain of my thoughts and feelings?" Today, she was wearing a long-sleeved shirt and loose denim trousers, which gave her a more mature and capable look. She exuded a mix of beauty and sexiness. But even so, the expression she wore now matched her well. There was no incongruity, it was simply stunning. Because, as seen during our meeting in the restaurant that day, even if it was just a few words, Ms. Yukinoshita clearly knows Mizma, and she should have her contact information. If you genuinely had the intentions you mentioned, you would have acted on them that day rather than waiting until now. Chisato easily untangled the logic involved, making it sound reasonable and convincing. Such a response caused Haruno to nod slightly, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. She picked up the small spoon that had just been placed in front of her and gently took a small spoonful of cake, placing it into her mouth. This action also slightly relieved Chisato. He was on the right track. Haruno had deliberately stayed here instead of joining the others to watch the band perform because she found something more interesting to engage with. She had been strictly educated and controlled by her family since childhood, enduring hardships until now, and still couldn't gain complete freedom. She could expect her future life to mirror her past, no matter how much she disliked it, but there was nothing she could do about it. All in all, Haruno was either seeking entertainment or satisfying her own curiosity. She had a strong interest in things that were unusual and seemingly deviant, as they could bring excitement to her otherwise mundane life. Chisato, who had inadvertently caught her eye, obviously satisfied this little hobby of hers. While Haruno did know Yuko and had a way to contact her, their relationship had only reached the stage of a preliminary acquaintance. They couldn't be considered familiar at all. She was merely watching for fun, hoping it would be as entertaining as possible, as long as it didn't affect her or those important to her. That's a good answer. To be honest, I had already made up my mind before I spoke. If you had been so embarrassed and spineless as to beg me not to share your story, I might have turned around and contacted Miss Yuko in disappointment. But for now, I think it's better to observe for a while. Haruno's voice suddenly softened, and a mischievous smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I actually admire people like you who are unreserved. Chisato remained silent. He felt that Haruno had misunderstood something, but he had no intention of correcting her. Haruno adjusted her posture, deliberately crossing her legs. However, I must remind you of one thing. The fact that Miss Yuko has reached this point does not mean she has the gentle character she displayed during dinner with you that day. If she were to discover how her precious daughter responded to being deceived, her reaction may be quite extreme. Do you understand what I mean? Thank you for the reminder. As a neighbor, it's my responsibility. But if I find myself bored in the future, may I visit your house? I'm away from home most of the time. That's a real shame. I always had a feeling we would get along very well. Haruno sighed sadly, picking up her beer and cake. Then, you can work, and I won't disturb you. With that, she abruptly ended the conversation and walked to the side of the stage, sitting next to Hiratsuka and Sayaka. After she sat down, she faced Chizato's gaze, which had not yet averted, and waved her hand playfully. In front of the other two, it was clearly a jest. Chisato also caught Sayaka's confused look. He smiled awkwardly, lowered his head, and returned to his tasks. Chapter 262, Crisis Averted. Chisato was glad that his conversation with Haruno did not last long, and he was also relieved that she was an egoistic, fun-loving person rather than a so-called messenger of justice. Otherwise, if all his current affairs were exposed, the consequences would definitely be tragic and abnormal. After sighing softly and greeting several guests, Chisato dialed Ariri's number. Her tone was no longer panicked because the Dark Wing had just spat out a slightly larger walnut kernel into her palm, and it was no longer as languid as before. She suspected that the Dark Wing had been like that earlier due to the card stuck in its throat. However, as a precaution, she still planned to take it to a nearby pet hospital for a checkup. Chisato chatted with her for a while and made an appointment to meet her directly at home. He planned to go back early tonight. After the phone call, he found another free moment and walked directly into the recording room. Kazusa was carefully wiping the microphone with disinfectant wipes. Seeing this, Chisato walked over and held the back of her hand, prompting her to stop. The plan has suddenly changed. The band had some accidents and can't make it tonight, so I don't have to be busy anymore. Thank you for your hard work. That band was originally a temporary excuse he had made up, but now he could arrange things however he wanted. They're really a bunch of willful guys, with no sense of contract at all. Kazusa complained gloomily. Chisato took the disinfectant tissue from her hand, and the two of them walked out of the recording room together. A real band was performing in the exhibition hall now, and the atmosphere was lively. Thanks to the excited crowd, Ecchi, Sayaka and the others were out of sight and didn't notice this small situation. Since then, Kazusa had been sitting obediently in a seat next to the wall, enjoying the desserts and drinks provided by Chisato. When she felt bored, she would look at her lover's work status and the performances on stage. Time passed quickly. Then it was 8:40 p.m. Hiratsuka and Haruno left together, and there were far fewer people in the exhibition hall. Sayaka noticed Kazusa's presence because she was wearing the same school uniform as Chisato, clearly indicating she was a student from the same school. After realizing this, she glanced at Chisato thoughtfully, but in line with her character, she didn't ask anything. Once Chisato finished the work at hand, he walked over to tell her that she could clock out for the night. The two of them left the store. Even though Kazusa repeatedly insisted it wasn't necessary, Chisato still boarded the train with her, insisting on taking her home. As they walked side by side on the way back, the starry sky hung above them, and both deliberately slowed their pace. "Didn't you say it would end at 9 o'clock?" she asked. "The store manager is very nice and knows that I am a student, so sometimes if the store isn't busy, she lets me go early." "I see. So the bendo in your hand is also a bonus?" "Well, that's right. Working for her and getting a free meal is nothing." Chisato spoke half-jokingly, causing the jealousy in Kazusa's heart to quickly dissipate, replaced by a toothy chuckle. "By the way, I forgot to bring you something to eat," he said. "Insincere guy. You're just saying that now. I'm almost home, and it's a shame I helped you today. I'll make a note of it for today, and I will definitely pay you back in the future. It better be that way. You're home." "Oh." Unconsciously, they both stopped at the same time. In front of them stood the mansion bearing the Tma name. Kazusa lowered her head and kicked at the stones, feeling miserable. Normally, she wouldn't be like this. She felt affected by the external environment. The moonlight tonight was too bright and beautiful, but without the company of stars, she felt a little lonely. There was no reason for her to feel lost because of this. But the mood soon dissipated. Without giving her a chance to react, Chisato leaned down and lightly touched her lips with his. This unexpected kiss made Kazusa's eyes widen. For a moment, the wind rushed past her ears, and her slender hair was lifted by the breeze. The kiss broke at the first touch, and when they separated, Kazusa finally noticed the sly, smiling face in front of her. "I've been thinking about this all day, and now I'm finally satisfied. Let's go to bed early tonight," he said. Bang! Kazusa's face flushed, and she raised her left arm to cover her blood-red cheeks while her right hand clutched her school bag to avoid bumping into Chisato. The thunder was loud, but the raindrops were small, causing little damage. Without saying a word, she walked directly into the courtyard.
Chisato watched her enter the house before turning around and leaving. He hadn't walked far when his phone rang with a message. It was from Kazusa. "Good night. And don't come up to me like that without any warning next time." It was accompanied by a cute dog grinning in anger. "I know, I won't dare to do it again next time." After replying, Chisato smiled and put his phone back in his pocket. Sitting at the entrance, Kazusa gently touched her lips with the fingertips of her left hand, looking at the message from her lover, her face lighting up with a smile. She sat there for a long time, until a very familiar teasing voice unexpectedly came from behind her. "It's so sweet to send you to your doorstep so late." Startled, Kazusa jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Don't sneak up behind people." Yuko shrugged innocently. "I walked over normally. You were too immersed in the farewell kiss you just had with your boyfriend to hear me coming. You actually peeked. It's just that I hadn't seen my daughter return after waiting for a long time. As a mother, it's completely normal for me to glance out the window subconsciously." Yuko crossed her arms over her chest, a teasing smile spreading across her face. "But are you really my daughter? It would be too embarrassing for such an innocent kiss to leave you so flustered for so long. Why not invite him in for a cup of tea and let him spend the night? It wouldn't matter if you lived here. If you're embarrassed because I'm here, just tell me directly. As long as I can hold my grandson as soon as possible, I will gladly give you two space." "What nonsense are you talking about, idiot?" Kazusa quickly changed her shoes and dashed away from the entrance. "No one calls their mother that," Yuko exclaimed loudly, dissatisfied. "You're the one. No mother would say such things to her child." In the distance, Kazusa's voice echoed. "Humphrey, she's really grown up, this kid." Thinking back to the scene she had just witnessed from the window, Yuko felt a mix of emotions. Suddenly, she felt warmth in her nostrils, and her relaxed expression quickly turned serious. Just a quick swipe with her fingertip confirmed it a dazzling dark red. She covered her nostrils, grateful that her daughter had not witnessed this situation. With a deep sigh, she no longer felt as energetic as before and quickly walked toward the second floor. Chapter 263, anxiously waiting for his message because he had specifically sent Kazusa home. By the time he waited for Chisato to return to the apartment, it was already approaching 10 o'clock. Uchiha and Ariri were both sitting on the sofa in the dimly lit living room, where the TV was playing softly. As soon as Chisato entered, they stood up in unison, as if they had a tacit understanding. Ariri reached out to take the late-night snack he had brought back from the store, along with the school bag slung over his shoulder, while Uchiha quietly approached from behind and took off his jacket. Chisato, who was not accustomed to this kind of treatment, felt a bit strange. Just as he was about to say something to ease the awkwardness, Ariri spoke up first. "Darkwing is fine. I just fed it some food, and it's fallen asleep." As she spoke, she glanced at the vertical air conditioner where Blackwing was lying, sleeping soundly. When Chisato came back, it had only opened its eyes slightly before closing them again. "Thank you, Ariri and Uchiha," Chisato said gratefully. Ariri shook her head. "Don't mention it. I like it very much and have already considered it part of my family." Uchiha snorted in dissatisfaction, criticizing Ariri's comment. "So I'm just incidental, right?" "Stop using such words," Chisato interjected. He had an idea of what had happened after they left the store with Blackwing, knowing how Ariri had talked on her mobile phone while there. Still, he felt it necessary to express his concern, particularly for Ariri and Uchiha. He walked over and playfully teased Blackwing for a while, and the creature responded by flapping its wings a few times to show that it was completely fine. There was an understanding between master and pet. After chatting for a bit, Ariri and Uchiha stood up to leave simultaneously. Neither planned to stay the night. Ariri, whose family was very strict, had taken Uchiha along as a shield, but she still had to go home at night. As for Uchiha, she hadn't returned home for several days. Though her parents wouldn't say it outright, they must have been worried about her. Chisato went downstairs to see them into a taxi and took a shower upon returning. He heated the late-night snacks he had brought back in the microwave. Just as he finished, Ariri and Uchiha both sent messages home. So far, today's biggest crisis had been relatively well managed. Reflecting on everything that had happened, Chisato felt extremely tired. The events of the day served as a reminder that things were not as simple as they once seemed. After establishing a relationship, there were still many concerns, and he didn't have much time to take things slowly. Around 11 o'clock, as Chisato bent over his desk to finish his homework, he heard his cell phone vibrate. He thought it was a message from Kazusa or Hitori, but when he checked, he was surprised to see it was from Iroha. The message was simple: "Senior Suzumiya, are you asleep?" In the room with the lights off, Iroha rolled the thin blanket around her body and huddled in the corner of the bed against the wall. Thump, thump, thump.
Her heart was pounding with excessive nervousness. Just a moment ago, she had hesitated for a long time, finally convincing herself to grit her teeth, close her eyes, and send the message she had been composing for nearly half an hour. However, right after sending it, instead of feeling relieved, she felt a wave of regret wash over her. During the time she had hesitated, it had unknowingly become almost 11 o'clock. From any perspective, this was too late. It was hard to imagine two people who were not well acquainted having a conversation at such an hour. She felt a little disrespectful sending a message at this time. Would the other person think she lacked boundaries? Also, did her message seem a bit silly? In this day and age, who still starts a conversation like that? Before sending the message, everything had seemed fine, but after hitting send, she suddenly felt anxious about how it would be received. Iroha held her phone tightly with both hands, contemplating whether she should forget it for tonight or retract the message and devise a better approach for next time. Then, a small read notification appeared behind her message on the screen. Sure enough, he hasn't slept yet. He saw my message so quickly. How would Suzumiya-senpai react? It shouldn't bother him, after all, he saw the message right away. He likely wasn't sleeping or doing anything else, he might be leaning against his bedside scrolling through his phone just like her. How would he reply to me? It shouldn't bother him, let alone make him feel bored. After all, their conversation that day had gone quite well. Even though the current situation wasn't face-to-face, Iroha still found herself holding her breath involuntarily. Her bare feet brushed against each other, her toes pointed downwards as she curled up slightly, clutching the lovely light pink sheets. Chisato didn't make the anxious girl wait long. After a few dozen seconds, Iroha's phone vibrated with a short reply. Not yet, the response was very formal, accurately answering Iroha's question but carrying a vague coldness that felt distant. However, Iroha didn't notice the sense of alienation hidden in those 3 short words. The situation was going as smoothly as she had hoped. This realization sent her heart racing excitedly, as if she had just finished running 100 meters. Secret excitement and nervousness enveloped her, leaving no room to think about anything else. Sorry to disturb you so late. It's just that I still haven't figured out some things regarding my situation with Suzumiya-senpai. If it's convenient, could we meet again like last time? I believe those things can only be explained clearly in person. After typing these words with a gentle breath, Iroha double-checked them. Once she was sure everything was correct, she clicked send with an uneasy heart. Chapter 264, Things She Doesn't Know. Iroha laid her phone flat on the bed, reached for the desk beside her, and turned on the lamp. The bright lights dispelled the darkness, illuminating a beautiful cookie gift bag placed in the center of the table. She had gone to the supermarket to buy food gift bags and had made the biscuits herself after asking her mother for advice. Iroha gazed intently at the cookies, recalling what Yukino had said earlier in the service department. She mentioned that the 2 girls they had encountered in the supermarket seemed to be living with Chisato, as she had once seen one of them wearing cool pajamas while opening the door for him late at night. Not only that, but she had also spotted a 3rd girl appearing next to him when he went out on a date. Although Haruno had only caught a casual glimpse from a distance at the time, she was able to conclude that their relationships were unusual based on her observations. Hearing this news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Iroha. Yukino Shita-senpai was extremely upright, there was no reason for her to lie about such matters, so what she said was undoubtedly true. If that's really the case, then that person is a scumbag. Well. At that moment in the service department, Yukino finished explaining what she knew about the situation. Iroha fell into silence, while Yu bluntly commented. Although she promptly covered her mouth out of concern for her schoolmates' feelings, Iroha could still read the unspoken content from her demeanor and expression. If Yukino Shita-senpai's observations were accurate, then Suzumiya-senpai, who maintained inappropriate relationships with so many girls, was undoubtedly a complete scumbag. However, strangely enough, Iroha did not flinch at this revelation, her initial feelings remained unchanged. In other words, from the moment she had encountered him in the supermarket that day, when she saw 2 girls flanking him, she had been vaguely aware of a certain truth in her heart. It was just that the unexpected meeting, combined with her mixed emotions of surprise and shock, had muddled her thoughts. She had been too distracted to analyze things in detail. Even after she followed him to his apartment and calmed down a little, she was reluctant to let her thoughts veer into a direction she hadn't anticipated, as that felt like self-deception. But now that Haruno had been mentioned, Iroha had to confront the reality head-on. Despite this, she still didn't consider distancing herself from him. Maybe I can? Perhaps Suzumiya-senpai's attitude toward the girls around him was just casual, and he didn't have any serious feelings for them. And maybe my presence could change that situation, improving his behavior or even transforming it completely. These thoughts emerged in her heart, and a newfound confidence felt grounded.
Whether it was the incredible dream or the seemingly coincidental encounter in reality, she believed these events were predetermined, an obvious sign that a true relationship was about to begin. This self-centered thinking might seem a bit unusual, but given the information Iroha had, it was entirely reasonable for her to entertain such ideas. Thus, she was not shaken by Yukino's words. She firmly held on to her belief from the beginning. It didn't matter what kind of romantic experiences Chisato had, what was crucial was that once she entered the picture, things would undoubtedly change. There was no doubt that they would achieve a happy ending. Buzz in the silent room, the sound of her vibrating phone was particularly loud. Iroha, holding the homemade biscuits in her hand, snapped back to reality and quickly turned to grab her phone. Yes, but I am currently preparing for the monthly exam next week, so I may not have time before then. Is this considered a promise? Had she successfully taken the first step? Instantly, white clouds of joy filled Iroha's heart, and everything blossomed within her. She burst into uncontrollable laughter, feeling it was too strange to be so giddy at night, so she quickly covered her mouth. Me too. I'm currently preparing for the next monthly exam and studying late every day. Let's plan to meet after the exam is over. After sending this message, Iroha couldn't help but feel her cheeks heating up again. But the reason for her blush this time was entirely different from before. Well, good night, good night. The next meeting was inevitable. After finishing their message exchange, Iroha happily rolled around on her soft bed. After a while, she raised her hand to rub her stiff face from smiling and picked up her phone again to check the contents of their messages. Their meeting was scheduled for after the monthly exam, which meant after next Wednesday. There was still more than a week left. I had thought the appointment would be set for an earlier date. It seems I'll have to make more biscuits. But this was also a good thing. During this time, I could think of ways to quietly get closer to Suzumiya-senpai. After turning off the desk lamp, Iroha lay on her side in the dim light, holding her pillow and thinking about many things. The excitement in her heart gradually subsided, and she slowly closed her eyes as sleepiness took over. She doesn't know how long it took, but Iroha faintly woke up. She instinctively reached for the phone on the pillow to check the time, but her hand came up empty. So she turned her gaze toward the window. Suddenly awake, she opened her eyes wide. Outside the window was an unnaturally deep black, an eerie absence of light. Having experienced something similar before, Iroha vaguely understood what was happening. She opened the door and walked down the stairs. When she arrived in the living room, everything was ready. On the coffee table lay a familiar video disc containing photos of her and Chisato. However, this time something was different. The video disc was no longer labeled with episode numbers. Instead, some puzzling words appeared beneath the title. The story of him and her, extra chapter, things she doesn't know. What does this mean? This wasn't the first time she had fallen into such a dream. With doubts swirling in her mind, Iroha opened the disc with ease, placed it into the projector, returned to the sofa, picked up the remote, and turned on the TV. Initially, the content displayed on the screen was quite familiar to Iroha, as many of the scenes being broadcast were things she had seen before. But gradually, her expression began to change. Chapter 265, The Truth Under Iroha's Gaze. The content on the TV screen slowly progressed. At first, the images and sounds made her feel a little strange. Most of them were familiar content that she had seen before, just like the section currently playing. It showed Chisato as a child, returning home from a walk with her dogs. Worried that they might fight at night, she thoughtfully tied them up separately on both sides, preventing them from coming into contact with each other. This was an extremely considerate move, and there was nothing wrong with it. Just as Iroha began to feel impatient watching the familiar scenes, the situation on the screen changed. It displayed a picture she had never seen before. On the TV screen, late at night, the camera's perspective slowly descended from a height, eventually focusing on the small courtyard of the orphanage. The two separated dogs whimpered softly, their voices filled with anxiety and grievance. They kept trying to rush toward each other, but their efforts were in vain due to the ropes around their necks. This was completely different, a brand new scene that had never been shown before. What could it mean to deliberately reveal the situation of the two dogs and provide such a long shot out of nowhere? Iroha's interest peaked, and she concentrated more closely. As time passed, the camera began to shift slowly. It moved from the small courtyard of the orphanage to the main body of the residential building, then followed the wall upward until it finally landed on a window. Accompanied by slightly eerie background music, the camera zoomed in, revealing more details on the screen. In the bright moonlight, the pattern of the curtains beside the window became clear. At the gap in the curtain, the camera revealed someone standing there, with the corners of their mouth raised in a way that felt unsettling. Who is it? Iroha held her breath unconsciously, as if watching a horror movie. The camera fully entered the house, unveiling the mystery.
It was childhood Chisato, leaning against the window and peering into the courtyard through the curtain's gap. His eyes widened in excitement, his chest rising and falling rapidly, and the corners of his mouth were lifted. Although she didn't want to think about it this way, Chisato's appearance in front of the camera was both charming and morbid, reminiscent of an evil mastermind in some horror films. What is going on? Why does this scene suddenly appear? Why does he have such a strange expression? What does this extra chapter aim to express? A very bad premonition arose in Iroha's heart. Her intuition told her it was best not to continue watching, as the unfolding plot might further disrupt her previous understanding. Yet, her reason urged her on, insisting that she had the right to know the truth. Extra chapter, Things She Doesn't Know. Iroha looked at the video disc packaging on the coffee table and silently read the words. She was a smart girl. Although the plot on the screen had not advanced very far, she already sensed that she referred to herself. Shaking her head, Iroha suppressed her inner unease and allowed herself to continue watching. The next plot point transitioned directly from Chisato's childhood to his adolescence. He was adopted by a ramen couple, leaving his life in the orphanage behind, and finally had a home of his own. However, his life in this new family was not happy and was even quite difficult. His new parents were not the kind people they appeared to be. They often asked Chisato to help out late at night and even made him responsible for household chores upon returning home, severely cutting into his daily rest time. Iroha's expression gradually turned indignant, but soon the plot took an unexpected turn. Faced with this situation, Chisato chose not to resist or seek help from the outside world. Instead, he silently bore it alone. Several times, the camera showed him alone in his room at night, looking at the calendar and sneering grimly. The clues provided in this plot were limited. Scenes of Chisato being mistreated by his new parents and moments of his solitude flashed randomly, making it impossible to draw any conclusions. However, this disorienting plot did not last long. With a loud crash from an out-of-control car, the couple got the ending they deserved. At that moment, Iroha felt a wave of fear as she looked at the TV screen. She saw teenage Chisato rushing to the hospital after learning the news, his expression filled with tears. From an angle no one else could see, he overflowed with an absolutely joyful and natural feeling, wearing a smile that seemed entirely undeserved. It was exactly the same smile he had shown in the earlier orphanage scene. Just looking at that smile sent chills down her spine. Was that car accident deliberately orchestrated by him? Iroha couldn't help but entertain that thought. Under the stark contrast presented by the camera, the gentle filters that once made Iroha feel close to Chisato began to crack. Although she didn't want to admit it, she sensed a vague understanding quietly shifting within her. As the plot accelerated, Iroha became familiar with the upcoming scenes. Her kind parents adopted the helpless Chisato after discussions. For the next few years, everything seemed calm. The reason she used the word seemingly was that Iroha noticed many things she hadn't seen before in the main series. The most striking detail was the undisguised love and attachment Chisato displayed toward his nominal sister during his teenage years, unnoticed by others. So far, everything had seemed normal. Iroha continued to convince herself that the fate of those despicable adoptive parents was entirely their own doing and had nothing to do with Chisato. After all, her previous thoughts were mere speculations and were not even supported by evidence shown on the TV screen. Until Chisato met that person, her former sister-in-law, Miri. Chapter 266, The Truth, 2. Chisato and Miri met by chance and, intrigued by each other, went straight to a hotel to confirm their relationship. The turning point that made Iroha unable to convince herself and raised her suspicions again occurred the morning after their stormy night. On the TV screen, Chisato and Miri woke up simultaneously. Conspicuous red marks marred Miri's body, remnants of the violence she had asked Chisato to enact the night before. Not only was she not dissatisfied, but she also seemed very pleased. It was clear that she had unusual preferences. Chisato, I have always liked you since I was very young. Can we be together? Miri said this to him. The next scene should have shown their relationship naturally progressing. Iroha watched the TV screen with these thoughts in mind. However, the plot did not unfold as she expected. Faced with his childhood playmate and bedmate, who had been so affectionate and selfless the night before, Chisato did not respond immediately. Instead, he frowned and thought for a moment, then reached out and lifted Miri's chin, smiling playfully. It wasn't until he noticed her blushing with embarrassment that he replied calmly, "Okay, if Miri can accept that we only maintain this relationship on the surface." Iroha was stunned. Wait, what does this mean? What does it mean to maintain such a relationship on the surface? What about privately? When a woman confesses her love, men generally either refuse or accept it. What kind of response is this? The content broadcast on the TV screen did not immediately answer these questions for the only audience. After Miri gently nodded in agreement, the scene in the hotel was skipped, and the plot continued to unfold. As for Iroha, who had been harboring several doubts, her expression grew more horrified as she watched. She saw that even after Chisato had a girlfriend, he still looked at her with adoration and intoxication from time to time. This was a detail that had never been shown in the original series. But why? They should be very loving, right? Iroha clearly remembered how decadent and sad Chisato was after her sister-in-law passed away. She had even locked herself away at home and lost her job. That was the most realistic reaction to losing a loved one. The truth that was once known, engraved in her mind, and taken for granted gradually became untenable as the plot developed, revealing cracks in her understanding. Thoughts and rationality became increasingly impossible to maintain, leaving her feeling more and more incredulous. Perhaps due to the influence of the unpredictable, dark humor of the narrative, the plot's progression was anything but graceless. It was crafted in a way that one person could accept while thoughtfully considering their perspective. So when Iroha saw Chisato speaking to Miri, she felt the time was almost ripe. Iroha's eyes, devoid of any impurity, trembled slightly, and she began to feel nervous. After a series of previous hints, the devil in her heart whispered a certain possibility into her ears. But she tried her best to deny it. She rejected that conjecture and was determined not to continue thinking in that direction. If that were really the case, what about the worry and depression she had felt before? In recent times, she had eagerly wanted to experience the feeling of extreme happiness, believing she had found true love. It couldn't be like that. There's absolutely no way it could be like that. However, no matter how reluctant Iroha was to face reality, once the gears of truth began to turn, they would not stop easily. The plot on the TV screen continued to advance. Iroha watched as Chisato, now officially married, still gently caressed her photo every night. Miri's pregnancy was also a lie. She would occasionally stuff something under her top to create the illusion that her belly was growing. And when the plot reached the day when Iroha felt the most guilty, her pretty, cute face suddenly lost all color. She saw that Miri had tied a prop blood bag to her thigh in advance. She saw that Chisato had deliberately poured some water on the stairs to make them slippery when she wasn't paying attention. Then everything happened as it was meant to. She accidentally slipped, causing massive blood loss to her sister-in-law, leading her to the hospital where she suffered a miscarriage. She was slapped hard by her father, who was also kept in the dark, and her mother was brought to tears. The three family members were genuinely saddened and devastated by the incident. The instigator, Chisato, after comforting them with false affection, turned around and transferred a large sum of money to the unscrupulous doctor. Ugh! Iroha suddenly felt nauseous. She covered her mouth, leaned forward softly, and knelt on the ground. That's it, it turns out that's it. I've been deceived all along. She had been misled by the combination of her brother, who was usually too kind and harmless, and his wife, who seemed gentle and skillful. Iroha clenched her fists and slammed them on the floor, her movements charged with emotional turmoil. When she looked up again, the plot on the TV screen progressed to the conversation between Chisato and the unscrupulous doctor. At this moment, Chisato was asking the doctor about cutting his wrists. Because of this scene, Iroha suddenly remembered something and covered her mouth again. The nausea made her stomach churn, but she didn't vomit anything. The plot continued to unfold. She saw the remarkable acting of Chisato. She watched as Chisato patiently approached step by step. She saw her and her parents, like clowns, deceived by them, letting their emotions be manipulated and displaying comical yet sad reactions. All this felt like a carefully arranged stage play, with only one person able to dictate how the performance would proceed from beginning to end. Ridiculous, so ridiculous. She actually felt remorse and sadness, realizing she had been played like this, applauding while obediently approaching him, even falling in love with him and giving her body to him. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Iroha went from being unable to accept the truth at first to becoming mentally numb. She slightly opened her mouth and let out an unclear, yet piercing laugh. Her beautiful brown pupils had long since lost their luster, replaced by chaos and emptiness, like a pool of stagnant water with turbulent undercurrents beneath the surface. The truth continued to unfold. Chapter 267, Hiratsuka's visit. Today is the third day. It is also the third day that Iroha has taken leave. A familiar situation arose again, one that Hiratsuka, a teacher with a strong sense of responsibility, could not ignore. This afternoon, her classes ended early, and she drove directly from the school to visit Ishiki's house again. Mrs. Ishiki entertained her with concern, just as she had last time. Without any polite talks, Hiratsuka got straight to the point. Mrs. Ishiki, may I ask how Iroha is doing now? Before deciding to visit, Hiratsuka had called Mrs. Ishiki in advance. She already had a general understanding of Iroha's situation over the past few days, so there was no need to repeat it now. Mrs. Ishiki sighed. It's still the same. She suddenly doesn't want to go to school and spends most of her time huddled in her room. Whether her father and I have something on our minds or if something has happened to her, she won't tell us. She insists on smiling so we don't worry, but how can we not worry about her like this? Half responding and half asserting, Mrs. Ishiki revealed the truth about her daughter. In fact, compared to the previous time, Ayaroa's state this time was much better. At least aside from not wanting to go to school and locking herself in her room, she seemed relatively normal in other aspects. Although she didn't talk much, she could still communicate simply with her parents. Unlike last time, when it seemed she had encountered an indescribable event that caused extreme psychological trauma. Back then, she would often huddle in the corner of her bed, showing a horrified expression and bursting into tears from time to time. Hiratsuka pondered for a moment and looked upstairs. On the bright side, Ayaroa can still comfort you. Don't worry. This actually shows that the situation may not be as bad as we thought. After all, it means she still has the energy to care about the people or things around her. Mrs. Ishiki also raised her head and looked upstairs. Maybe. Hiratsuka looked away, but after questioning Ayaroa's mother, the information she received was still a bit lacking, too one-sided and not specific enough. She wanted to help her beloved student, so the best way was to contact her directly and face-to-face. She still have to approach her like last time, going upstairs to her room and communicating directly. But before that, there were a few small questions that needed to be asked. Has Ayaroa been eating well these days? Mrs. Ishiki nodded. Well, she eats 3 meals a day normally, but she doesn't eat much each time. It's understandable that you have worries. So, has Ayaroa made any special requests recently? There doesn't seem to be any specific requests, but she did ask me for money once on the morning of the second day of her leave. She asked for money. Hiratsuka focused for a moment, and a woman's intuition told her that this seemingly ordinary behavior might be related to Ayaroa's abnormal behavior. Yes. As if affected by Hiratsuka's sharp gaze, Mrs. Ishiki's previously upright sitting posture became more standard. She straightened her back, recalled the details of that day, and continued, actually, this is considered normal. In our family, if Ayaroa doesn't have enough pocket money, she can ask us for it at any time. Her reason for asking for money that day was legitimate. She wanted to buy books. Buying books? Hiratsuka raised her eyebrows, surprised by this answer. Well, I don't know the specific details, but I was a little worried about Ayaroa going out alone at that time, so I suggested going with her. I would pay for the books she wanted to buy. She didn't respond to that suggestion, she just nodded and agreed. What happened after that? We went to a nearby bookstore together. After Ayaroa bought several books, we went home directly. After that, she locked herself in her room, which I mentioned to you on the phone before. What books did she buy? Hiratsuka realized this was the crux of the problem. Do you remember? I paid special attention to this at the time and remember it very clearly. Mrs. Ishiki raised her right hand with the wedding ring on it, holding up a finger after mentioning the name of a book. The Complete Book of 6 Laws, the Japanese Criminal Code, the General Principles of Civil Law, the Law of Delictual Acts, and the Criminal Facts Record. After naming the books, Mrs. Ishiki extended all 5 fingers. Even someone with a congenital lack of understanding could easily see what the 5 books she mentioned had in common. Mrs. Ishiki continued, I never noticed that she was interested in these complicated books before. In the past, the books she read most were magazines about fashion, but to some extent, this can be considered a good thing. Ah. Yeah. After Hiratsuka reluctantly responded, she picked up the coffee on the coffee table and took a sip. Mrs. Ishiki's expression remained largely unchanged after she mentioned the names of those books. Hiratsuka understood, after all, she was the child they raised. It's human nature not to think in a negative direction. She felt it would be better not to share some of her thoughts with Mrs. Ishiki now, to avoid making her already worried even more uneasy. I hope Ayaroa is genuinely just interested in the law and not in the troubling situation I'm imagining. Then there was the last question that slightly concerned Hiratsuka. Although the possibility was very slim, Japanese society is chaotic right now. What if the ultimate reason for Ayaroa's behavior was that she was being targeted by some perverts? So she needed to confirm. During this period, Mrs. Ishiki, have you seen any strange people around your house? A strange person? It's, for example, someone who wanders around your house from time to time and behaves suspiciously. Mrs. Ishiki thought for a moment. No, the security in our area is quite good. There are police officers patrolling the streets even late at night, so there shouldn't be any suspicious people like you mentioned. But? It probably started last Sunday. I did find some things around my house that I hadn't noticed before. It's just that those things have nothing to do with people. They're crows. Some crows? Hiratsuka once again received an answer she didn't expect. Well, in the past few days, I've noticed that there seem to be more crows around here. Perhaps it's because some people in the surrounding area have started to disobey the rules and litter their household garbage outside of the designated collection days, which has caused the crows to come looking for food. That's it, Mrs. Ishiki speculated. Oh, by the way, when my husband came back yesterday, he found a crow building a nest under the eaves on the top floor of our house. This was an unrelated matter, but Hiratsuka simply offered her congratulations. After all, crows building nests at home can signify good luck. She stood up and spoke to Mrs. Ishiki. If you don't mind, I'd like to talk to Iroha. Of course I don't mind. I'm really sorry for bothering you. It's almost dinner time, so please be sure to stay and eat with us later. Please don't be so polite. It's my turn to be on duty today, and I have to return to school for my responsibilities later. After politely declining Mrs. Ishiki's kindness, Hiratsuka walked up to the second floor with familiarity, approached the door to Ishiki's room, and knocked. Mother? It's me, your respected Hiratsuka-sensei. Iroha's voice was not as listless as expected, prompting Hiratsuka to make a little joke. Please wait a moment. Are you doing something that I can't know about? With this thought in mind, Hiratsuka quietly waited at the door. Not long after, Iroha opened the door, turned sideways, and invited her into the room. Teacher Hiratsuka. Unlike the last time she visited, the curtains were properly opened this time, allowing light to flood in. The room displayed the bright and fluttering decorations typical of a girl's room, such as the dolls arranged in front of the bedside table and the decorative bow on the dressing table. What particularly concerned Hiratsuka was that on the desk, the thick complete book of 6 laws and the Japanese criminal code were placed on the table, with labels of different colors peeking out from between the pages. This suggested a conclusion. Iroha did not buy these legal books for casual reading, she was indeed absorbing the knowledge within them and recording her insights. I'm sorry for worrying you, Hiratsuka-sensei, Iroha said, taking a step forward seemingly casually, blocking Hiratsuka's view of the desk. At the same time, she naturally moved the armchair in front of her. Hiratsuka chose not to sit in the chair but stepped forward and sat on the edge of the bed, then reached out and patted the space next to her. Iroha understood the gesture and walked over to sit down obediently. I've been worried about you, same thing with your classmate at school, Hiratsuka began casually. She subconsciously reached for a cigarette in her pocket but soon realized she was at a student's house and suppressed the urge. Teacher Hiratsuka, don't mind. My dad usually smokes at home. I'll go downstairs to get an ashtray for you. No, I didn't come here today just to create second-hand smoke in your room. At close range, Hiratsuka softened her tone again. There must be a reason why you suddenly stopped going to school and asked your mother for leave. The corners of Iroha's mouth, which she had been forcing herself to raise slightly from the beginning, slowly flattened. As she gradually lowered her head, her gaze, which had originally met Hiratsuka's, also shifted. Still don't want to tell the teacher? Iroha continued to remain silent. Hiratsuka didn't show any disappointment at her reaction. She smiled gently and, as an elder and teacher, reached out to touch Iroha's head. The flaxen hair, much like the girl herself, was both slender and soft, making people involuntarily want to care for her. Teacher, understand that regardless of age, everyone has some secrets they don't want to share or worries that weigh on them. This is normal. I've also experienced this, so I won't pry or force you. Thank you, teacher. Iroha replied dryly, a smile returning to her face. Hiratsuka gazed into her eyes, her smile still gentle as she continued speaking as if everything were normal. There's no need to thank me for such a small thing. Your life is in your hands. You can choose whether to open your heart to anyone. Similarly, you can do anything you want without needing everyone's consent. It's best to discuss your decisions with your parents and friends before making any choices. Iroha remained silent for a long time, and Hiratsuka was no longer as eager to fill the silence as she had been before. She turned her gaze toward the clear glass window. The crows outside were cawing loudly on the telephone pole. Finding nothing worth paying attention to, she focused most of her attention on Iroha, observing her from the corner of her eye. From the moment Iroha opened the door and entered the room, Hiratsuka had noticed something different about her. This was usually a lively and cheerful student, now changed. Teacher. After a long silence, Iroha finally spoke. Actually, even if you hadn't came to see me today, I plan to go to school as usual tomorrow. The reason I asked for leave was that I've been feeling a little stressed with the upcoming monthly exams. But after reflecting at home over these past 2 days, I realize that avoiding my problems won't solve anything. The direction of my life ultimately depends on my hard work and self-discipline. She spoke these words with a bright smile on her face, making cute gestures by clenching her fists. The Iroha of the past seemed to be returning.
Hayatsuka smiled happily and patted her head with greater force. Since you can think this way, it seems your parents and I don't have to worry anymore. You can officially return to school tomorrow, right? Yes. Ayaroa's response was enthusiastic as she nodded vigorously in confirmation of her teacher's words. An hour later, Hayatsuka left Tashiki's house with a smile on her face. As she drove away, the smile slowly faded, and she became calm. After lighting a cigarette and taking a deep breath, she felt a wave of restlessness and sadness wash over her again. This is not good. Hayatsuka murmured to herself. Eyes are the windows to the soul. Although Ayaroa concealed her feelings well and put on an energetic smile to mislead judgment, Hayatsuka saw through it. Beneath the facade of cheerfulness and normality lay a reality filled with numbness and negativity. Chapter 268, Advice from her mother tonight. Dinner at the Sawamura family's dining table was as sumptuous as ever. After her husband came home, Sayuri Sawamura thoughtfully took off his coat and reminded him to wash his hands. Then she quickly turned around and called for Ariri to come down for dinner. During the meal, Mr. Spencer, the head of the family, shared interesting anecdotes from work. The atmosphere among the family of three was relaxed and happy until a small incident occurred. Ariri, who had been quietly eating fried fish, suddenly asked her mother a question. Mom, what would you do if Dad fell in love with another woman? Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Spencer was taken aback by his daughter's shocking question, reacting with a particularly violent cough before his wife. Sayuri stared playfully at her husband, waiting for him to stop coughing, and thoughtfully handed him a tissue. Then she turned to her daughter and asked with a smile, Why do you ask that all of a sudden? Did you find out that your father cheated on me? Mr. Spencer slapped the table and stood up. How is that possible, my dear? I will always be loyal to you. It's just a joke. There's no need to be so excited. Please continue eating and don't interrupt my conversation with your daughter, otherwise, I might really think you're suspicious. After reassuring her husband, Sawamura Sayuri looked back at Ariri, quietly waiting for her answer. Ariri explained the reason she had already thought of. I plan to draw a book about two lovers and the involvement of a third party. This time, I not only want to consider the visuals but also make the plot as realistic as possible to reflect the darker sides of human nature. She lied and refused to share her true troubles with her mother. There was nothing to be done about it. If their parents knew the true situation, even the most understanding ones would likely be shocked and faint instantly. I see, Sayuri said. That's why my naive daughter, who has no experience in love, is seeking some mature advice from her mother who has been through it, as a reference for you. That's it. Ariri nodded in a vague voice while chewing on asparagus. Mr. Spencer muttered in dissatisfaction, Even so, don't use me as an example. It's not a good thing. But the mother and daughter at the dinner table ignored his complaints. Sayuri continued, Of course, I have to comply with your good daughter's request, but your father is too honest. He takes me with him no matter what banquet he attends. He has no habit of going to clubs or bars. Even when he goes out at night, it's either for work or fishing in the wilderness, so I have no experience dealing with this kind of thing. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'll do better in the future. Mr. Spencer began to apologize but was cut off by his beloved wife's warning look as she pointedly placed her hand over her meal bag. He didn't dare look at her anymore, picked up his dinner plate with a scowl, and walked to the living room to watch a football game. The mother and daughter were left to continue their discussion. It's okay, I just want to hear what my mother would do if she encountered such a situation. It's just for reference. It could also serve as a reference for the situation I am currently facing, Ariri thought silently. If your father really found himself in that situation, my reaction would depend on the extent of his relationship with the so-called third party. Extent? Well, if your father just made this mistake out of sudden novelty, and at this stage, it's only chatting and occasional private meetings, then I would most likely forgive him provided he sincerely apologizes and promises never to have anything to do with that third party again. Sayuri gently tore a paper towel. Of course, if that happens, even if we reconcile afterward, our relationship will never be as close and seamless as before. Once the cracks are repaired, they will never be as beautiful as they were initially. Ariri, when you draw your book later, you can pay attention to the conflict points that arise from this aspect. This was in line with my mother's answer, but it wasn't the answer I wanted. The desire for advice still lingered, urging Ariri to ask, what if it gets more serious? What if my father develops feelings for a woman other than my mother and brings her to me, saying that he wants to live with her in the future? Sayuri suddenly laughed at such a question, but seeing her daughter's serious expression as she sought answers, she restrained her emotions and thought seriously about the issue based on her life experience. After a moment, she spoke again. First of all, I would not be so slow as to let the situation develop that far. Secondly, if things really got that bad,
the essence of the matter would have changed, and the situation could no longer be reversed or saved by me alone. So, Mom, what would you do? Sayuri spread her hands. Let's enjoy our time together with your dad. Now that we've reached that point, it doesn't matter who the third party is. What's important is the attitude your dad has shown. Since he has such exaggerated ideas, I don't need to keep blindfolding myself or deceiving myself. Ending this twisted and abnormal relationship as soon as possible is the right choice, right? It was obviously a question posed by Ariri, but Sayuri slowed her speech while answering, paying close attention to the changes in her daughter's facial expression. Finally, she asked a rhetorical question. Ariri sighed sadly. Really, this kind of plot is too difficult to handle. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Sure enough, I'd better go back to the insult-based plot I'm familiar with. It's a good thing to have ideas, but they have to match your own abilities. It's up to you, Sayuri replied, shrugging as she took a casual sip of soup. Then, without warning, she spoke up again. Ariri, are you in love? With Chisato? As a mother, she had noticed some changes in her daughter recently. These changes might seem small, but they were indeed present. Such unnatural changes were most likely caused by something. Today's unusual question made her alert again and prompted her to test her theory. As for the name Chisato, it was also something she had overheard while Ariri was sleeping in her room one day. At that time, she had been accompanied by that awkward emotional reaction. Chapter 269, Can He Talk With It? Mom, why do you think that all of a sudden? And what did you say next? What? However, Ariri's reaction exceeded Sayuri's expectations. She appeared genuinely confused. Isn't it what I thought? Sayuri stared at her daughter's expression, which didn't seem fake, and smiled with relief. It's nothing. Let's eat quickly. As for the question you just asked, I actually have better suggestions. What? Ask that kid Uchiha. She is a professional novelist and has better control over the plot than you do as a painter. You might be able to get some inspiration and ideas from her. Forget it, I don't want to beg her. Ariri snorted disdainfully, showing her resistance. I really don't understand you. You two have such a good relationship, yet you always fail to open your hearts completely when you're together. There are constant quarrels. If either you or the child were a boy, you would probably make a perfect match. Stop talking about that, Mom. Just hearing it gives me goosebumps. Haha, I was just making a hypothesis. If that guy were really reliable, she wouldn't bother me so much. I really don't understand. She has experienced the same dream twice as I have, but why hasn't she grown at all? But this matter isn't important. What is important is why her mother suddenly mentioned Chisato's name just now. It was said that Ariri almost showed a surprised expression at that moment, but fortunately, her mental state is now different from what it used to be. After returning to her room, she quickly dialed Uchiha's number. Because of the dishonest woman's previous relationships, she subconsciously suspected that she might be in love with him. Ariri. Hey. You stinky woman, did you say anything to my mother in private again? As soon as the call connected, Ariri spoke fiercely. She doesn't know why, but whenever she is around Uchiha, she becomes easily emotional. What nonsense are you talking about at this hour? Uchiha's tone was not very pleasant. Being scolded as soon as she answered the phone would annoy anyone. Stop pretending. My mother just mentioned Chisato's name. Isn't his something you told her? Ariri continued to press. Uchiha remained patient. I didn't say anything like that. The last time, I just used a general reference like a certain male. Unless I was crazy, why would I specifically mention Chisato's name to my aunt? Things are not going well for me. Ariri fell silent for a moment. She knew Uchiha. If she had really done such a thing, and seeing her so enraged now, her attitude would be one of complacency rather than the calm and well-reasoned excuse she was giving to deflect suspicion. This proved her suspicions wrong. Of course, even if she realized she had wronged the other party, it was impossible for her to admit her mistake, let alone apologize. The fixed impression had already formed, thanks to Uchiha's countless small actions in private. How's everything going with Chisato? Ariri changed the topic very smoothly. On the other end of the line, Uchiha made a soft tutting sound, but she didn't dwell on the earlier conflict. It's okay. I went to work tonight as well. I'll probably be back soon. No one else has been there these past few nights? No, neither Kazusa nor Hitori has shown up again. That's it. Ariri leaned against the desk, staring at the night sky outside the window, lost in thought. I said, didn't we agree before that we would visit Chisato's workplace to see how Hitori was getting along with him? The last trip had to be interrupted due to the Dark Wings incident, but those days have passed. Why did you suddenly stop writing? It's nothing, I just suddenly felt that the time wasn't quite right. There would be no accidents with the Dark Wings sooner or later, But an incident occurred just as they were about to visit the team. Although it's not a good mindset, based on her experiences with Arari and Chisato during her first dream life, she often comes up with unrealistic ideas. For example, perhaps the Dark Wings in reality can understand Chisato's words to a certain extent and communicate with him. Such an idea was too far-fetched and lacked any basis, so she didn't plan to mention it to Uchiha. She simply buried it in her heart, keeping it in mind while temporarily shelving the original plan. Anyway, if you want to know how Chisato and Akira get along on a regular basis, there are many other opportunities. What do you mean? The monthly exams will be in a few days. After the exams, Chisato and his school will hold a school festival. We can take some time to go and have a look. If we're lucky, we might be able to see that girl, Kazusa. School festival. I have an idea. What? Next time we go to Chisato's school, we should probably not tell him. Go directly? Yes. What are you planning? Don't worry, we'll just take a look and do nothing. Just like you said before, if we make things difficult for Chisato by acting on our own, it will only trouble him, right? Sitting by the windowsill and looking out at the night city, Uchiha slightly raised her legs, lifting her skirt and revealing a large area of snow-white skin. I just suddenly felt that it might not be the best idea for us to sit back and wait for things to happen. We can take the initiative, no matter what method we use. The more channels we have to learn about those two girls, the better we can control them. The first mover advantage will be greater, right? As long as you can hold back and don't let Chisato get caught in the crossfire at an inappropriate time, causing an unpredictable situation, I'll let you do it. Then it's settled. Chisato will be back soon. I have to go heat up some food for him. I'm sorry. Wait a moment. What? How is Darkwing doing now? Arari suddenly asked this question. In her room, Uchiha slowly raised her head and looked at the bedside table. Darkwing was curled up on top of a large doll, with his eyes closed and dozing. It's resting beside my bed. If you don't show up for a while, I feel like it will become closer to me. Arari pursed her lips. Yeah. Say hello to it for me. Chapter 270, Small success. After the crisis at the bar was resolved, thanks to the Darkwings, Chisato's life seemed to have returned to a calm state over the next few days, following the quiet and undisturbed pattern he had expected. Ma, the classmate at the next table, had been turning her head to look at him more frequently lately. The school-weary girl she once was had disappeared, and it seemed as though another independent personality had emerged to replace her. Her attitude toward others and her approach to learning had completely transformed. She no longer exuded that cold and exclusive aura all the time. Most of the time, she smiled, her sharp eyes softening and narrowing slightly, echoing the slightly raised corners of her lips. Not only had the teacher's perception changed, but most of the students in the class also began to see her in a different light. The girls around her now occasionally said hello to her, something that had been unthinkable before. Chisato, however, remained the same as ever. He spent most of his time at school with Kazusa, and during his part-time job after school, he was accompanied by Hitori. It is worth mentioning that he had previously given the song Loser to the band, and they officially performed it in front of an audience at Starsea on Friday night. The feedback was not just good, it was explosive, with applause and cheers that nearly lifted the roof. Such a result did not elicit much reaction from Chisato. The song was well known and widely sung in his previous life before he brought it to the band, so it was within his expectations that it would generate such an enthusiastic response from the audience. Everyone in the band was very excited. Even Saga couldn't help but slap Chisato on the shoulder after watching the live performance, casting a suspicious and playful look in his direction. At nearly 30 years old, she was not as easily fooled as the four inexperienced girls in the band. Not saying a lot of things didn't mean she lacked doubts, she simply kept them to herself. The previous song, I'm Sorry for Being So Cute, was also written by Chisato for the band. Once can be considered an accident, but having such high-quality songs twice in a short period of time was quite concerning. I said, Suzumiya, have you been lying to us all along? It's not that you don't know music theory, on the contrary, you are extremely proficient and possess excellent creativity and talent, right? Let me guess, the reason you chose not to tell the truth is that you find it boring to reveal the foreshadowing early on. Instead, you enjoy being behind the scenes, controlling the situation, and revealing your strengths at a critical moment to capture our admiration and hearts. It can only be said that Saga is worthy of being a store manager. Her years of social experience had come into play. Although most of her guesses were off the mark, a few were spot on. Chisato's reply was simple, it's okay, store manager. You'd better stop reading those romance comics and find a boyfriend quickly. It's just because you're too idle that you're thinking about unnecessary things all day long. This response was quick and accurate, like a sharp sword stabbing Saga's chest, instantly making her feel 10 years older. The issue of love had always been a painful topic for both her and her teacher friend, who was of a similar age and worked at the school. That night, Saga uploaded the previously recorded song to the internet. The result was self-evident: the popularity of the song's video skyrocketed at a terrifying speed. Within a few hours, it climbed to the top of the real-time popularity list in the music division. The number of private messages in the back-end of the band's official account immediately exploded to 99 plus. The manager of the online account, Kita Ikuyo, couldn't sleep a wink all night. Although her panda eyes were boiling, she still happily responded to fans who liked their band, thanking them one by one. By the weekend, when Chisato finished his part-time job, the number of followers of the Keshoku band's official account had exceeded 200,000. The popularity of the single loser was still rising. Presumably, as time went by, it wouldn't be long before the number of followers exceeded 100,000. Time passed happily until the next Tuesday. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the last class of the monthly exam was completed. After the teacher collected the test papers and announced the end of school, almost all the students breathed a sigh of relief. The students on duty stayed behind to clean up, while the others packed their school bags, put their benches on the tables, and left the classroom in groups. Chisato, along with Kazusa, changed their shoes and walked toward the school gate amidst the crowd. How does it feel? Mr. Suzumiya's tutoring during this time has been somewhat helpful. At least I can write most of it. Just the accuracy can't be guaranteed, right? Chisato laughed. Kazusa's lips curled up, and she hummed, "That doesn't stop me from being confident. Remember the promise you made to me before?" "I remember. Wait until the results come out. Everything will depend on them." The two had made a pact that if Kazusa's grade ranking improved by 50 places compared to the last exam, they would take time to go to the beach to watch the sunrise together. Her original grades had been at the bottom of the class, but after studying hard, she could achieve this goal easily. The results of the monthly exam would be released the following Monday, with the outcomes available in 5 days. The two of them strolled out of the school gate while chatting casually. As they stepped onto the sidewalk, a silver car parked on the side of the road, defiantly ignoring the traffic ban sign, honked its horn to get their attention. Then, the driver's window lowered, revealing a stylish woman wearing sunglasses who smiled and waved at them. "Mother?" Kazusa murmured in confusion. Ever since she entered junior high, her mother had never came to pick her up after school. Could she be passing by for some reason? Chapter 271, Kazusa has grown up. Chisato walked towards the car as he greeted Yuko. "I happen to be picking up Kazuya for dinner. Suzumiya-kun, if you're free, come with us." Yuko removed her glasses and extended an invitation with a smile. Kazusa replied first for her lover, "I have a part-time job later." "Why did you suddenly come to school today?" She bent down and closed the car door with her right hand, her long black hair cascading in the air. Her expression and words conveyed impatience, lacking respect for her elders. But this was the normal dynamic between mother and daughter, and Chisato was accustomed to it. "My daughter, who is studying hard, has just finished her exams. As a parent, it's only natural for me to pick her up, isn't it?" After Yuko said this to her daughter, she turned to Chisato and winked mischievously with her left eye. While her daughter took a small step to the left to block her view, she spoke coldly and complained, "It's a shame that you can tell such lies without changing your expression. It's really scary." "What are you talking about?" "Kazusa, if you're with the boy next to you, you'll become an adult sooner or later. We wouldn't lie to each other." "That's not what I meant." "Then what do you mean?" "What do you think?" Seeing her mother nibbling her lower lip, Kazusa instantly understood. "Boring. Ah, if you can't even handle this level of teasing, Suzumiya-kun will have a hard time accommodating you in the future. You don't need to worry about our affairs." The dialogue between mother and daughter is as comedic as ever. But now is not the time for such conversations. "Aunt Yukok, if your car continues to park here, it could lead to trouble next time," Chisato remarked as he noticed a traffic police vehicle approaching at the end of the street. "Ah, indeed." Reminded of the situation, Yuko stopped joking. As a well-known celebrity in the music field, she didn't want to end up in the tabloids being reprimanded by traffic police. Yuko put on her sunglasses again and said, "Kazusa, get in the car." Who wants to get in the car without being told in advance? "Okay, let's avoid trouble right now." Her boyfriend's words carried much more weight than her mother's. Watching her daughter obediently comply, Yuko shook her head slightly and sighed, feeling a pang of sadness in her heart. "Suzumiya-kun, get in the car too. You have to go to work, right? I'll take you there." "Thank you for your kindness, but I can just take the tram." "It won't be a problem." "Really? Then work hard, and I'll see you later." "Yes." As the vehicle drove away, Kazusa turned her gaze from the window. She crossed her arms and leaned back in the seat, watching her mother's face through the rearview mirror. So, what's going on? Though they had spent more time apart than together since childhood, Kazusa understood her mother very well. In fact, she already had some answers in mind, but she still held out hope that her mother simply wanted to pick her up from school. Although her mother had returned from abroad some time ago, they hadn't talked much while living under the same roof. As the daughter, she often spoke defiantly. However, it was undeniable that this recent period had been the most relaxing and comfortable time Kazusa had experienced since childhood. The lack of family affection was compensated by her mother's return, and the love she felt for Chisato combined to bring her great happiness and peace of mind. Hey, I was discovered after all. Kazusa has grown up. Yuko, wearing sunglasses, concealed her eyes, but her cheerful tone made Kazusa sigh slightly. Actually, Mom has to leave tomorrow, so I came to pick you up today so we could enjoy a nice meal and talk. After all, we don't know when we'll see each other again. Really? Oh, you didn't react at all. The last time I left, you were so angry you said you'd never come back. There it was again, the forced cheerfulness covering up the sadness of parting. As a mother, she couldn't help but notice how much Kazusa wanted to be by her side, yet for so many years, she had maintained that distance. But it doesn't matter, the situation is no longer what it once was. Now, she has Chisato by her side. Taking a deep breath, Kazusa faced the fact calmly. I never said anything like that. Yuko chuckled. Is there anything you want to eat? Anything is fine. Then let's go directly to the restaurant where I made a reservation. Sounds good. Yuko glanced at the rearview mirror, her mood softening and growing more somber. Suffering from leukemia, her body's negative feedback had become increasingly severe in recent times. She had begun experiencing low-grade fevers and intermittent difficulty breathing, and the frequency of bleeding from her nostrils and gums had also increased. If she continued to live at home, it would only be a matter of time before her precious daughter discovered the truth. Finally, she was able to smile happily, find her new life goal, and work hard for it. As a mother, she couldn't hold her back. Kazusa. What? You know, you look better when you smile more. Keep it up. Suddenly, you're saying something embarrassing. Are you becoming more and more like an ant? Ha ha ha, although I don't really want to admit it, at my age, I am already an ant. After watching Kazusa and her mother leave, Chisato walked toward the tram stop. In fact, he wasn't going to work today, as Kazusa had assumed. He had taken the day off because it was the day he and Iroha had agreed to meet. 20 minutes later, he arrived in front of Toei Shinjuku Station. After looking around, he entered a Maki restaurant, ordered a meal, and took a seat by the window to eat. In the middle of his meal, he took out his mobile phone and sent a location message to Iroha. She quickly responded with a location message, followed by a pitiful cat emoticon wiping away tears and a text that read, Senior, I'm on my way here. The tram is super crowded. Chisato took a bite of his burger, contemplated for a moment, and then typed a reply. Change the meeting place. I'll wait for you in front of the tram stop now. Another quick reply followed. No need. It's so hot outside, Senior, just wait in the store. I have 2 stops left, I'll be there soon. She added an energetic and cheerful rabbit emoticon, which suited her light and cute demeanor. She's such a soft girl. When most people see such chat records, they likely think about the person who sent such a message. But Chisato felt a bit uneasy. Some things, if you don't know about them in advance, won't lead to many unwarranted assumptions. After their meeting in the apartment that day, he had instructed the Dark Wings to send their subordinates to follow Iroha closely, checking in every other day to report. He did the same with Uchiha. He didn't worry too much about Iroha since she was already safe with him. Ariri had a simulated memory of her interactions with the Dark Wings, and she was always alert. He didn't think the Wild Crows were clever enough to monitor her without being noticed. His current unease stemmed from the information he received from the crows watching Iroha. He had some vague suspicions but knew that to confirm them, he still needed to observe her behavior during their upcoming time together. While he pondered these thoughts, Iroha arrived at the meeting place and opened the store door, panting slightly. Chapter 272, Iroha's probing the girl who had run all the way from the tram station opened the store door with a slight gasp. The air conditioning inside the store cut off the hot air from outside, making her feel cool all over. She bent down, placed her hands on her knees, looked around, and soon spotted the target of today's meeting. She adjusted her breathing, flashed a big smile, and quickly walked over. Senior, before she even arrived, the tooth-achingly sweet greeting had already been heard. Chisato came back to reality, turned in the direction of the sound, and smiled at Iroha. Sorry it took me so long. It's quitting time, and there were too many people on the subway, so I waited for the next one. Chisato was seated in a standard 4-seater, with 2 seats on each side. He sat on one of the seats near the back, with his school bag placed on the chair next to him. As Iroha got closer, she apologized and spoke while picking up her school bag and hugging it in front of her, then sat down directly next to him. Being stared at by the smiling Iroha from such a close distance, Chisato glanced at the two empty seats across the dining table, wondering why the situation wasn't what he had expected. However, it was normal for him to have second thoughts. After all, humans are complex and changeable creatures, and Iroha was also a girl, not a child. It was impossible for her to show everything on her face. I just arrived, so I didn't have to wait long. I'll go order your food. Chisato stood up, hoping to temporarily create some distance between them. This way, when he returned with the food later, he could naturally move across the table. You must know that the seats in Mikey restaurant are really not big. He didn't really want to be so close to Iroha, as that was inconsistent with his expectations. However, Iroha did not let his expectations come true. She raised her hand, tugged on Chisato's sleeve, and gently pulled him down. No need, senior, I'm not hungry at all right now. Besides, fried food is very high in calories, and I rarely eat it. Well, since we can talk somewhere else, how about a coffee shop? Chisato quickly reacted and suggested other options. Iroha maintained her bright smile. I'm very tired from running all the way here. Unless you can carry me, senior. Chisato was not moved by such coquettish words. He looked at the girl's pleated skirt, which barely covered her thighs. If you're not afraid of being exposed, I don't mind. That's not a very considerate answer. The correct response should be that we can rest here for a while. Iroha deliberately puffed out her cheeks, pretending to be slightly dissatisfied. To be honest, from the moment they met, whether it was her soft and delicate voice or her quiet yet active attempts to close the distance between them, her actions were quite deliberate. But strangely, what might seem odd and offensive to others felt very natural for her. Even though he clearly sensed she might have ulterior motives, he still wanted to be close to her, simply to spend more time together. In the end, Chisato was pulled back down to sit again by Iroha. She found the right opportunity to place their school bags on the seats opposite each other, locking the situation in place. If this could be regarded as a confrontation, then one party was temporarily at a disadvantage. Taking out a tissue to wipe the sweat from her forehead, Iroha exhaled softly. It had been her suggestion for the two of them to meet here today. However, between finalizing the appointment and their actual meeting, an unexpected incident had occurred that turned her mood sour. This caused Iroha to completely forget her original intentions. It felt so immersive that she witnessed herself being played within a dream, and probably no one could remain calm after that. When she woke up and learned the whole truth, she lay spread out on her bed, dazed for a long time before coming back to her senses. After that, the first word that came to her mind was revenge. The kind of tit for tat. She even snuck into the kitchen, took a fruit knife, and examined it carefully. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the moonlight shone through the window onto the surface of the blade. The cold reflection illuminated her face, revealing a sickly smile. But in the end, Iroha calmed down, and a glimmer of reason flickered in her unfocused, dark eyes. Yes, she still had friends and family who cared about her. No matter what, she couldn't engage in the dangerous thoughts she had just entertained. With an expressionless face, she put the knife back in its place and returned to her room with gentle steps. For the next while, she couldn't sleep and sat quietly at her desk, letting two completely conflicting narratives play out in her mind. Ultimately, the cruel truth tore away the hypocritical mask of the gentle and kind brother Chisato. She resolved that what she saw later was indeed the truth. At the same time, her previously rising fondness for Chisato dropped to a negative instantaneously. The beautiful filter she had always applied when looking at him shattered. Her original thought was that she and Chisato had shared the same dream at the same time. Such an incredible occurrence was clearly a sign that they were a match made in heaven. This was a pure blessing. The god of love favored her, and she felt like the most unique girl in the world. After learning the truth, she abandoned her infatuated thoughts, and rational thinking took over. Her mind turned toward justice. This was an obvious reminder that the Chisato in reality was very likely a double-faced person. On the surface, he seemed gentle and polite, but in fact, he was most likely a solipsist, an out-and-out villain. Changes in objective facts brought about changes in subjective consciousness. Previously, Iroha's thoughts about Chisato had been shaped by Yukino's speculations, as told by her. Those thoughts were now completely different than before. Yes, what kind of person can maintain intimate relationships with so many girls at the same time? What on earth was I thinking before? He was nothing but an outright scumbag. Those girls were definitely in a similar situation and were deceived by him using some means. In a manner similar to the crazy tactics he used in dreams and on-screen. He made them feel guilty due to a series of events, overwhelming their reason and judgment with excessive guilt. Then he took advantage of that to get what he wanted. Absolutely. Extremely bad. The more Iroha thought about it, the more convinced she became that this was what happened in reality. Chapter 273, Iroha's Probing, 2. During the few days she was on leave, she used notes at home to recreate Chizato's insidious actions from beginning to end in her dreams. She bought a large number of books on law, trying to match his actions word for word with the prohibitions outlined in legal texts. She felt that if her hypothesis was correct, then Chisato might use similar methods in reality. If that were truly the case, then everything she was doing now would make sense. When the time came that she really discovered he had behaved similarly, she would be able to punish him with legal means on the spot. But she didn't know if it was because the law was too boring and difficult for laypeople to understand, or if Chizato's actions in her dreams had been carefully planned to perfectly avoid various legal regulations. All in all, 1 day and 2 nights of non-stop hard work yielded 0 results. The basis for the law to classify a person's actions as a crime is whether the person has violated a specific regulation. But after reviewing various criminal cases, Iroha couldn't find a solution that matched her inner thoughts about Chizato's dark behavior in her dreams. After all, whether he made Miri fall down the stairs, bribed a doctor to create the illusion that Miri had a miscarriage, or let Miri leave on her own, none of these actions actually caused any real losses to anyone. Then he pretended to be depressed, creating the illusion of a decadent and careless life, and even scratched his own wrist. Even if they had evidence and knew that all this was intentional, it would be useless. She had never heard of anyone being sentenced for merely pretending to give up on life. But Iroha didn't believe in evil. She refused to accept that such a bad guy could spend most of his life committing these terrible acts without facing legitimate punishment. In the end, her hard work paid off, and she finally found a crime that might be able to punish Chisato for his actions in the dream, the crime of marriage fraud. But after considering it more closely, she fell silent again. There are 3 conditions for registering the crime of marriage fraud, one of which Chisato clearly did not meet. Using fraudulent methods to defraud large amounts of property. Did Chisato in her dream defraud her of a significant amount of property after tricking her into marriage? Iroha wanted to say yes, but the situation was exactly the opposite. After getting married, his behavior could be described as that of a model husband in the new era. He voluntarily transferred all his properties under his name to hers and handed over his salary on time every month, leaving only a small amount of cash for emergencies. Not only that, he also respected his elders, loved his wife deeply, doted on his children, had a harmonious relationship with his neighbors, and managed everything in an orderly fashion. Until his death, the old, white-haired man still held her hand and used his last strength to say the most beautiful words of love: "We will be together in the next life." After thinking about it, Iroha fell into a trance again. With a deep sense of substitution, her thoughts became confused once more. Her head ached from not having rested for a long time. She doesn't understand it at all. If Iroha's inner thoughts at this moment were known to Uchiha from a divine perspective, she would probably empathize with him to a considerable extent. The day after Hiratsuka's visit, Iroha finally stopped asking for leave and returned to school. During lunch break, she went to the service department as usual and raised her doubts about Yukino, whom she had always trusted. Yukino Shita-senpai, if a person spends their whole life devising a scam to lure you into a trap, without seeking any benefits just to be with you and provide you with a lifetime of peace and prosperity, do you think everything about this person deserves to be forgiven? After Yukino pondered for a while, she gave a direct and clear answer: if it were me, I wouldn't be able to accept any form of deception. Regardless of whether that person's original intention was for my benefit, I wouldn't be able to accept being kept in the dark all the time. Besides, your questions are very confusing. It's clear that he wants to be with me. This is not without benefits. He has his own selfish desires and acts for his own sake, disregarding my thoughts. This alone is enough to be called selfish. There's no way to forgive that. Iroha nodded slightly, as if inspired. In the days that followed, including during the monthly exam, she continued to think about these matters. Such distractions undoubtedly affected her exam results. But to her, these seemed like minor issues. What was important was that she finally clarified her inner thoughts and her next action strategy before today's meeting. That dream may reflect reality on some level, but in any case, before using her own eyes to formally determine the character of Chisato in reality, it is best not to act impulsively and wait until everything is confirmed. It's not too late to make a decision then. If he really was the kind of guy who would do whatever it took to win the hearts of girls, then she would try her best to tell those girls the truth. Just like Yukino Shita-senpai said, they have the right to know the truth about their own situations. This wasn't driven by a sense of justice, she simply didn't want others to experience the same hardships she had faced. Knowing that he was scheming, she fell in love with a guy who deceived her without her knowledge. Even if such a false love seems genuinely happy, Its essence is still false. If the truth were known, no matter how sweet the original life was, it would not neutralize the nausea caused by a cramping stomach. In any case, that is an outright evil way. Absolutely not romantic, never normal, and never a genuine way of love. The prerequisite for executing the above action strategy is to become as familiar with Chisato as possible. Only after their relationship became familiar could Iroha slowly perceive his true nature up close and make different decisions, as she thought. So, before we get down to business, I'll give this to you, Suzumiya-senpai. Iroha took it out of her school bag and handed it over with both hands. It looked cute and resembled a handmade biscuit, suggesting she had put a lot of effort and care into it. Chisato narrowed his eyes slightly, now unable to understand what Iroha wanted to do at all. Chapter 274, He's a Scumbag. This was not the handmade biscuit made by Iroha. The original one, after she experienced the dream of revealing the truth, had been crushed into a ball in a fit of frustration and thrown into the trash can. The gift she was now offering in person was a new batch, made after she had confirmed her future actions. In Japanese schools, when girls give handmade gifts to boys, it carries the hidden meaning of expressing favorable feelings. For example, handmade chocolates, handmade biscuits, gloves, and scarves knitted personally all share the same implication. Two people who were originally unfamiliar with each other would gradually grow closer through the act of exchanging gifts. If things progressed smoothly, it would naturally lead to a youthful romance. As part of the process of growing up, this period of rose-colored youth, when properly nurtured, could be refined into something solemn and profound, strong love. It was not entirely impossible for both parties to eventually step into marriage through this path. Now, Iroha no longer harbored the same admiration for Chisato as she once did, yet she still did, in a way. She was willing to call this move a form of deception, creating the illusion that she still had a fondness for Chisato, thereby making him lower his guard and reducing his vigilance toward her. However, after staring at her for 2 seconds, Chisato did not reach out to take the pack of cookies. Instead, he gently pushed it back. Facing Iroha's expression of slight disbelief at this unexpected turn, he spoke softly. "Thank you for your kindness, but sorry, I can't accept it." Iroha's idea may have worked on most men, but Chisato was an exception. She couldn't quite guess his thought process at this moment, but from beginning to end, his stance had not wavered. That was to maintain the simplest possible relationship with Iroha, where they remained mere acquaintances and nothing more, without any unexpected developments. His life was already complicated enough. Not only did he have to navigate the delicate balance of coexisting harmoniously with the beautiful women around him, but he also had to constantly think about ways to improve his financial situation. Given all that, when faced with Iroha's handmade biscuits,